strangers to scandal. Seeing Anthony on satellite radio. Show's host Anthony Cumia and Greg Opie here.
Controversial team.
Common profanity list for Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony apologizing for yet another raunchy gag. The Opie and Anthony show.
Is this the last straw for the raunchy radio duo?
This is dangerous.
There's nothing in the Bible that says you can't tongue an asshole.
Psychotic, sexual deviance.
I just want to take it in the shitter like a good fruit.
Really, it is a very, very bad thing.
Go fuck yourself.
It's unbelievable.
I love it.
We know we're great. Everyone knows we're great.
Complete horseshit.
This show's never short of characters. We're just dicks.
We don't get you one way, we fuck you the other way.
This is like what goes on in a mental institution.
I'm the Opie and Anthony virus, and I'm here to infect you with hilarity.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
You picked the wrong broads. That's what I say.
Yeah.
Good morning. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony show on this fine Whip 'em Out Wednesday.
Hi, everybody.
We got a busy show. Homeless shopping spree is on. We'll discuss that in a few minutes here.
Game on.
Game on.
Game on.
Thermite paint. Game on.
Thermite paint. My conspiracy show.
I guess we have Jesse the Body Ventura, Governor Ventura coming in today.
Yeah, pencil it in for 9:30 today. Jesse Ventura.
9:30.
The Thermite Paint Man.
Fun and hijinks.
The Loch Ness Monster isn't real. I'll prove there are things I know, and I'm ready to talk.
He's finally ready to talk. He's
finally ready. The guy hasn't shut up for forever. Ever since he had a feather boa and big, funny pink sunglasses on, he's been yapping.
He's a terrible secret keeper.
And he's, yes,
I know things, and now I'm ready to talk. Secret societies, mind control, the Tooth Fairy.
What?
Don't forget Bigfoot and the Yeti.
Bigfoot. I'm ready to talk.
Is he?
He loves to talk.
He loves it.
He does nothing but talk. His commercials. I've been watching that True TV, so I see his commercials all the time. He's so serious. He's so into this. What you don't know, you won't believe, or something. Like the catchphrase, the tagline, the slug line to his show.
It's a little too wordy.
I don't understand it. It's something like, you won't believe what you don't know. I think that's it. You won't believe what you don't know.
Which is, we know what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I get what he's trying to say, but it's like objects in mirror are closer than they appear. Does that mean they look closer or really are? What? I don't understand.
I want to see that.
You want to see the promo now?
Yeah, because that's all
Yeah, we'll find it.
Yeah, find his promo. He's so serious.
Well,
and the first, what they've been doing is promoing the episode 1. Which is about HAARP.
What's HAARP?
HAARP. A communications research project or a doomsday weapon. That's one or the other. It's either a walkie-talkie or an atom bomb.
That can change the weather?
Can change the weather.
Shoot satellites out of orbit.
Right.
And trigger mind control across the globe.
This thing is just a
motherfucker.
Can one object do all those things? Now, come on. Ventura and his team head north to a remote. We head north and find the predator to a region of Alaska to confront the military installation called HAARP. Look, it's a military installation.
Oh, I thought he was doing something on Harpo.
No.
Oh, it's
Oprah's
HAARP.
company?
Yeah.
Or the Marx Brothers.
Which
Right.
one?
It could go either way with
Which
that.
one? HAARP.
Oh, I got it.
That's good. Yeah, the Dharma Initiative.
The Warren Report.
I'm looking into the Dharma Initiative and the island.
Global cover-up.
Here it is.
Mind control. Secret societies. You don't think this stuff is real? Think again. I've heard things that'll blow your mind. I've been on the inside, and now I'm ready to talk.
Conspiracy Theory with Jesse Ventura. Wednesday, December 2nd. Only on True TV.
I've been on the inside, and now I'm ready to talk. Mind control. I love that one.
What happened?
I want to see him come in with some spinny glasses and give us mind control like a cartoon character with those spinny pinwheel glasses on. Look into my eyes.
Enough with the fucking Warren report.
The Warren report.
They weren't all in on it.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, you weren't there, Jimmy.
Dude,
he's going to tell you weren't there. He was, and you got to sleep
there.
Maybe it was
sometime.
Earl
You're not a
Warren.
Navy SEAL.
Is he going to threaten? Is he going to threaten death?
The secret of X-ray specs. Rubber dog duty.
The hand buzzers.
Yes, sea monkeys.
Whoopee cushions.
Whoopee cushions. Are they real?
He's hysterical.
I just hope he doesn't threaten to kill us this time.
Well,
'Cause that was scary last time.
He threatened to,
I think he told you have to sleep sometime.
Yes.
And that he was a Navy SEAL.
I've heard things. That Hulk Hogan is supposed to beat Bruno Sammartino way back in 1975.
He's
What
a
did you
showman.
hear?
Dude, there's a clip of Hulk fighting Ric Flair. Remember he's doing that Down Under tour? We did a little time on that.
Yeah.
Holy shit. It is horrendous.
And it's like
it's two old
new
men.
stuff. Really, two
old men kind of doing what they used to do.
To look like Lemon Party
horrible.
-1. They're just rolling around, sucking each other's dick.
Pretty much.
Oh, what is this? I couldn't focus the camera?
Yeah, there's
what's this? They tried to spice it up with some fucking
oh
shit.
yeah, they spice it up with some nice
Wow.
young ass, but still.
Oh, my God.
But that's something nice
Who's
to look
looking at what's going on in the fucking ring? Look at her fucking vag.
Just sticking out.
Who is that
basically.
broad?
I don't know. She's one of the
I don't know,
broads.
but I'm getting mind control from her rectum.
Oh, God. Now Flair's all bloody and laying on the mat. Oh, this is embarrassing.
It's
Hulk's in good shape, though.
terrible.
Yeah, he's definitely in good shape.
Jesus Christ.
And his new broad looks exactly like his daughter.
Oh, really?
That's on TMZ.
He's
if you
still
want to see
doing the
that.
thumbs up at all the corner. Does
Yeah, he's
does he
doing
do
his-
does he do the thing with his arm and
Oh,
then,
yeah,
and
he
then
does.
puts his hand to his
There it
ear?
is.
Oh,
There it is.
God, stop it!
He did put
Could
some
you
weight on it.
just stop? Yeah. His skin looks like on his body looks like Stretch Armstrong when you twist him. Well, like what happens?
I feel bad for the guy. I'm sure he doesn't want to be wrestling anymore, but
Look, for him, look at poor Ric Flair.
well, both of them don't want to be wrestling, but they both are getting effed. They don't have any money left, so they have to do this.
Ric Flair looks like a guy that, like an old man that stepped off the curb and got hit by a bus, and they're helping him to the hospital. That looks horrid. They're too old to be doing
I
that.
feel bad, though.
Oh,
I think Hulk's wife did a number on him. Now he's got a freaking wrestler.
She used mind control.
So Jesse coming in at 9:30.
can't wait.
And then I want to thank Dr. Steve for that email he sent out last
I'm
night.
just reading it.
Did you see that
Dr.
one
Steve.
fucking formula he sent with the email?
Yeah,
I actually
I know.
knew that.
Oh, my God. No,
Oh, you knew that
didn't.
one?
No, I didn't.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm not even going to...
I put that into my computer and it exploded.
Right.
Mine did. It went to nerd.com. And there was fucking Steve's picture.
Jimmy, explain the Dr. Steve email last night.
Well, I noticed I had
gonna
an
try to
itching on
find
my
it here.
genitals. Oh, I
the other one.
No, it was about, there was a mathematical thing they talk about when the towers fell. There's an equation which
Yes.
explains gravity and the rate of gravity. I don't understand it, but it explains why the towers fell at the rate they did.
Yeah.
And then I was actually looking at his second email. He said, okay, my math is right, but my point is off a bit after listening to the replay. He was saying that what Jesse was saying wasn't debating how long it should have taken. Jesse's saying that there was resistance coming down, and he actually sided with Kaku, which was weird to see Dr. Steve
Oh,
side
my
with
God,
Kaku.
Doc-
Because they hate
Steve
each other. Or
is
Steve
not-
hates Dr. Kaku.
And the Dr.
Dr.
Kaku.
Kaku doesn't even know who Dr.
Yeah,
Steve is.
Yes. Let's be realistic.
Why does the gingerbread man hate me? I come in to help. Why does the cookie man with a doctorate hate me?
to why does the horrendous winemaker hate this?
Look at the chemical makeup of his wine.
It's like liquid feet. It's grape urine.
Like when a Big Bang comes out of my hiney hole after chili. After I eat chili con carne.
Yes. He calls it's Oscar the Grouch's pre-cum, and he calls it wine.
I got one of the formulas though from the original.
Do you have that? Okay.
Wow. The formula is distance equals half times acceleration times time squared, or
yes.
Well,
indubitably.
Well, he had to write it out for us, but it's basically D equals 1/2.
Yeah.
AT asterisk 2.
Right.
Everyone knows that,
right?
Yeah.
Come on, I got it. I got that bumper sticker.
Solving for time, we get time equals. I see that as squirt, but it's SQRT.
Yes.
Parenthesis. I know. 2D/A.
Yep. And then don't
forget. Why are you writing this to us? We don't know this shit.
I know. He could have just messed it up on purpose. None of us would know.
Sure.
And don't forget, time equals the square root 2 times 415 meters. I think it's divided by 9.8 meters, divided by speed, divided by speed.
Good reading.
Jesus.
I have no idea what.
Lukaku said the towers are mostly air.
Mostly
and they are.
air.
And I think when those pieces buckled out, it was a free fall. It was all in a free fall. They weren't each stopping and hitting the next one. He acts like every...
Ka-chong.
It wasn't falling like cake getting sliced.
No.
It was falling like the pieces that were holding it, all the pieces were kind of suspended and attached to that fucking...
yes.
The outside girders. When they buckled out, everything just fell.
Yeah. All at the same time.
Yeah.
Picture how you would fall down taking one sip of Dr. Steve's wine. When you hit the ground.
It's like the Candyland ladder. When you would slide down to a magical place.
Kevin from Connecticut writes, Dr. Steve's formula looks like a cartoon swear word to me.
That's funny.
So, I don't know. Dr. Steve is trying to help us out, whatever. But we'll get into it with Jesse Ventura. And Dr. Kaku is calling as well. I think we're going to... have a little debate here. Well, I don't think Jesse knows that we got the great Dr. Kaku calling when he's in.
It's just a point of it's just the math.
Yeah,
is the only part that I can't. We all saw what happened.
Well, because here's a good way to describe exactly what Jimmy was talking about. Picture. Take 2 little miniature ladders. Right?
Okay.
Little ladders that are about 1 foot tall with little rungs on them, right?
Maybe taller?
Now they have to be 1 foot tall.
Okay.
That's
now
though.
put them together and put dominoes on each rung, right?
Wait, can we make it 3 feet?
No. Okay, 3 feet. That's good.
All right.
Why are you putting pizza on the rungs, Anthony?
Not dominoes.
Are you happy
little
with 3
domino
feet?
things. Yeah, I'm very happy with it.
Jimmy's happy with 3 feet?
Yes, we're happy with 3 feet.
2 3-foot ladders,
3 foot
dominoes,
little tiny ladders.
delicious treats.
You're holding them in your hand, and you put dominoes. No, the ones that the Hispanics play with.
Okay.
All the time.
That's racist.
And you put them, what they do. And you put them between the rungs. You lay them in between the rungs.
Right.
Now take your hands and pull the ladders apart. The dominoes aren't going to stay suspended as the top one hits the next one, the next one down. They're all going to fall at the same time.
So someone pulled at the buildings from the sides?
Yes, that when the sides came out, as Jimmy was giving the example, when the top floors went and the sides buckled out,
the way it buckled
there was
the sides
nothing
out.
holding the rest of the floors, i.e. dominoes.
Explain that to Jesse Ventura.
And pulled out and stuff. What do you mean? I'll look into that.
Well, can I say something?
I'm getting you with my mind control.
Larry King had Jesse on, and Jesse basically gave his theory that it was impossible for the towers to fall that way, and Larry had nothing. We have something. Because Jesse's going to say the same bullshit on our show, and we're going to have Dr. Kaku on the phone going, no, you're full of shit.
Dr. Kaku.
This is why it fell like it did. Let's say hi to Dr. Steve real fast here.
Oh, God.
Hi, Dr. Steve.
Hi.
Oh, boys.
Are you awake?
What are you doing? Equations? They're written on his wall like that, like a beautiful mind.
Yeah, I would love to find out that Dr. Steve's one of those guys. Just a fucking kook.
Talking to Ed Harris and some creepy child that doesn't exist.
Right. Yes.
fucking raving lunatic.
So, Steve, what was the formula you sent? That was the rate of descent. Now, we're correct, right, about how the things buckled out?
Yeah, here's the thing is, if the upper floors fell into nothing, you know, because the floors below them were already collapsing, then the top of the World Trade Center would fall at the rate of free fall, you know, and the rate of free fall from, you know, the top of a building at 415 meters is about 9.2 seconds, and I sent you guys how I calculated that.
Now, also, he'll say, well, why were the bottom floor falling? Nothing hit them.
Yeah, but no, you're absolutely right. It doesn't work that way. It's not like the top floor fell and then sat on top of the, you know, however many stories there were.
110.
Okay, yeah, it didn't just sit on 109 and then 109 sit there for a minute and then collapse down. But it doesn't work that way. And anybody who saw it happen,
right,
you know, saw that, you know, the sides buckle out and the center falls in and the floors below are dropping before the one above it, you know, starts to collapse in.
Because when the first one fell, it was like, if you figure the 72nd or 78th floor got hit, and on the other tower, the 90th floor. So when those first things started to collapse, the building starts collapsing from the 72nd floor. It has the weight of fucking 30 floors above it, and that initial weight drop is what buckles, I think, everything out.
Of course. You know, Michio Kaku is absolutely right. The whole thing is
that pains you, doesn't it?
It's hard to say that.
It's hard to say it, right?
No, he's absolutely right. It's made of air, and you know, with a little bit of support. And as that support starts to buckle, then the whole thing's going to collapse from the top down, and it's going to fall at the rate of free fall.
See, it isn't like there's something
stop it from doing that.
It isn't like the top floor fell, hit the next one, and then so on. Blah blah blah. It was like there was already even on the other one there was 90. The 90th floor got hit. There's still at least 20 floors above that. That weight pushing down because the 90th floor collapsed buckles everything out. It's fucking silly.
And it looked nothing like a fucking demolition of a building.
No.
I've seen demolitions of buildings. You hear the charges. You see the flashes of the charges on each floor. It looked like a building collapsing for the, you know.
Why do we have to argue this?
Still.
Why do we still have to
later.
argue this? Hey, Dr. Steve, you should call in if we don't get Michio Kaku.
Okay, I will. I heard that he's going to be in at 9:30, and I'll be on rounds, but I'll see what I can do.
All right.
Just snake a tube down our nose. And
right. Dr. Peepers.
I was thinking about last night. I was thinking about the domino thing, and I say, Anthony, great minds think alike, because I was thinking that domino thing myself, and I think that's a great analogy. The other thing is that this thing collapsed organically. It didn't just happen in sort of a stepwise fashion. It's just like, you know, proteins that are created in the body fold organically, and if you try to fold them, you know, as they're being produced by you know, the mechanisms that produce proteins in the body, if you use a computer program to try to fold a protein, it would take longer than the age of the universe to do it, because we can't figure out how nature does it. But, you know, when things happen organically, they just happen this way. I mean, the damn thing, it didn't fall or break down in a stepwise fashion. It happened all at once, you know, and so it just makes sense that it happened at that rate. And, you know, the formula's out there. I mean, it's just freely, you know, I learned that in my first year of physics. You know, that was the easiest calculation I've ever made, so.
Look at anyway. He's educating us.
That's wonderful.
9.2 seconds.
Yeah, but you don't have a TV show. Dr. Michio Kaku has a TV show.
Yes, and so does Jesse
and
Ventura.
So does Jesse.
Absolutely. No, Kaku would be a much better, would have more standing against Jesse.
I don't know about that. You would hold your own.
Yeah, he seems like he's not. Kaku's not good with the stuff that's. He's probably really good when he talks to other physicists.
Why didn't CNN do this? Challenge Jesse.
Because I in a way,
Jesse gets to
King's
say
gonna
that,
challenge
and the
him
whole
with-
world sees it and goes, wow, Jesse's making a good point, without Larry King or CNN going, no, this is what we got on that.
Yeah, I can see Larry King challenging him on math.
Well, Larry King has no business being on TV then. Let's get some intelligent people doing those fucking shows at night.
No argument there, my friend.
All right, Steve. Thank you, sir. Dr. Steve.
Doc.
We'll see you later
the
today.
Boeing. We're watching. So, Danny, where is this? It's actually a very good 9/11 debunked, World Trade Center's collapse explained. We've been over this a million times, but it just shows you step by step the Boeing, like as in a bow and arrow of the building, because the fire was causing the floors to sag, and when it sagged, that pulled the outer parts of the building in, kind of collapsed it almost like a girdle, and then just snapped it back out. And when it snapped, everything fell because the outer parts snapped back out.
Yeah. Obvious.
All right, let's say hi to
obvious.
Dr. Kaku. He's calling in already.
What?
Dr. Michio Kaku.
Oh, hi, Dr. Kaku.
Good morning, boys. Rape.
Oh, glad Steve been listening. Hey.
Picture your pregnant girlfriend. The falling of the Twin Towers is much like when you kick her down the stairs. She doesn't stop at each step. She keeps falling until she hits the landing, and you kick her in the cunt.
Jesus, Dr.
That does
Michio
not
Kaku.
sound
Thank
like
you.
something Dr. Kaku would say.
I'm glad you can compare the girlfriend falling to the Twin Towers.
Twin Towers.
Did you have
he
that,
say
Travis? Please tell me he just said Twin
Did he
Towers.
say Twin Towers?
Yeah, but he was imitating an Asian. That's okay.
Oh.
Please, I want to hear that just if he just tripped. And credit to this guy who just called. He actually fucking righted his way and kept going.
Yes, he did. Ooh. I wonder what Travis has to go through to actually get that.
All right, I got it.
Oh, there it
Ooh.
is here.
It's like when you kick her down the stairs. She doesn't stop at each step. She keeps falling. Picture your pregnant girlfriend. The falling of the Twin Towers is much like when you kick her down
The Twin Towers.
Boy, we picking him apart.
It was just it immediately. It's all I thought of the whole time he was talking. Was Twin Towers.
This guy wrote some nice material for us, and we're picking this
There's no
apart.
W in Towers, mister.
All right, so we got the Jesse thing. That's very exciting. You want to do
Yes.
the Tiger Woods stuff now, or you want to? Let's keep going. Fuck it, right?
Yeah, Tiger. Wow. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
This Tiger
They're
Woods.
coming out of the woodwork. The girls. How many girls do you think? What do you think? He's been through 18 holes? Stop it with the golf references.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, please.
I'm sick of the Tiger Woods jokes that are all over Twitter at this point.
Twitter? I haven't even noticed. It's
Everywhere.
the newspaper headlines that I've
Oh,
noticed.
do they have a good headline today for this crap?
No, but they're always, with that furious.
Well, this Tiger Woods thing, wow. Well, first of all, they gave him, a ticket for $164. So the police are done with him.
Yeah.
Some kind of fine for reckless driving, I guess, $164. And they're not going to go for medical records or search warrants. They're done. That's it.
Yep.
The big trooper with the trooper hat said it yesterday on the news.
Good.
And then you got the other broad that's in L.A. with Gloria, what's her name there?
All right.
And she's denying that she ever had an affair with Tiger. So that allowed this Jamie Grubbs to go, well, fuck that. I'll take the spotlight.
Jamie Grubbs.
And I guess it's Us Magazine. Got an exclusive interview with her. And rumor has it they paid her a lot of money. And she's got proof that she had an affair with Tiger Woods for, 30 months, Jimmy?
That's what she said, or that's what they said.
But I think they
3
only
years.
met 3 years?
Over the course of 3 years. I didn't see where they only met 8 times. I didn't see that.
That's what I thought I read. Over the course of time there, they met like 8 times and had sex, and they were texting, and there's a voicemail, and Us Magazine is going to have the voicemail later this morning from Tiger Woods himself.
And we all know from listening to Pat O'Brien's voicemails that it's never a good thing to have your voicemails made public when they are of a sexually provocative nature.
I hate this woman, but then again, she's a woman who's fucking the biggest athlete on the planet. Of course she's going to save everything he sends, and you got to think smarter if you're Tiger Woods.
Yeah, he was thinking with the dick. That's what happens.
This is the panic I love, though. This is
Could you start from the beginning, though, Jimmy, and then we'll get to the panic part, because this is all way too good to pass up.
He was a young kid playing golf. Oh, all right. He said, Tiger had paws all over me.
Oh, get it? Tiger paws.
At least 2 more buxom beauties have claimed to have torrid affairs with Tiger Woods. Yeah. And there's one he bombarded, apparently, with over 300 text messages. Jesus. And he warned her last week that his wife was getting suspicious. He's not a good dirty talker, as you can imagine. The best black golfer on earth wouldn't be. I will wear you out. When was the last time you got laid? Sexy questions, Tiger. Hot and bothered Woods. That's what they say. Hot and bothered Woods allegedly texted.
Why does that mean he's bothered?
I know.
I understand the hot part. He's all.
Well, he wants to.
He's
wear
all fired
her out,
up. But
so he's bothered. He's in a froth.
You think he is?
They're lucky I'm not a big golfer. Norton's text. So, are your shits normally solid? Believe me, fucking flip the world on its ear. All right, she's a 24-year-old cocktail waitress, and she said that she had like 20 wild sex romps with him from mid-April 2007, right after she met him in Vegas. And she said they headed to his room for dinner, and they went to
kick your teeth out.
Yeah, the dance is to kick your teeth out.
Draw clubs for everybody.
That's right.
You golfers really make me laugh.
I can't think of one Mo Green line to help me. I'm fucking sitting here with Mo Green. All right. She said they had it on and off for over 3 years. She's on the VH1 dating show Tool Academy.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I'm sure Sam knows about Tool Academy.
Yeah, I'm sure he knows who she is.
That sounds like a show he would watch.
He said, by the way, she said he was hitting her with text messages, and one recently, I like to say that he routinely showered her with text messages, including one recently on October 18th, which allegedly wrote, "Send me something very naughty, go to the bathroom and take a pic." Good, he wanted the shot of either her logs or her fucking twat.
A little sex thing going on.
Good for Tiger. But she said he panicked and called her and left a message on her voicemail November 24th, the day before the Inquirer story broke about another mistress, saying that she might be onto them. "I need you to do me a huge favor. Can you please take my name off your phone? My wife went through my phone and may be calling you," he allegedly pleaded, according to Us Weekly. So if you can, please take my name off that. Just have it as a number on the voicemail. You got to do this for me. Huge. Quickly. Bye.
No.
I heard this. I wanted to hug Tiger because it doesn't matter what she puts. She could put Adolf Hitler as your name. What do you think? Your voice is the problem.
Wait a minute. I have that one.
I understand that. You only have to worry about that if her husband might be finding it. Mm-hmm. But it's like, dude, it doesn't matter if your name is there. The voice message is there. The texts are there.
It's too late. The jig's up.
Yep, it certainly is. That's what it says in the court papers.
Yep.
You got to get another phone, buddy.
Did you read the second part of this article? Holy crap. Us Weekly, quoting unnamed sources, added that Woods also bedded an unnamed Vegas marketing exec October 22nd after he picked her up at the Bank nightclub. 2 months earlier, he allegedly went back to his suite at a casino in Verona, New York, with 2 women, a blonde and a brunette, on his arm.
He's been fucking,
Yeah.
It looks like he's been fucking.
This is all that stuff that he's been hiding for a while, I guess. He's been, the golden boy. Scandal-free. Pretty much, right?
Oh, yeah.
Tiger Woods, where the fuck has any scandal been?
Oh, yeah.
And now just tripping over his dick. He can't take a step without tripping over his dick now.
A few months ago, the mag said Woods also was spotted in the VIP room of an Orlando bar with a girl on either side, and his hand was up one of the girl's skirts.
Holy
They're killing this
shit.
guy.
Oh, my
They're
God.
They're killing him.
Smell his clubs. What do they smell like?
No wonder he's been pushing it right lately.
But this is what piece of shit Us Weekly are. They really are. It's like, this is not about, was he drunk driving, did he commit a crime? Mm-hmm. Now that they know he didn't, this is just about, did this guy cheat on his wife? And this fucking cockblock society that we are, this cockblock, jealous, build you up and tear you down society we are, loves to watch this guy catching a beat. It's not going to hurt him as a golfer. Look, he might be the best golfer to ever play professional golf. If not, he's in the top 3 from what I know about.
It's barely a might at this point, Jimmy.
He says, let's just say this fucking black guy comes along.
He doesn't have all the records, but I mean, it's pretty obvious.
To what's typically a very, very white elitist sport, this young black kid comes along and fucking
golf
is just the greatest at it. And this is what they're harping on. Like, who gives a fuck? Who cares, man? It's so irritating.
But yeah, you know what? The country's been like that for years, though.
But I can understand.
We love seeing people just self-destruct.
Magazines don't bother me as much because they are supposed to be just entertainment, as the mainstream media putting this on the front page like it's really news.
Yeah.
The same one's talking about Obama's war speech. On the front page is Obama's speech on the Daily News and Tiger in trouble.
Yeah, that's equal.
Wow.
That's how they see it. It's equal. Meanwhile, second mistress is also named. Her name is Kalika. And the magazine, quoting a pal of Kalika, said her friend explained to her that Woods wasn't happy in his marriage or his home life and that there was just so much pressure on him.
Yeah.
And there's pictures now on TMZ of him with, 2 broads?
Yeah.
2 broads.
You know, when he first hooked up with that wife of his, everybody was just like, oh my God.
Everyone was jealous.
God.
Like, look at Tiger snagged.
The guy grabbed this beautiful girl. And then, I don't know. What happens? What happens?
You knock him up, you get bored.
Yeah, something happened. Yeah.
Why do you think she married him? Because he's fucking cute? Because he's the greatest golfer? He's probably the biggest high-profile athlete on earth. That's why he got her. And I don't know what she's like. She might be a terrific wife and a great lover, but I know you better be fucking licking him ankles to asshole every night when he gets home. He was a 20-year-old kid when he became famous, 19 years old.
Yeah.
Where was his preparation for being the most sought-after cock on earth? What prepares you? Because he was a golfer. And, decent-looking guy. But when you're playing golf in college, I'm sorry, I don't think girls are lining up to fuck you. They're fucking the football players. Peyton Manning was getting the pussy Tiger should have been getting in college. So now all of a sudden, he's this sought-after guy. Every beautiful chick wants to fuck him. How do you not? How do you not?
Well, you know what, then?
Don't get married?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It's hard to say,
Yeah, you have that choice in the end.
But Prince's father had to write in Purple Rain, don't ever get married. And then a minute later, he's laying on the floor with a fucking rag on his head as he shakes and a bullet in his head. He shoots himself.
He had it. One source quoted an email to us that Woods allegedly sent. Who's the broad with Gloria? Rachel?
Rachel, yes.
Yeah, Rachel reportedly had also dated Yankee Dirk Jeter and actor David Boreanaz. How the hell? I can't say his name either.
Naga be here.
In the email, Woods allegedly said he had just awakened from a disturbing dream. I had a dream we were married and I was leading the tournament, he allegedly wrote. I came home excited to see you, and there you were in the bedroom getting fucked by Derek and David. Some part of me thinks you would like that, but now I can't get back to sleep. My body is tired, but mind awake. Need an Ambien.
Can I give you my opinion on what a dirty boy Tiger is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all this does is make me want to hang out with him.
You met him once?
I did meet him once, yes, and he may or may not remember me. I did not, no, but he texted me. He asked me to take yes, he said to take my story out of my act. Boo.
That had a, oh no.
What happened?
Oh no.
That dream, if that's a real text and that was a dream, I think he likes the idea of her fucking David.
A little cuckold,
absolutely. Because that's not really disturbing unless you're in love with somebody. I'm leading the tournament. He really is untouchable. He's a powerful guy. He's the greatest in the world. Your sexual stuff has got to be different. It's like female lawyers who like to be spanked. He probably likes being humiliated on some level, or having women talk about fucking other guys who are better than him or bigger dicks. I don't know.
What do you? Obviously, he had a very strict, let's say, upbringing. I mean, his dad worked
him hard
on him all the time about golf.
Tiger Woods didn't know he wanted to play golf. His dad told him to play golf.
Yeah, you're playing golf. Obviously, he's very good at it.
Yeah.
And now we see how deep this goes. I think we'll see how far this goes, see if it affects his sponsorships. Because that's like that's where he makes his big cake.
Can you imagine?
Cadillac. Dude, Cadillac. Now it's known. Tiger Woods and Cadillac, it's him driving into trees.
Sure.
Perhaps on Ambien.
He doesn't need the money,
his
though.
wife chasing him with a golf club.
You don't need the money.
Doesn't matter.
He's the first sports guy to make $1 billion.
Doesn't matter.
Really?
First sports guy to make $1 billion.
Doesn't
Yes.
matter.
I thought Jordan was, but no, it was Tiger Woods.
He
the first to
doesn't
$1 billion.
want to. He doesn't want to lose sponsorships. It's
No, you
not
don't.
about money. It's about the prestige, the way he's perceived. He's always been a guy that I think he loves the way he's perceived.
Sure.
And now it's like, Tiger, the guy that's fucking chicks and crashing his car into trees.
The good thing is he doesn't have to play golf anytime soon. This is the time of year where golf kind of slows way down, way down.
The timing on this one.
I think they get at least 2 months off now, or maybe 3. I mean, there's tournaments, but it's not the type of tournaments that Tiger Woods would care about.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being in Tiger's mansion right now? It's just him and his wife. And they got to know the whole world is talking about
Just
him.
not being in the same room together, you think?
I don't know. How is that working out?
She's probably humiliated. I mean, it is humiliating for a woman when everybody knows your husband's. You're home minding the kids, and there's specific text. Picture your wife, or picture my chick, or picture your. One text would drive Imagine how embarrassed you'd be if everybody knew your woman sent a text going, "I can't. Hey, I'm going to wear you out," and you're like, "Oh my God, I remember that night." That's November 8th. She said she had to work, and you're like, "You fucking bitch." Can you imagine the humiliation of everybody? So you got to feel for the wife, too. That's humiliating.
Of course. At this point, you got to think some of this shit's real, right?
Yeah.
My guess is that it's all real.
Well, I know.
It doesn't make me
we're
do
trying
anything but love him more.
We're trying to be very careful because you never know with this shit. But at this point, you gotta think that a lot of this stuff is real.
He's
not saying shit. If this stuff was bullshit, he would be ranting and raving.
Can I say
he wrote one little statement on his website basically saying he's human and it's all my fault, so he's sort of admitting to things without saying much. But
here's the most chilling, and this is the saddest one. First of all, I need you to do me a huge favor. Tiger. My wife went through my phone and may be calling you.
You don't want to have to ever say that.
Dude, his wife went through his... And what are you doing keeping your text messages,
and she's
Tiger?
pretty much a Viking. I mean, she looks good, but she could raise holy hell if she needs to.
Why? What is she going through his fucking phone for?
Because she probably thought he was fucking other people.
Yeah, but
and there's $1 billion at stake.
That's bullshit. I don't like that going through the phone bullshit.
I don't like
that at all, man.
Look, the bottom line is this. If I was in her shoes, and I would absolutely do it. If you thought, especially if you're a married man and you got...
Mr. Grady?
Yeah, you a married man, are you? It says you beat your wife on the second hole. And
you took a golf club and smashed his windows out.
Guys, we got an Opie and Anthony exclusive.
Oh, really?
Ian in Toledo wants to admit something. Ian.
Right.
Gentlemen,
Hi,
I
Ian.
just wanted to give you guys the exclusive that one night in Gurney, I bought crack cocaine for Mr. Woods and powder cocaine for myself and performed oral sex on him.
in Gurney, was it? Wow.
Gotta say, one of my favorite stories ever.
It's a good one.
The Gurney
We talked to that guy.
Gurney.
Yeah, we did. Very nice. Let's, the phones. Wow. Mike in Austin. Let's go, Mike.
Hey, what I want to know is, what do these chicks get by going to Us Weekly and the National Enquirer? Because once they do that, now they're not going to get any trips or jewelry or whatever the hell they're getting from Tiger or Jordan or whatever. And then they're not going to get banged by them anymore because they can't be seen in the same state. So why do these girls just want to get their names in the paper for 2 days just so their family and friends know they're banging every famous rich guy?
Well, I can answer that. First of all, they're whores. Second of all, they're looking for a quick payday. And third of all, they really think that being in the paper for a couple days a week is going to lead to some kind of real fame.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's quick fame that goes away, and then everyone just goes, wow, look at that fucking whore.
You're not thinking like a chick. They like having famous pussies. Apparently, that's a big thing for a girl. Having a famous pussy.
Famous for blowing someone, I guess, you know.
No, you mean they like having famous dick?
Whatever.
No, they like having their pussy be famous for a little while.
Right.
Like my pussy had Tiger Woods. Hey, look at that. It's famous.
take bronze and put it up in a museum or something. Well, I know. Happy birthday, Jimmy.
Do you treat your pussy better after it gets like?
Oh yeah, you probably
celebrities.
Yeah, you probably give it a nice little shave.
Yeah,
rub some lotion on it. Treat it nice.
Now there's allegations.
Let's go to Chris in Jersey. Chris.
Oh, alligators.
Well, you got more info coming in, Jimmy?
No, it's,
okay.
It's there.
Chris, go ahead.
Chris, go.
Yeah. Chris, Jersey, go.
Oh, Christian,
what's up?
Whatever.
how you doing? All right, this is the deal. He changed all the names in his phone, Bob, Mike, whatever, and he called them and told them to change their name on their voicemail. So when his wife checks the phone numbers in his phone that she does not recognize, they just get the number on the voicemail. He didn't save any of this. He didn't save any of his texts or anything. He just pleaded to please change her name on the voicemail so when the wife calls, it's different.
Oh, he said, could you take my name off?
No, he wants her to take her name off of her voicemail, so when the wife calls, whatever number it is, it's not, hi, this is Tammy, please leave a number.
Hold on, let me see. Did I read that wrong?
Oh, could be. Wait a minute.
Now, if that's, wait.
So then it's,
oh, you know what? You're right, but
so then it's just a computer voice going, please leave a message.
Yeah.
So you don't know if he's calling some sponsor.
I misread that. Thank you, man. I stand corrected. I'm sorry about that.
I know from experience.
Dude, okay, now I understand why Tiger would leave a message. Okay, he trusted this bitch, and she's fucking him. Not his wife, of course, the other lady. A day before I said, can you please take your name Can you please take your name off my phone?
So Tiger's wife already had the number. So she's going to call this number out of suspicion.
Yeah.
And she's hoping.
And she'll just hear the computer
And Tiger's
voice.
hoping,
This is a misprint. It should have said your name off your phone.
Right.
Okay, so your name off my phone.
Yep, that got a little confusing. Now we get it.
What I was reading here, is it said now that a magazine, Men's Fitness, now they're alleging.
Oh, I read that this morning.
That the cover
Listen
he
to this
did,
one, Ant.
they said the Inquirer had Tiger 2 years ago.
2007, right?
They had proof of some sort. They're alleging that there was proof that he had an affair, and they covered it up and buried it in order to get him to do a Men's Fitness, which is their sister company.
Oh, shit.
The magazine cover.
And Men's Fitness is the competition of, I think, another magazine that Tiger is associated with. So this was, when this came out, people were like, what? How did they get this done? Because
so they went to him and said, hey, Tiger, how you doing?
But in all fairness, some guy's saying this could be just a disgruntled employee just trying to get back at his old company.
They said Inquirer photographer snapped grainy photos of Woods and his alleged gal pal getting busy in an SUV.
And maybe if you have any friends that want to do the cover of Men's Fitness, you could ask them.
He doesn't do magazine covers. I love Tiger. This is the guy who's accusing him of it, who seems like a real fucking scumbag with a cheesy smile. Said Tiger Woods said that they said Tiger Woods does not do magazine covers.
Wow. Well, he did it. He did that one.
Yeah, to get out of the problem.
I can't wait to hear the tapes. I'm sorry. I am a typical fucking asshole that just wants to hear that tape. I want to hear him going.
The voicemail. It's going to be on Us Magazine's website sometime this morning.
We want to hear it. Everyone wants to hear it, and it's fine. Curiosity is not the problem, but the media, who is purporting to be legitimate, that's what drives me nuts. It's not the fucking rags. I understand that's what they do. TMZ, that's what they do.
Yeah. Do you watch The Insider or any of these shows? They'll drive you nuts, and maybe they could get the clip. There's a guy that does The Insider with Lara Spencer and what's her name's on there now? The one from The View that they kicked off, the black broad that lost all the weight. Star Jones.
Star
Jones is on it. And the guy, and someone was making a point on that show, like, it's none of our business, really. Yeah. And the guy actually steps up and goes, he owes me an explanation. Because I'm a big fan, and he owes me an explanation for what's going on.
What fucking
Can we get the audio
said that?
Doesn't owe you.
It was The Insider
shit.
last night. Please find that. And some of the other clips from that show that were discussing this. It was fucking disgusting TV last night.
People have to convince themselves of that, because the reality is,
Tiger doesn't know shit.
Of course he doesn't. And that guy doesn't. The guy should have said, I'm a nosy jerk off who likes watching another guy suffer.
Yeah.
That's what he should have said.
He said he's a big fan of Tiger and golf in general. And for that reason, Tiger owes him.
He only owes you an explanation if there's allegations that he cheated at golf.
Oh, no, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
If he cheated at golf, then he owes you an explanation.
Of course.
But if he didn't, he owes you nothing.
Some rules, you know.
We got the audio ready? No.
Yeah, why not? We're good.
This is from usmagazine.com.
Hey, it's Tiger. I need you to do me a huge favor. Can you please take your name off your phone? My wife went through my phone and maybe calling you. So if you can, please take your name off that. And what do you call it? Just have it as a number on the voicemail. Just have it as your telephone number. That's it. Okay, you gotta do this for me. Huge. Quickly. All right, bye.
I just got really depressed.
Oh, that is so bad.
Did anyone else's stomach just sink?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Oh.
It's like, oh, this poor guy. Oh,
This is like, I fucking hate this country, man.
This is like the most recognizable guy in the world, pretty much.
Here, Tiger,
In desperation.
panicked to mistress. My wife may be
I
calling
hate this
you.
broad.
I
man.
hate her. You know what? Even though Us Weekly, I'm contradicting myself. I'm all over the place. It's just, I understand that that's what they do, but they're fucking scumbags.
Jim, you can't fucking talk about him unless you vote.
Why do we give a shit, man?
Oh my!
You know what
God.
though? I gave a shit
I
about
did
hearing
too.
that. Oh,
By the way,
I'm listening, just going. Oh.
By the way, Tiger voicemail. They're playing it at 8:15 on Fox 5 here in New York. What is wrong with the media? I think we're the first to play it in the country.
Where's Fox 5 again?
I think we're the first to play it. We got 2 exclusives in
That
2
was
days.
it.
Story of, and I'm sure the listeners are sick of my voice, but story about black professor punching white coworker. Where's that? Not there. Tiger voicemail 8:15.
You won't be seeing
They're
that.
teasing the Tiger voicemail.
Yes.
You just played it.
They are teasing.
Let's play it again for everybody.
God,
Oh, Tiger.
this is despicable.
Boy, are they going to get some traffic on this site.
This is despicable. Danny, play it.
Put a little ting in the
I hate the ting.
Hey, it's Tiger. I need you to do me a huge favor.
Yes.
Can you please take your name off your phone? My wife went through my phone and maybe calling you.
What
If you
happened?
can, please take your name off that. And what do you call it? Just have it as a number on the voicemail. Just have it as your telephone number. That's it. Okay, you gotta do this for me. Huge. Quickly. All right, bye.
Huge, quickly.
This fucking bitch.
Game over, man.
For $100,000, you fucking bitch. Oh, that drives me nuts. If that's
Nice
that's what I
payday.
heard they paid her.
Game over.
Nice payday.
Game fucking
Is that what they
over.
paid her?
I heard 100,000. I don't know where I saw
Yeah,
that.
100 G's.
100 G's. Wow. 100 G's to tell the world you're a whore.
He does
Tiger.
sound like a panicky Pete in that one.
There's a
doesn't he?
moment in there when he goes, my wife went through my
Yeah,
phone.
You hear like a, you gotta do this for me.
He is
Quickly.
fucking panicked.
Look, his wife beat the shit out of him.
She went nuts.
Come on.
Dude,
That's
it's so
that's my
obvious
opinion,
now.
but come on.
That whole accident
Everyone said
and the
that.
golf club
People
and the
started saying that
windows.
very early on, but come on, now that all this stuff is coming out, she lost her shit.
On Thanksgiving night.
And he was fleeing the house with no shoes on, trying to get away from the situation.
Perhaps on
But
an
he's
Ambien.
back in the house with her. That is like...
Because I think even this is what I would imagine a couple of this wealth is looking at. There becomes a point where they both understand, all right, we have major problems. But this is damage control. It's now us against them. We have to figure out how to control this fire because it's her it's the father of her kids. It's her life too. It's her embarrassment. It's half her is her money. Believe it, you know.
He saved her from going to jail, is what he did. By not talking to the cops, not showing the injuries, by not giving a report that she clocked me in the face with a golf club. She would have been taken to jail for domestic abuse.
For the night, maybe, but it's much more embarrassing for him.
Dude, that's horrible, though, for your wife to be carted off like that after you're fucking someone else. She loses her mind, and then she's in jail for the night and has to be bailed out, and just, that is a huge scandal.
Now I know why he's not talking, though.
Yeah, he knows.
He just knew there's nothing he could say.
Why? I wonder why. Because
he knew it wasn't one. That he could just calm down. He knew that there's broads all over the place.
But dude, if you're worth $1 billion, if you find out,
get a fucking hooker, you dummy.
Dude,
if that's what you want to do, go get a hooker.
But again, what are they going to do?
Worked
Sign
out well for fucking Spitzer.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You know?
This chick,
right.
it worked for 3 years with this chick. It worked for 3 years. Now, let me ask you something. If Us Weekly says we're going to give you $100,000, why wouldn't Tiger get the lawyers together and fucking get you a little more?
Counteroffer. Then you're going back and forth with blackmail money.
No. Not if it's through lawyers. When you look at De La Hoya, he had an explosive, horrible situation.
He made that go away.
That went away.
Not in everyone's mind,
but it could have been worse. She's a smart girl. That stripper. There's all these photos of De La Hoya, right? And then he says she's lying, so she fucking sues him for defamation.
There he is with his pocket
exactly.
gloves.
It's very
panties on and high heels.
Isn't the Bill O'Reilly thing another example? Weren't there
totally?
tapes?
We don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah, but it read like
knew.
a transcript.
There's something about a transcript and then hearing a voice. He apparently paid off somebody.
Pat O'Brien, we had the tapes.
No, not Pat O'Brien.
Bill O'Reilly.
Oh, Bill O'Reilly. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Bill O'Reilly went through that scandal.
Right.
And
unscathed.
Unscathed. There was some kind of settlement, and now it's never spoken of.
You have to settle sometimes especially when you fucked up. But De La Hoya's that woman was smart because she said he's defaming me, and she sued him for defamation.
Lying.
So he probably paid her. I mean, that's what I would guess.
Mm-hmm.
And then when there's a legal thing, she can't go talking about it because she's accepted the money.
Right.
Then she's breaking a legal contract, and it's just too hairy.
Damages.
That's what you should do. If you got fucking 6 or 7 of these chicks, or even 10 of them, pay them off. Take the shit from your wife. You don't lose one endorsement.
Oh, I wonder how far this goes, though. I wonder
a few chicks.
How many chicks is he fucking? No, he owes me an explanation.
Every stripper that ever sucked that dick, and I'm guessing there's been some. At least there should be if there wasn't.
Yeah.
Well, I want to know why this Rachel broad lawyered up. What has she got?
Maybe there's money she's going to get, or maybe she really didn't fuck him. Maybe she's going to actually think there's more money in a lawsuit because she didn't fuck. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. But she lawyered up quick. And was very nervous right away. What's that about?
Maybe she's just not a cunt.
Good point.
Yeah. This waitress looks
Keep her mouth shut.
Looks dirty, though, man. She looks like a good skank.
Yeah, filthy.
Oh, I'd love to fuck this waitress.
Did she really believe that Tiger was really into her?
Dude, he didn't even say it's me. Why wouldn't you text that?
Oh, I know.
You can deny that it's you.
Yeah. Hi, it's Tiger Woods.
Yeah, hi, it's Tiger Woods. I play golf. What's wrong with you?
It was weird to hear. It's like, yeah, it's me, Tiger.
This poor fuck. I don't care if he was cheating. I feel bad for him.
She said that on one occasion they had sex, and then Tiger goes, I think you should leave.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And then this dumb broad goes, that gave me the impression that there was problems at home and that Tiger doesn't sleep with his wife in the same room. I'm like, are you that stupid? He wanted to bang you, and then he wanted to fall asleep without you in the room.
There's nothing worse after a load comes out when they want to stick around. You're like, oh boy, do I have to set a small fire in the closet again? What do I have to do?
But she spun it to mean that, they're not happy at home and that Tiger sleeps in a different room.
Do you know how great it is to be a comic and just be a piece of shit and everybody knows it?
Doesn't fucking
matter.
matter.
So great to be garbage.
Yeah.
What are they going to come out with? Jim Norton was nice to me? Anthony Cumia actually wanted me to be over 18? What kind of info could they have?
Come on. I've had my share of scandals that have made the paper. It doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? I'm a shock jock.
Can I say that I've been very lucky, but something tells me that someday the fucking cork is going to come out of the dike. Oh, boy.
Just when you finally really make it, you got your own movie or something.
Yeah, I get a deal. Or I finally get an endorsement for something.
Here's the voicemail again.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Oh.
I need you to do me a huge favor.
Listen right here.
Can you please take your name off your phone? My wife went through my phone and maybe calling you. So if you can, please take your name off that. And, what do you call it? Just have it as a number on the voicemail. Just have it as your telephone number. That's it. Okay, you gotta do this for me. Huge. Quickly. Alright, bye.
Wow. Wow.
I don't even care if the guy's a prick or if he's a nice guy. Yeah. This just sucks, dude.
He's you know, especially when he started out, young guy, wants a little pussy, goes and gets some. Problem is, married. That's a big issue. That's a big problem. Once you get married, you think you gotta you're supposed to calm down on those texts and voicemails and fucking.
Or get another phone, buddy. Have one of your guys.
How do you have a second phone in your house without the wife knowing? And if she's going through his fucking phone, where do you keep that other phone?
Doesn't matter. You have one for business, one. However you have to do it. And you tell people, because you're Tiger Woods, you can say this. Say, I will never say anything on this phone through text. We can talk about anything we want. I will never say anything that is identifiable to me as Tiger.
Oh.
Never.
Well, that's
so if you say, hey, how'd the tournament go? I'm going to ignore it.
Tournament what?
It's nothing personal.
I'm not Tiger Woods.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to sometimes...
He's all bad at it. I'm not golf star Tiger Woods.
Or he puts, I did very well today at GO, and then he puts an asterisk F. So nobody will know what he's saying. You know, he has good taste in comedy. That's all that matters.
Hold on. Steve in South Carolina. Steve, what's up, buddy?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey.
You got exclusive news. How come you ain't playing your sounder?
Opie and Anthony, your source for legitimate, up-to-the-minute, late-breaking, fair and balanced, hard-hitting, painfully accurate news.
That's right, 2 days in a row. We had the voicemail before anyone else.
Except Us Weekly.
Well,
the shitty ting.
Obviously.
Ting. 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 They suck.
Ping. Yeah, I think more of these will come out. Or his little verse mails.
Hopefully he wasn't stupid and he just said, hey, it's Tiger, call me. Hopefully he was very smart.
You think there's any, you fucking bitch. Oh,
that would ruin him.
Fuck.
That would ruin him.
It's me.
You cheater.
Me, you cheater. Betsy.
Baseball bat, a golf club. Betsy, a dust bunny.
Why don't we go to a break? People want to talk about this, so we'll talk about this a little more after the break. Then we got to get into the Obama speech. We got to get ready for the Jesse Ventura fucking appearance. Yeah. Dr. Kaku challenging Jesse Ventura. We got to talk about Gotti Jr. We got to talk about the homeless shopping spree. It's on.
Yeah.
So lots to do today.
Oh, this is good that somebody's bringing up the fact, like, how is this going to change the Tiger Woods game? Perhaps be a little more like Grand Theft Auto and Tiger Woods golf, where you gotta you gotta drive, you gotta do a hole, and then you hop in your Escalade and you gotta run away from your angry wife.
Yeah, and avoid the wife.
And she's bashing your car with a golf club.
You gotta avoid the wife as you're trying to make a 20-foot putt.
Yes.
There's a lot of possibilities for the new game.
You're fucking some shit.
I like it.
Then leaving text. You gotta text things. That's a fun game.
Imagine Tiger just loses his mind and says, fuck it, let's do this.
Okay, let's go with it, EA Sports.
Let's just go with it.
Where every hole has hair on it.
Yes, of course.
Get it?
Yeah, we got it.
It's a pussy.
Yeah. Opie and Anthony, stay there. Jesse Ventura just finished his interview with a local TV station.
Yes.
I guess he's got a few other places to go because we don't have him until 9:30.
He is on a tear as far as promoting his new program.
Yeah. We like when he stops by.
Conspiracy theory. Thermite paint. Mind control.
That whole mind control thing. Jeez. I mean, come on. Come on, mind control.
You believe in mind control?
No.
I think there's a certain amount you can do. But within reason, sure.
Well, the breaking news is the Tiger Woods voicemail.
Tiger Woods voicemail.
These dumb local news channels are teasing it. They're going to play it later on this morning.
Why?
You can't do that anymore in this day and age.
All you got to do is go online and Google.
I know, dummies. That means you're telling people, it's out there already, so they're going to go find it somewhere else. Just play it as soon as you get it, like we did.
You know the people that's for?
The old Betties?
The people that's for?
Oh, yeah.
What happened?
Yeah, you're right.
That's who it's for.
You're right.
I have to wait till 8:15 to see that.
But we have it for you right now, just in case you're just tuning in for the first time today. Here's the Tiger Woods voicemail from Us Magazine.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Woods?
I need you to do me a huge favor. Can you please take your name off your phone. My wife went through my phone and maybe calling you. So if you can, please take your name off that. And,
God.
what do you call it? Just have it as a number on the voicemail. Just have it as your telephone number. Okay, you gotta do this for me. Huge, quickly. All right, bye.
Huge, quickly. Bye-bye. Game over.
Bye. Gotta go.
Actually, that wasn't Tiger Woods. That was Ted Tiger.
Oh, that's
Tiger Scheckler.
Tiger Scheckler would be.
Excuse me. Could you please leave on your outgoing message? I never had sex with Ted. Leave a message.
We're moving on from the Tiger thing, but before we do, this is the stuff I was telling you about from the Insider that will drive Jimmy especially nuts here. These entertainment shows, you got to take a peek. I like watching certain shows just to be annoyed, and this Insider's one of them. I just yell at the TV.
Yeah.
Yell at the fucking TV.
Who is this fucking jizz bucket who we're about to talk about?
No, I'm not a fan of the shows. I don't watch because I'm a fan. I watch to, keep up on pop culture and also to fucking hate on these people.
Yeah.
To fucking hate on them. And then bring it to the attention of our audience, how ridiculous it is out there. Here's the guy that I was telling you about, who's crushed by the Tiger news.
Now, hang on one second, Niecy. I gotta say, I am crushed by this story. I am a huge Tiger Woods fan. Until his side of the story comes out, until he makes a full statement and comes clean, I gotta give him just a little bit of the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, what is he waiting on? When is he gonna do that?
Yeah, I don't believe it. He is a family man. Here is a man who's been seen going on plenty of stroller walks with his wife. He has a 2-year-old, a 10-month-old, and I just don't buy it. Especially, I don't buy this woman, Jamie Grubbs.
Oh my! They actually said I don't buy this woman, Jamie Grubbs. You dope.
Well, the way they're doing it too is like, it's one thing for
it sounds like
a
an
bunch
action
of guys
movie
to just sit here and discuss, the implications. I think we've all been in certain situations where, there's been some awkward moments with women, things like that. So we can discuss it as guys in that context. They discuss it on those shows like it's, first of all, the most important thing in the world, and with such fucking they're too invested in it. Like, I think it's funny as shit. I'll listen. The girl's a cunt. He's a fucking, idiot. Whatever. But I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, my God. Oh, Opie, I'm devastated by this whole thing with Tiger. It's just... Those shows are awful. I can't... The only time I've ever watched them is when they do promo something that I know we're going to be hitting on the show or something.
Oh, sure.
I probably have watched one of those entertainment shows maybe twice in a year.
It's good fodder for the radio show, I'm telling you, because we could beat the shit out of these people.
Oh, they are the worst.
Here's the clip I was
Who is this guy? What's his name?
I don't care.
Fag.
Can we look up
I don't
who
care enough to know his name. Whoa. That was cool. Here's the guy, though.
It doesn't look cute for him, but bottom line is, he doesn't owe us anything.
Star,
that's Star.
She's right.
She's,
she's right.
Got enough fucking skeletons.
She's right, though.
She's totally right.
But listen what the guy says right after that. Take that, ex-fatso.
It doesn't look cute for him, but bottom line is, he doesn't owe us anything.
Star, you're letting him off the hook.
No, I'm not. I don't let anybody off the hook.
Yes, you're letting him off the hook by saying he doesn't owe us anything. He does. He owes me as a golf fan.
What does he owe?
As someone who has put him on a pedestal for being the person I thought he was.
What do you think of when you think of Tiger?
Star, would you stop? You sound like an attorney, like a crazy attorney right now. Stop. You're a human being.
Star's the only of you three. Star's the only one that doesn't sound like a cunt.
Never thought I'd say it. Gotta agree with that fucking former fatty.
She's right.
Yeah, but
what a pussy that guy is. He owes me. Fuck you.
The man I thought he was. What, are you married to him, you fucking fruit?
What kind of guy are you, you fucking asshole?
Really?
Shut up.
I'm a huge golf fan, and I'm a huge Tiger Woods fan. I don't feel like the guy owes me anything. I feel a little bad for him.
I feel bad for him.
78.5 fan.
Huh?
Lingered longer.
Oh, very good.
So one person got that.
Right.
What kind of guy takes that position?
But
what a pussy.
Hearing the voicemail, I'm like, oh boy. But that's as far as it goes. He doesn't owe me shit.
I think he's guilty. I think he did it, and I still like him, and I feel bad for him. His job is to hit a fucking ball. It's a worthless job.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch, but it's a worthless thing he does.
He seems to be very good at it.
Yeah, he's not a role model. He's a guy who hits a ball into a fucking hole and then goes home.
He doesn't owe me anything, but I certainly want to know as much as I can about this.
He owes us nothing.
It's pretty interesting.
All he owes is to play golf without cheating to people who pay to watch him play golf and to the networks who pay to have... that he owes you. Aside from that, nothing.
That's it. That guy's not a guy. He's not a guy.
Can we find out who that fucking pussy is?
Is that a put on for the show? Is that his character?
Nah, he's...
What a cunt.
Why would Tiger owe him anything as a golf fan? And when he said, for the person I thought he would be... Is there any way we could hear that fucking line again?
Dude, I'm embarrassed of this guy.
Yeah, it doesn't look cute for him, but bottom line is, he doesn't owe us anything.
Star, you're letting him off the hook.
No, I'm not. I don't let anybody off the hook that sleeps
you're
around
letting him off the hook by saying he doesn't owe us anything. He does. He owes me as a golf fan. As someone who has put him on a pedestal for being the person I thought he was.
What do you think of when you think of Tiger?
Star, would you stop? You sound like an attorney, like a crazy attorney right now. Stop. You're a human being.
The kind of person I thought he was. Like this guy, if you're a golf fan, that's fine. You watch the fucking Tiger play, and it's great. You put him on a pedestal for the kind of guy you thought he was. What? What, because he's not as wholesome as you thought? That affects you?
Oh, you pussy.
Oh, what a fruit.
You fucking pussy. Shut up.
Yeah, that's douche.
Putting an athlete on a fucking pedestal. How about this? I admire the guy because he's fucking great at something I enjoy watching him do.
Yeah.
Even when Jeter annoyed me and I was furious and I didn't like him, I still would never have stopped admitting or acknowledging the guy who was one of the... I stopped watching the Yankees. I didn't care what he did in his personal life.
Who said it earlier? I think it might have been Jimmy. Tiger would owe us if he was caught cheating or something,
If he was caught cheating at golf, then he would owe an explanation.
As a golf fan, then you feel like, wow, you owe the sports world an explanation. As far as this stuff goes, he doesn't have to say shit.
Absolutely, he owes us nothing.
Exactly.
Fucking, what a pussy guy.
Yeah.
What a fucking, what an entertainment show pussy.
How does that guy go home to his man every night?
Exactly.
During that show.
Holy shit. But I wish Nick DiPaolo was here.
Oh, God.
Nick wouldn't that would disgust Nick so much, he wouldn't even be mad. Nick would be the diplomat. What do you expect? That's the world we live in. Because he'd be so beyond wanting to cut somebody's throat.
Nick might be up. If he's up, call the show. We'll play the clip for him and let him go. Let him go with it.
It's everything that's wrong with fucking
I don't give a shit about my athletes. I just like to see them play whether it's hockey or football, golf. I don't give a shit about their personal lives. When did we have to start giving a shit about their personal lives?
Dude, I was a Yankee fan. Mel Hall didn't even let me down.
Mel Hall was a bad boy.
He sure was. I don't even feel let down by him. He did his job in the uniform.
When I was a big Mets fan, Cleon Jones, he's another bad boy.
Is he?
He had something going on in the band once.
Fucking great was Billy Martin was another one.
He was
who
a
just
bad boy.
What do you want him for a role model? Stop.
I'd like to smack. You think I'd probably beat me up? I'd like to smack his face.
I don't give a shit. I don't need these guys to be role models.
Oh, I was so disappointed.
Speaking of which,
it's just
what? Michael Vick. Speaking of role models, was at a high school in Jersey, I think yesterday. Maybe we can find this clip too.
Oh yeah,
doing all the prep for the boys today.
What's he doing?
He's talking to the kids how it's bad to dogfight.
This is his public service.
Yep.
This is community service that he was forced to do.
Yep. And you know what? I'm sorry. I don't believe him.
No.
He's doing what he has to do. I understand that. We've had to read stupid apologies and all that, and we had to do what we had to do. But to sit here and think that he's learned his lesson, fuck no. Come on.
And that's a totally different situation.
And
that guy's a piece of shit.
He actually said
he's a piece of shit.
The saddest part of the whole thing with the dogfighting, Michael Vick was quoted as saying yesterday that he probably will never be able to own a dog again.
He
said that yesterday.
Dogs around the world were heard going, whoosh, and they can't even do that with their snouts.
Right.
They could just go.
He was a scumbag.
And then the final part of the argument they had on the Insider last night. Just nonsense TV at its best.
This is a guy who is married. The longer he waits, the worse it looks. Shouldn't he do some damage control here?
How can you do damage control when on the cover of a magazine, I hooked up with your man 8 times and we did the nasty 20 times? There is no damage control. Damage control is you being honest. When you blow it, you gotta man up and be like, I blew it.
Just 14 minutes away, we have more of his alleged second mistress, Jamie's on-camera interview about dating.
Music.
I wish a fire would break out in that studio.
Music. A fire's not fucking fast enough. They might be able to get out. That should just be...
There's another clip Sam's got to find. What they're playing is tape of this Jamie from Tool Academy.
Yeah.
But it's spliced and edited in such a way that it looks like she's talking about Tiger Woods.
Oh, really?
And then there's a little disclaimer at the end, but most dummies that watch these shows have to assume that she's talking about Tiger Woods. And bad stuff, because she's trashing her boyfriend at the time.
Yeah. Oh,
if we could get that clip.
That music behind them.
Oh, it's like an action movie.
It's like, why? They're not saying stuff that's important enough to have a soundtrack to it like that. That's a fucking John Woo movie soundtrack.
Sure.
That's a Bruckheimer fucking soundtrack music. And some fruity guy is talking about how he's disappointed that Tiger let him down, put him on a pedestal. You know what Tiger's doing on that pedestal? Squatting and shitting on a girl.
And yesterday, I got to jump in, Jimmy. Your impression of Harvey Levin and TMZ had me laughing all fucking
thank
day.
you. Yeah, he's
where Harvey just stands there with his sippy cup and
fucking vulture. He's a contribute nothing.
He's got his
vulture.
He's got a sippy cup as everyone just kind of worships him.
Yeah, just kind of a fun guy, you know, his sleeves rolled up, make it look like a fun atmosphere. He's a fucking complete piece of shit, that guy. He's a complete piece of shit.
Complete.
I'm glad we were dicks to him when he called in. Good. Fuck him.
Fuck him.
Contribute nothing.
I basically gave him some credit going, hey, you're not, you know, you're not pretending to be something here. You're going after these celebrities. And he's like, no, that's actually not what we're doing.
It's all you're doing, you fucking dirtbag.
You're just as bad as the rest of them. I just thought that, you know, you were willing to acknowledge that.
I want to thank, by the way, we got gifts I want to say thank you for.
Yes.
We have nice gifts.
We really do.
It's from another DJ here. She's on the Boneyard from 6 a.m. to noon. And on Octane, noon to 6. Kayla, thank you. She sent us these really cool rock icons. They're like, I don't know what they're made out of. They're like little figures. And I got Ozzy, and Ant got Ted Nugent. I guess the gun tie-in.
Collectibles.
And Opie got Led Zeppelin, because I guess he likes Led Zeppelin.
Oh, really?
Plant.
Oh, shit, I got to take it out of the garbage.
Oh, you are fucking atrocious.
Opie is throwing his away, but Ant and I have kept ours. So thanks, Kayla. It's nice, and I'm going to put it in my home.
Why doesn't she come by and say hi?
Uncle Ted.
Yes.
Uncle.
Why don't you sit down and put me on a pedestal? Yes. I don't know why she won't come by. Probably because she might voice track. I don't know.
Man chases neighbor with lawnmower blade while asking if he's seen Sling Blade.
I just read that.
Steve from Bayshore asking, will any listeners or anybody that we know, I guess, either be brave enough to send gifts of wine this year?
Ooh.
Knowing that wine is a very difficult gift to send, especially to our own Greg Opie Hughes, who will then go to a website and check the price.
Wine.com. Everyone knows.
Check that price, motherfucker.
Wine.com. At this point, I got people that hand me wine, and you can see their hands
They're shaking like, yeah.
I appreciate all gifts. I've changed a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
But you do look for the wine and see if it's, you know.
Well, if you're going to drink
wine.
you're
going to drink it.
If you're going to drink wine, it should be good.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not expecting like $100, $200 bottles of wine, but
like it's something quality.
Yeah, over 25.
You want some
on
quality,
wine.com. That's my cutoff.
Yeah.
Because that means about 50 in the liquor store. That's nice.
I was down in a nice bottle of Shiraz. It was mixed, though.
I'm not a fan of Shiraz.
It was only 25% Shiraz, and it had some other shit
blend
in there. Yeah, it was really good.
You got to go cab. I'm surprised you're not a cab guy.
I like
nice
some
and heavy.
cab. I like a little Cabernet every so often.
Merlot a little too fruity, and that Shiraz a little too kind of bland.
I like it. No, Shiraz could be very spicy.
That's true.
It's good. But then, you know...
I need heavy, earthy.
You know what the problem is? Like, I'll break out a bottle and just sit there and just fucking, you know, drink the whole bottle from I guess when I wake up at about 4, I'll eat dinner. and then I'll just start drinking until I go to sleep.
You're fucking insane, dude.
And I'll drink some wine, and then you wake up, and you got to brush your tongue.
Yeah.
Because your whole mouth is purple.
You never want to drink wine again after you drank too much wine.
No, it was good.
You're insane, because I understand
fine.
drinking beer all day. I do. I just don't do it much anymore. But that wine, drinking it all day, that will fuck you up.
You're absolutely right.
It is the worst hangover.
But the thing is, if you spread it out, and it's just one bottle spread out from like 5 until midnight.
That's impossible, though.
Just kind of.
That's impossible.
No, it isn't.
That's impossible.
Did it last night.
All right, good for you.
Just hanging out.
Those wine hangovers, though, for real.
Yeah.
Oh, is there a worse hangover?
No.
For real.
I will absolutely
when
say
you get into
no.
one of those, you're one of those dinners where you're buying bottle after bottle, and you realize you just did a bottle yourself easily in 2-3 hours.
You ever
that is a bad hangover. Beer hangover, much easier.
You ever hit your drunk where it's like your wife? No. You ever hit your own drunk where you go like, I think I went a little too far.
We all have.
Like, you'll be drinking, have a great buzz on, you're having a good time, and for some reason, you don't stop. And then it's like, I think I passed that point where I'm really going to be in trouble tomorrow.
You're always like, why did I have to have that last glass?
Just
it was perfect up until that point.
Last night, like I said, I was having a bottle of wine. It was really nice, just drinking. And then I finish it. And it's creeping up on midnight, but I had napped, So I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go downstairs, grab another one. And I out loud said to myself, drink water, idiot. It's midnight. What am I going to down another fucking bottle?
Fuck. I don't know how you
So I went to vodka.
No,
I went to water.
Vodka hangover's easy.
You drink a lot of water before you go to bed, though.
What are some of those other bad hangovers?
Jägermeister.
Oh, fuck. Jägermeister hangovers were horrendous, too. That might be worse than wine. The Jägermeister hangover is pretty fucking bad with all that sugar.
The Black Death, man.
You're so drunk, all you want to do is sleep, but there's so much sugar in your system, you're like, fuck, just...
When you puke up Jägermeister, you look like something from a horror movie. It's just blackness coming out of your mouth. With a nice licorice smell, though, so you're not really reeking up the bathroom.
That was my shot of choice when I was working in Buffalo.
Jaeger's always, I don't know why I say that, too, when someone goes, hey, you want to do a shot?
Oh, okay.
And I think because I can't think of a good shot quick enough, I just go, give me some Jaeger.
Right.
And meanwhile, I don't want to do a shot of Jaeger.
We got the clip from the Insider. One more clip. And then I promise we'll move on.
And look who's here.
Hi, Sam. Well, Sam knows a little bit about this Tool Academy, right?
Yeah, it's a great show.
She, this mistress that's all over the place, and we played the voicemail from Us Magazine that Tiger left for her. She was on Tool Academy.
Yeah.
Wait, did you say great show?
Yeah, it's really good.
Come on.
I've watched both seasons.
I was into the Flavor of Love and the Bret Michaels thing, but...
Is it the same house?
They used that same house. I don't know if they used it for
that
Tool
thing just
Academy.
used for everything.
They started with the Surreal Life.
Yeah.
That's the Surreal Life house, and they just keep using it and using it.
Well, they
And
just...
Every time the celebrity goes, yeah, this is my mansion. And you can tell the kitchen's the same. It's the same living room with the staircase.
Whose house is it?
It's just, VH1 owns the house.
Money off of that? Well, I guess so, yeah.
They just keep filming in it. Nobody lives there.
I want to do a reality show there, just called Guy Who Lives in the House. And do nothing.
Just sit around.
Exactly, just walk around in my undershorts. My fucking bag hanging out with clothespins on it, like the guy who got fucked to death by the horse. This show sucks.
I'd watch it.
Guy just walks around with his balls with clothespins on him.
Just watch Jimmy walking around his house.
Yeah. Every morning.
On his balls.
That awful reality show music. Boop-de-doop-de-doo. Yeah, well, another day. I'm making my coffee. The whole episode is me drinking my coffee. Reading the paper.
I drink my coffee, watch Jim drink his coffee.
You know what, dude? I feel like I'm somewhere with a friend, dude. You know what? Boom, you got your friend. He's virtual. I'm on the road. Got my new website page. Boom, dude.
Everyone's calling in with their hangovers. We'll acknowledge Sambuca, no problem. Blackberry brandy, come on. That's kid stuff.
You're going back, but you know something?
That's high school shit, because that's the only thing you can find in your father's liquor cabinet.
That's bad shit right there.
So,
also, hold on. What the fuck was the name of that shit? Oh, I used to drink this all the time, and it's a horrid hangover.
Come?
Oh, yes. That was it.
Yes,
Southern Comfort.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I hate it. I love your Steves.
That's all right.
Southern Comfort?
Yes.
Was it bad hangover, really?
Yeah. When you drink a whole bottle.
On the rocks?
Nah, this is as a
What
kid.
do you mix it with?
We used to go upstate to this cabin upstate in Herkimer County.
Ew, that's outside Utica.
That's
a shithole.
It is a
No
total
offense to our
shithole. But let me
fans
tell
up
you,
there, but-
when you're taking fucking, your high school girls up there, I was in high school too at the time, so not illegal. But you're taking them up there, and you have an equal number of guys and girls, and you're drinking shit, and then you just know. Those are the days where it was like, I don't care what I'm doing right now. I know I'm fucking later. And it just like now you can go out and fucking do whatever you're doing, and it's like, oh yeah, well fuck later.
You can't get anything else done because you know
nothing.
You know
Dude,
that's going down.
We would the whole drive up there. It was me, my buddy Simo, my brother.
Right.
Occasionally, it all depended on who was going out with these girls at any set time. So I'd go out with one, and it was a family of these girls. They were the same. They were sisters, and their family owned this cabin. There.
There's nothing worse than a guarantee.
Dude.
Sometimes it was good to not know and work it, because then at least your mind's busy trying to figure it all out.
Crazy. It would drive you nuts.
A guarantee, I mean, I'm not going to complain, but you can't do anything else until the job is complete.
We'd be sitting there, and of course, like they're cooking some kind of crap on an old Franklin stove in this cabin, and we're playing drinking games and some cards, and they're talking, and the guys are talking, and the only thing you're thinking is, the bed is right the fuck there. I want to be in it fucking.
You got to knock one out before dinner.
But it didn't happen like that back then.
You got to knock one out, so then, the recoup time at least gives you time to think about other stuff for about 10 minutes.
You're talking like 15 years old and shit like that. It didn't work like that. Like, you still had to work the girl, you know what I mean? You had to get them to a place where they were cool with the whole thing. You couldn't just go, hey, let's go in there and fuck. That would be like, oh my God, what did you just come up here to fuck? We're here to, be in a cabin and do a little hiking, and the whole time you're just like, oh my God, I want to fuck her. Oh my God, I want to fuck her. Oh my God. You can't get it out of your head.
You ever make cumsies in your pants without the girl touching it?
No, but I
didn't either.
I did do one of the worst things. It was up at the cabin. It was up at the cabin.
Yeah.
I'm with one of the girls, and I was so fucking worked up, it was ridiculous. And for some reason, I was denied. I was denied that night. See, shit didn't work. We hadn't had sex yet. And I took her up there thinking this was the big thing. So on that, I think it was a Friday night, didn't have any sex. Didn't jack off either. Woke up with a pain that was just ridiculous.
The ache.
Ridiculous. Second night, she decides this is the fucking night. Now, I went through the night before, the whole day, just all horned up. You're a kid, just fucking balls full. The second the tip of my dick hit vag lip,
it was over.
I swear to you, civil rights fire hoses.
I was going to say, it's like turning on a fire hose in the yard without having the hose in your hand.
But the only saving grace was I was so worked up, the hard-on never went away. So it took me like 3 more seconds, and I came a second time.
All right, I'll tell you my Cumsy story.
Cumsies.
It was the Northport movie theater. I was in high school. Wasn't getting a lot of action.
It was Chariots of Fire.
Chariots of Fire, yes. I couldn't help myself. I had a whack right there. And in the car after the movie, there was a makeout session going on. But not even, it wasn't even like getting crazy yet. I had such a rager, and then we started making out that the rager went even more, and that's all it took.
Wow.
She wasn't even touching anything.
That's amazing.
It was the rager up against the jeans. And then it went to the next level, and that was it. And then I had a freaking fake that didn't happen. Oh, it was
and what do you do? You got Cumsies all in your pants?
Well, we weren't going to have sex.
Oh, you weren't going to have sex anyway?
No.
Little did she know you did.
Yeah, basically I did. So then you got to kind of.
I'd love to use I'd love to be able to just come by using your mind control. I want to have mind control, dick control.
Look, I'm not the only one. Could we do Cumsy stories after the break?
I would love to. Let's do it during the break.
And then, like, we're making out afterward, but at that point, I'm like, now this is not leading to anything.
Stephen Major, thermite cum.
Right.
That's what you had, Opie. Thermite cum.
God.
It got too hot.
It was a rager.
I never had that.
The high
did a lot of
school
dry
rage.
humping. A lot of dry humping back then, where you just get on the couch and just.
You never had one that went off without anyone touching it?
No. That would be great.
And I do want it.
Because that's worked up, dude. That's fucking worked.
That's old school. I don't have a clumsy issue, okay?
Clumsy problem.
Right, I don't want...
I used to crank it, though, before I went out on a date.
Waist is.
Oh, you're looking at big-titted
I've been
monster,
videotaping
weather
this
monster?
girl every fucking day on Fox 5. But she has no ass.
She won't show it.
She won't turn sideways.
She's a weather girl. How's she supposed to show her ass?
I know, that's just it, but she should know that everyone wants to see it. Does she have a bunch going on, too? I can't tell. She's wearing some black Morticia outfit.
Yeah.
God, those tits.
They're nice, right?
Holy shit.
They're nice, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Amazing.
Here's today's video.
I don't even know what the weather... Do you know something? I've watched her do the weather now, and I have no idea what the weather's going to be.
No.
I'm not looking at her weather.
She's got big and heavies.
Yeah.
They're definitely naturals. And she's wearing black outfits a lot because I think she's trying to downplay the big boobs.
There's pockets on her little thing she's wearing. Could you see her unbuttoning those, and they're flaps, and her tits just stick out? The ratings.
All right, she's off the screen.
Oh, apparently it's going to be rainy.
Yeah, is it?
In my pants. Yes,
chance of cumsies.
Chance of cumsies.
Is there not a better word than cumsies?
Oh,
we'll take your cumsy stories. All right, good. They're calling in. We're gonna do it after the break.
Have some. Yeah.
So, Tool Academy, Jamie Grubbs. What's her name? Grubbs.
I think it's Grubbs.
So she was talking bad about her boyfriend for Tool Academy. The Insider takes that fucking clip, and they don't really tell you that she's doing this for another show, and it sort of makes you think that she's talking about Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
Right now, we have more on Tiger Woods. His sit down about wife Elin and their marriage.
But first, what you haven't heard from his alleged second mistress, Jamie. Her just uncovered on-camera sit-down all about dating and her love life.
He's the most self-centered person I have ever met. It is all about him.
Venting about her then date. It's the just surfaced interview from Jamie Grubbs, Tiger Woods' other alleged mistress.
It's all about me, my ideas.
During VH1's dating show Tool Academy, Jamie expresses what she wants in a guy.
I just want him to see everything there is about me and my personality.
See what they did, though?
They are absolutely stretching it as far as they can.
Thank you, Ann.
Legally.
Right.
To try to make you think, if you're listening
half an ear or whatever,
yeah,
that she's talking about Tiger Woods.
Absolutely. And the beginning of that, before they play it,
without
thinking it's going to be Tiger Woods.
Yeah, because...
And then they start maybe sprinkling in an explanation.
Right. I mean, if they should have done the right thing and up front say this is from a show and she's not talking about Tiger Woods, but there's no fun in that, right?
Oh, look at it. Wow, he does that fist thing. How?
How many girls have seen that fist thing?
How much cumsies on that green jacket? Cumsies.
Hey, being a golf fan, I'd like to think that Tiger is just fucking nude with just his green jacket on.
Just the green jacket.
Girls.
Fucking bending some chick over. Oh.
Guys, we got to break into the show. Bobo.
What?
Has a huge announcement. Bobo, is it true you have a huge announcement today?
Yep, that's right. I'm going to be at the tree.
We got disconnected, Bobo.
Poor Bobo. His phone gave out. Boy, he was on hold for quite a while, too.
Over an hour and a half.
Yeah.
We're doing homeless shopping spree. We decided yesterday. I guess they've been working on it behind the scenes for like 3 months.
Feverishly.
And they came in here yesterday, like, I guess we're supposed to pat him on the back. It's like, what took 3 months?
Yeah, could we have gotten that a little sooner?
Was my acting good yesterday? I'm like, what? You want to be patted on the back because you worked on this hard for 3 months to get it approved?
I don't know.
What the fuck? It's an easy concept. Shouldn't have taken 3 months.
The lawyers were a bit iffy about it at first, but the show support won them over.
And I guess there's no changes to the whole homeless shopping spree. We could do it like we've done it in past years.
Yep.
Yeah, we just now need, what do we need? Oh, yeah, homeless.
Yeah, that's one of the problems.
That's a biggie. Keith stopped by last night, and he was shaking his head like, holy shit, fucking, how am I going to get, they give me this much time now to come up with 10 homeless people?
Well, we might need help from the listeners, too.
He's going to be rousting people with this fucking nightstick.
The economy's so...
Hey, get up. You're doing a fucking promotion, you filthy hobo.
Yeah. The economy's so bad, though. We'll get homeless people.
Jail or radio promotion? You pick. You pick which one.
Yeah, we'll get the homeless. And it's like the Tippy Tom Memorial, whatever you want to call it.
Do you want to name it the Tippy Tom Memorial Homeless Shopping Spree?
Absolutely.
Yes, he'd be, wow.
In honor of our friend that died, who just gave us a great radio.
Just saying, he'd be filthy.
Yeah. So we're doing it. Are we going to set this date right now or not? You want to just do it?
Look, Tippy Tom pictures.
Sitting in your seat.
Dead.
He's sitting in your seat.
I don't care. I'm honored now. That's at CBS. Who gives a shit? Oh, no, that was at the other XM facility.
Yeah.
Good. By the way, there's a secret reason I actually was responsible for getting us out of there and into this building because he sat in my seat. I didn't want to even be in the space he was in. What a hobo.
You guys want to do it? Here's the date. Should we just put this date on the calendar and go with it?
Yeah.
All right, Thursday, December 17th.
I'm busy.
The homeless shopping spree goes down. We got to figure out all the details still.
It's going down, though, for sure.
Because we kind of forgot about it, because they really were working on it behind the scenes for months to the point we were like, I guess we're not doing it.
Yeah.
But now there's, like, sponsorships and stuff, and it'll be fun. We're looking forward to it.
Yes. We need homeless people, though.
Yeah, we'll find homeless people.
Suggestions that we should somehow, I guess, exhume Tippy Tom and have like a weekend at Bernie's.
No one would know the difference. It smells so bad to begin with.
After a few drinks.
He looks better.
Oh, God. Oh, poor Tippy. He's in a better place.
Yeah.
Dirt? That'd be the same place.
Fucking back alleys of heaven.
He's vomiting on God's shoes. Yes, I guess God needed someone to shit in his pants.
You let me know it's pearly gate. I want to get in there.
Yeah, the old Penn Station in the sky. God wanted a pair of golden buns. Yeah, he walked through the pearly gates with golden buns. Aw.
So we'll give you more details, but it's definitely going down December 17th. What's that? 3 weeks from tomorrow.
Aww. Yeah.
And I believe it's a mall in Jersey.
Yes.
We're doing a mall in Jersey. What are you looking at?
I'm spraying Tom. It's like I'm macing him.
Oh, that's it, money. Go!
Get away.
Go!
Get away.
Go! Go! All right, he's around there. The money out. Go! Just go! Right.
Oh, my
you
God.
touch Anthony. He's getting close. I don't see no 20 hours.
Anthony has gave up on the radio show. He's got Lysol, he's got water, and he's got
a poker.
He's totally Tippy Tom off at this point.
He has everything you can. I'm getting all splashed up. Give me a shower and spray me.
The Windex and Lysol.
Get back.
Anthony,
get back. I got to go on the offensive. It's Windex, too.
I'm going to lay my karate on you.
No.
Back. There's something here. Back. Hey, whatever you do. Get back. Get back. Get back.
Yeah, that was when
Tippy was coming after me.
I told Tippy if he touches Anthony, he gets $100.
I was never a fan of Tippy being near me, is what it was. I liked the guy from a distance. Guy was a genius. But, I didn't want him near me, so I would spray whatever was around, and usually it was Windex or Lysol or something like that.
Yeah. The Tippy Tom videos are everywhere. So glad that the Found Your Music logo is part of our material.
Well, it should be there. Yeah.
Yes. Shit. Now I'm pissed off again.
Why? It was resolved, right?
What happened?
It's a long fucking story.
I like how it's bigger, or just about the same size.
It's more legible than Opie and Anthony.
And this is well after we had brought that point up. And
it was meant to be. It was meant to be more
ancient history.
But I thought that was going to be Fixed.
Yeah. Hey, why don't we take a break? So the homeless shopping spree is 3 weeks from tomorrow. We'll have all the details, but we're very excited. So try to take the day off on Thursday, December 17th to join us as our homeless friends shop in a mall in New Jersey. I mean, usually 1,000 listeners easily show up. Yeah. Easily.
It was way more than that last time we did it.
For real?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they'll fill them all up.
Huge.
We just got to get homeless people.
We'll get them.
And people got to remember, because they're like, how do you do a homeless shopping spree without Tippy Tom? The last one we did, we didn't have our 2 big stars, and it was one of our best ones yet.
True.
We didn't have Tippy Tom, and we didn't have Andrew, who was a big homeless star at the time. Both we were supposed to have on the spree, and we couldn't find them day of the event.
And it was amazing. It turned
and
out,
still was great. With homeless guys, I don't even know their names anymore. I think Papa Rock
was there. Blue, may he rest in peace, was there.
Blue's dead too.
Blue is dead.
Ziggy's dead.
Slow Motion. You remember Slow Motion?
Yeah.
Who's Slow Motion?
He's a big fat black guy who he was hanging out, I don't know. Fez Watley, he was a homeless person who was there.
Fez. That's right, people were giving Fez money.
He ended up on the O'Reilly Factor.
Yes, he did.
Yes, it's one of the homeless. That's right.
Yes.
Oh, shit, I forgot about that one.
So we're very excited. So if you could spread the word, and, hopefully you could join us if you're local enough to make the trip.
Probably be the afternoon, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we got to do afternoons that day.
Treat yourself and come down.
Oh, that's good.
Remember? Come on.
Yeah, and the videos are all over YouTube if you want to check out past homeless shopping sprees. Here's the bus arriving at the mall with just hundreds and hundreds of people waiting to greet them.
Yeah. Perhaps more than that.
Yeah, look at young
coming
Danny,
out of the bus.
young, naive Danny.
Yep.
So now he's all bitter. Now he's all bitter, full of hatred.
He learned well from us.
Well, a lot of pizzas.
With Rich Voss getting off the bus. Look at that, Keith. Wow, this is star-studded.
People are already taking the day off. They're already telling their bosses. Holy shit. People are already excited.
Yeah, 13th of this month, the 17th of this month, so you have plenty of time. Thursday the 17th, take some time off. Go down. It's the afternoon, too, so you could work in the morning and then just fucking tell your boss that you have rickets.
Yeah, we'll do an old school afternoon drive show that day. We'll probably do like 2 to 6, 2 to 7, 3 to... I don't know, we'll figure it out. Maybe 2 to 7 so we have enough time.
Great. Plenty of time.
Yeah. To talk to the homeless guys and then send them off.
Get them out there.
You have to go down to the mall just to see the people who are at the mall who didn't know this was happening.
Yes.
That's almost as good as the homeless people.
Oh,
the people who are
horrified.
just trying to do their Christmas shopping.
Yeah.
Keep listening to the show. We'll start giving you clues on what mall we're going to be going to. We like to kind of try not to tell you the mall too far out because we don't want them really preparing for our listeners and the homeless. So, but it'll be in Jersey. How far from New York City?
Not far. I mean,
less than an hour, right?
Well, yeah, close enough that we'll be able to start in the studio and then drive there.
So keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Less than an hour from New York City, some mall in Jersey. We'll be there on the 17th of December to do the homeless shopping spree. More details as they become available.
Very good.
All right.
Are we breaking?
Yeah, Cumsy stories next, Jimmy.
Oh, my God, she turned sideways, but the fucking logo was up.
What?
Right across her ass.
You're not missing much. I saw her ass. It's like the fucking logo has more juice to it.
Why can't she turn? Oh,
we also want her because she has an ass like a fucking unrolled fruit roll up. We're fucking horrible.
Tasty and delicious.
Yes.
What?
We also we want her to get a makeover. We want like better hair, definitely better hair, and
She's
better clothes. You got a little cleavage action
But
when you
she's
hurt
a little
this broad.
up there. She's held up good, but I don't like her neck. Is telling a tale.
She has those two like tendons in her neck.
Yes. There's that.
Why are we being picky? Why do we always have to be picky?
I know. I just.
She's got big and heavies.
Those things are big. Oh, look at that. The past and the future. Look at that.
All right. Well,
the lady in red.
I have
a big announcement, Jimmy.
Don't
give out tickets because we got Cumsy stories right now.
I'm not giving them out now.
Oh,
but Jimmy will have tickets to his Caroline shows later today.
But I have to give out the question.
Oh, there's
you
a
can answer
question.
it later. You don't have to answer it.
That's right. Jimmy always gives a question now when he's giving
For
out
later.
tickets. Yeah.
Don't ruin my Cumsy stories.
They're not going to ruin your Cumsy stories.
What's the?
It's a film. It's been out for 3 years.
3 years.
It's about a brutal sexual assault, which began innocently enough with a spoonful of a fruity treat.
If you know the answer, you get tickets to see Jimmy at Caroline's.
2 tickets. I have 2 pairs to give away. Every show except Saturday early show, because that was given away yesterday.
All right. Now, later on,
You'll get it
we
later.
will be asking for the answer.
This is called TSL.
Yes.
No one's leaving.
I like it. 212-757-4100 for Jimmy's tickets to Caroline's.
Well, why pay for it when you can win them?
All right.
Of course.
We'll figure that out next. Opie and Anthony. Is that guy annoying you, Jimmy? Everybody's talking about the Tiger Woods thing and this Jamie Grubbs. The voicemail was released.
Who is this fucking bug-eyed sissy on TV talking about Tiger?
Sissy.
What a bug-eyed fucking jizz sack.
What does he know about the situation?
I don't know.
He's from Us Weekly.
Oh, he is? Okay, well.
Is he?
He probably
Yeah.
made the deal with this whore.
This fucking
Probably.
wispy, awful beard. He has a beard like fucking the pregnant man. Or the
remember
pregnant
that.
woman. Remember her? Fucking whatever her name was.
That thing.
That's that creep.
Let's play the voicemail for everybody. They're teasing it still on some of these news stations. We've already
Why?
played it 4 or 5 times.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Okay.
I need you to do me a huge favor.
What do you need, man?
Can you please take your name off your phone? My wife went through my phone and maybe calling you. So if you can, please take your name off that. And what do you call it? Just have it as a number on the voicemail. Just have it as your telephone number. That's it. Okay, you gotta do this for me. Huge, quickly. All right, bye.
Huge. Quickly. Bye.
That's a devastating voicemail.
Does his marriage survive, Jim?
Yes. He was fucking other broads. What is she gonna do? Do better than Tiger Woods?
Yeah, maybe she wants a guy that's not going to be fucking around.
Cheating.
Well, then don't date a billionaire. You know what? Don't marry the best on the earth at something. How about that, ladies? You want a guy who's going to fucking only stick his dick in you until you are the best fuck on earth? Don't marry the best on earth at something.
You make a good point.
What's the date of the homeless shopping spree? I'm actually twittering it.
Thursday,
December
December 17th. Thursday, December 17th. We're doing the homeless shopping spree. You want a clip from the 2006 one?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
And you
star-studded?
And you decide. Voss performs for the homeless on the way to the mall. Danny stenches thick on the bus. Tippy Tom, a.k.a. Big Red. I don't remember that.
Oh, I think this was the year that Tippy was a no-show.
Oh, so
but there was a Tippy look-alike who looked exactly like Tippy.
Yeah.
All right. Announcing the homeless. Danny, the crowd at the mall. I think the crowd at the mall with Danny could be a good clip to play for people that might not know about this homeless shopping spree. I mean, we encourage our listeners to go to the mall that day and help the homeless shop. It's an amazing experience. People love this damn thing. Danny.
Dude, this is unbelievable. I can't even estimate how many people are here for this thing. There's that many people. It's like a sea of people. It just never ends.
Yeah, like fill in some of the pictures for us. When the bus pulled up, what was going on?
Everybody was just losing their minds, and you should have seen some of the actual customers of this mall just be absolutely disgusted.
When you guys pulled in, was the crowd chasing the bus? Were they opening up like the Red Sea?
Well, basically, they were like on the side of the entrance, and I mean, it was as far as you could see, there was people, and it looked like a lot of people, and it was. And then we looked inside the entrance, and it was just flooded with people. Like it was 3 times as many people as we thought it was in the first place.
Wow! So the entire mall, yeah.
Unbelievable here.
How many people would you estimate?
Dude, at least 2,500 people. It's ridiculous.
Oh
yeah.
God!
Right.
This is easily the biggest one we've ever done.
Hands
Yep.
down.
Hey, Danny, do these people look like the normal shoppers at the Short Hills Mall?
Oh, yeah, dude. When we pulled up, everybody started screaming at the top of their lungs, and this couple of really old ladies, they almost fell down.
You just don't get it.
And then as the homeless got off the bus, what was the feel?
It was actually, everybody was really cool. They were very excited for everybody to come off the bus. And these guys are going to walk away with so much stuff. I mean, just the amount of people here that are going to buy stuff for these guys, they're going home with way more than those $200 gift cards we gave them.
And then last time over there at K-Rock, hearing that bitch say she wanted the music being played
in the afternoon. I don't want to. I'll never forget her going, I don't want to give up a day part.
Yeah,
I don't want to give up that day part.
It was Tracy.
Tracy Clark.
We thought Tracy got it, but she really didn't in the end. One of
I don't
our
want to give up a
program
day part.
directors. We're like, this fucking homeless shopping spree is massive. The attention you're going to get for the radio show and the radio station in general, you can't put a number on it.
No.
I mean, the media usually does stories on the homeless shopping spree every year. Some media outlets really pissed off, others just reporting on it. Remember Boston? Yeah. They were all over this.
Yeah.
We were all over the Boston media because we did the homeless shopping spree, which is very good for a radio show and very good for a radio station.
Tom, you know what? Chiasano could have backed us. That was not her fault. That was his fault because he could have
fucking fault.
He could have
her fault, Jimmy.
No, he was the boss. He could have said, "What
it's
are you?"
her fault for not getting it to begin with.
No, I understand that, but he didn't either because he could have said to her, "What are you, nuts? This is great promotion for the show. This is the morning show. Fuck your day part for Friday afternoon," and he didn't do it.
He's got some responsibility in that, but she was the one that
I know, she
was making the decision.
Yeah, we want to do it in afternoons because afternoons is the time to do it because a lot of people are out and about doing their thing, and she's like,
the day part.
I don't want to give up a music day part for this.
I know we're talking about homeless shopping spree, but I'll never forget we all had a staff meeting with Tracy one day, and she gave me a really good piece of radio advice that I'll share with you guys.
Oh, good.
She says the way that you produce a morning show is that if you guys, the talent, are talking about, let's say, a cat, right? You play a meow sound.
I agree with that, actually.
I do remember that. Like her saying stuff about the fucking
How about if we're talking about a cunt?
Yeah, what do we
What sound do we play for that?
Her voice. Fucker.
She really had awful Jesse Ventura hair, didn't she?
Oh, my God.
I was attracted to her, actually.
No, stop it.
All right.
For real?
I will not believe that.
I swear, I jerked off to her like 300 times.
No way.
I swear to God.
No way.
I'm eating a banana.
She invited me once to like meet up with her and her friends. It was, I guess it was supposed to be an innocent thing.
Oh, really?
She told me that she like sunbathes topless somewhere in Brooklyn, and if I'm not doing anything, I should stop by.
Really? Well,
like I want to see those big boobs hit the grass on the sides.
Lay on your back and just have them fucking massaging her armpits.
Right. Have fucking ants crawling around her nipples because they're on the grass. What do you got, Sam? On
I remember feeling that on my balls.
What's that, white fucking a keyboard?
What, chlamydia? What are you talking
down
about?
there?
Oh, her hands.
Oh. I didn't know she was working the flower. I just saw hands.
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
She was working the flower today.
I know. She probably had less gunk now than she did after she was fucking massaging your balls.
Sam, what do you got?
Oh, I remember the meeting that Danny was talking about. Remember when we did the boiled meat barbecue and we had all those disgusting animals and had to eat them and things?
You mean the listeners?
No.
Take that, listener.
Well, what Tracy thought we should have been doing was like when we had a pig's head that we were going to eat, instead of the and like the almost vomiting noises, it should have been more like oink, oink.
Oink, oink noises.
Yeah, like the sound of the animals that are being eaten.
Well, she was really into the sound of animals and
She
stuff.
loved those animals.
I remember her advice to me. We all got advice stories now that I'm remembering.
Well, I mean, who knows better how to produce like a male-oriented talk show than a woman who used to run a hip-hop station?
Yeah, exactly. She approached me one day.
By the way, I let me say something. She hated me the most, but the fact is, everybody fucking had problems with you, Tracy.
Yeah, of course.
What the fuck?
She didn't like that time you yelled at her because she yawned in studio.
Yeah.
What was I supposed to do?
Yeah, I know.
We're busting our balls trying to get something going for that lousy station, and the program director, hiding from Tom Chiasano, this is normal, is in the studio on our couch yawning.
Looking face to face with you.
I'm like, what are you fucking doing? And by the way, she wasn't yawning because of what we were doing. She was yawning because the night before, lack of sleep, possibly.
Maybe.
Anthony, what was your advice?
Sleepy.
I'm sorry.
Oh, she pulled me aside one day, and because I like watching television, and I guess she picked up on that and thought I should be watching a show and talking about this program. It was that show about Remember that show about the meerkat families?
Oh.
What?
Yes, exactly. What?
Muskrat Manor.
Muskrat Manor.
I think that's what you're talking about.
Or yeah.
I still don't know.
Meerkat.
I still don't know what you're talking about.
No one does.
No one does. And I'm looking at her like, what? Why? First of all, why would I talk about this? No one knows what it is, and it doesn't fit any show that our listeners would be interested in.
What's the show about?
It was a show, I guess, about a family of meerkats. It's like a nature show.
Now that I got a Google image, okay.
It's like a nature show.
Got it.
But they all have their own personalities because they're animals. It's like fucking Wild Kingdom or some shit with, where they just keep track of the same meerkats.
My girlfriend used to watch that show, so you would have gotten her.
All right.
I mean, listening, not...
Oh, I thought it was that easy.
No.
Just tell you watch the same show and you're in.
Did Deadspin.com just give us an O&A exclusive on the Tiger Woods thing?
Oh, yeah?
How is that possible? It's not our voicemail.
Hey, come on.
And Kevin's like, ADD radio's back. Sorry. We're just reminiscing today.
Yeah, why not? Get into a conversation about the shit times.
I don't want to give up that day part. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I mean, the people tune in listening to the music, and they have...
shut up.
Hit that.
I think that was...
Listen, wait, hit that.
Oh, good. It's nothing.
What is it?
I need you to do me a huge favor.
Listen here.
Can you please take your name off your phone? My wife went through my phone and maybe calling you. So if you can, please take your name off that. And what do you call it? Just have it as a number on the voicemail. Just have it as your telephone number. Okay, you got to do this for me. Huge. Quickly. All right, bye.
Wow. Wow. I don't even care if the guy's a prick or if he's a nice guy. This just sucks, dude.
He's a, especially when he started out, young guy, wants a little pussy, goes and gets some. Problem is, married.
That's on Deadspin. Tiger Woods' panicked voicemail is revealed to the world, it says.
We sound like asses.
We are.
Oh, good point, Ant. The boy.
It's the reason we sound like asses.
We're going to bring it home.
Oh, Bobo has a huge announcement. His phone was
cool.
Earlier. Thank God. Bobo! You have a huge announcement for everybody?
People have been calling in, asking about the announcement. What happened?
Your phone crapped out on us, and everybody wants to know what this big announcement is.
And go.
Well, anyway, what I was going to say is that...
Let's say hi to Matt in Rhode Island. Matt!
That poor fuck.
What's up with the phones? Yeah. Matt, you there, buddy?
Good evening.
Hey, Matt.
Happy birthday, Jimmy.
Yes, it is.
So, I have a clumsy story for you guys.
Cool. All right.
All right, so my ex-girlfriend was giving me roadhead. I was driving on the highway, and I go to her. I say, I'm going to come. And she thought I said, oh, I'm done. So she pulls the dick out of her mouth, blasts all in her face, all over her hair, 70 miles an hour on the highway.
How would she not know if you were done? Were you just giving up on the blowjob? I'm done.
Every person I've told that story to has asked me the exact same question.
Yeah.
Yeah, she wasn't thinking.
Silly.
Huh? Very good.
That point of no return is really amazing, isn't it? That clumsy point of no return is like, I don't know what to equate it to, but, for the ladies out there, but, it is like a sneeze where you're sneezing. Not one of those sneezes where you're like, am I going to sneeze? Like, that sneeze is coming. There's a point where there's no stopping the cumsies.
When you get to that point, as you're like beyond the point of no return, if somebody came in and started killing your family, you'd still come before helping them.
You'd be coming.
That's so true.
You'd
and
still
watching
come.
them getting hacked apart while you're just coming.
Oh, God, I shouldn't be looking at this, but I have to come.
It's so true.
There's nothing
That's how
you can
a guy
do
works,
about
right?
it. Point of no return.
Thank you, Matt. Guys, live from heaven. You're not going to believe this one.
What?
We got a connection to heaven today. It's Tippy Tom.
Aww.
Tippy!
Hey!
What's up, Tippy?
How you boys doing?
Doing good, Tippy Tom.
I just wanted to
to call and thank you for honoring me with the homeless shopping spree.
You're welcome, Timmy.
I don't have too much time with this because they give you a pay-as-you-go cell phone when you walk through the gates, a bottle of water, and a hat. Hey, I'm trying over here, okay?
I'm trying over here. It's starting to sound like the virus.
What happened?
Well, we don't know. We don't know.
Now, go ahead, finish your thought. We each in a car crash, Jeff.
Finish your thought.
I don't sound like the virus. Come on, I'm here to a golden bun.
Okay, what else you got?
You do sound like Golden Buns. You might need a writer, though.
Who?
A writer. Jesus.
What?
A rider, as in a truck with a bomb in it that you should be sitting in. With that joke in the back.
Didn't do it, Jimmy.
All right, thanks.
Keep doing Mahal. Give us some more time. Hold on. Get start more.
Yeah, guy had a little more Golden Buns.
I got nothing.
Where's my wig?
Something like that.
God needed a wig in heaven. I got wig glue. Got me high like Golden Bun.
Guys, you're not going to believe this, but the Son of Sam is calling our show.
What?
It's been a long time since we've heard from the Son of Sam.
Cool.
David, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hi.
Good.
Happy birthday, Jimmy.
Thank you, Mr. Berkowitz.
You're very welcome. You could actually, you could call me Son of Sam, or you could call me Son of Milt, which was the only funny joke that, well, I'm talking to 3 comedians. You might come up with a better one. Since 1977, when I give everybody the opportunity to indulge in that.
Wow.
Travis, start volume 3.
Oh, my God, Travis. Travis is just foaming at the mouth.
What happened?
I don't know.
That reminded me of somebody on a motorcycle and the front tire has come off. Oh, my God. Please play that again immediately.
Thank you, Son of Sam.
Fantastic.
We look forward to your next phone call.
Am I still on?
Yes, you are.
Oh, yeah, you're on.
Okay. Well, anyway, you were talking about the homeless shopping spree, and I'm a tremendous fan of you guys. And I always loved when you went to the Roosevelt Mall and, you got into all kinds of trouble. And then I think the last year you were at K-Rock, I think you went to the Short Hills Mall.
This is a complete waste of time. Pat from Monaco's calling him David Jerkowitz. And from Neptune, son of shit.
Go ahead, sir. Finish your thought. You have a joke coming?
He's got a good thought.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Well, I'm trying my best. Why are you calling it? Well, I wanted to say...
Danny is showing the visual of this phone call, which is the motorcycle. What's the video called again on YouTube? The motorcycle.
That is a perfect visual example.
It's like Katharine Hepburn on a motorcycle.
It's just called wobbly motorcycle crash.
This is what the Son of Sam guy just did. We got the visual. Holy fuck. Oh, that hurts.
And I want to try to be a comedian, and I'm
you're making everybody laugh.
All right, give us a little something.
Give us a little material. Go ahead.
I'll give you a little something. Well, when you guys came to Short Hills, maybe I might reside in that area. So I was thinking about, Anthony and the fact of how there's like this institutional, everybody says that they're not a racist, but then as soon as I heard that you guys were doing the homeless thing up at the Short Hills Mall, I went from being a fan to petrified in the same second. Like bringing a
John from Bayville, right?
I just say that watching this video as this guy talking could possibly be the funniest thing.
I feel really bad that the listeners don't have a visual element right now because it's just perfect. John from Bayville writes Bore of Sam, and Kyle S. from Indiana, David Berkowitz.
Well,
continue.
The 44 IQ killer.
That's nothing. Is that any funnier than all the other jokes?
No, this guy's confused. John from Houston. It's not John Wayne Goawasi.
Wait. Jeffrey Dahmer. Wait,
The summer of boredom is coming in from Tommy and David.
Wait, now hold on. Let's give this guy a chance. Sir, you want to be a comedian?
Yes, Jimmy.
You want to be a comedian? So give us a taste of something. What would you talk about?
Well, you guys were just talking about the cumsies, and another reason not to get married is because I have the uncumsies.
Uh-oh.
My wife was finally giving me, it was that time of the decade to get a blowjob, and I guess that's not funny either.
I thought that was still the setup.
He was waiting.
Yeah, that was a setup. But,
He was waiting for the reaction.
He was waiting for a big laugh there.
Sir, let me ask you a question. Who in your life said to you...
Don't call me sir. Only when I get pulled over do I get called sir. It makes me more nervous than I am now.
Who's feeding
At least you had a joke for that, though. That was a good one.
Who's feeding you these lines? Your dog?
Oh.
That was pretty funny.
If there's one bullet left in your gun, I have a suggestion.
Jimmy, you said that?
No,
sir.
Opie, the one that's not supposed to be funny on the show.
Sir, what...
Opie, the unfunny one?
Yeah, exactly.
Sir, what do you...
That's what I am.
How old a guy are you?
47.
Okay, so you want to do stand-up comedy. People in your life have told you that you're a funny guy, obviously. Who's told you that?
Actually, they've told me that I'm not that funny.
Why would you want to be a comedian?
Recently, I've been writing jokes, and I think that they are funny.
Tell me a joke you've written then.
Give us some material.
Please.
Well, now I'm on the spot.
Yes.
I was writing for my nephew who goes to college, and he does open mic night, so I was writing some stuff for him. He's a lacrosse player, so it was at the time when Duke had that whole rape problem going on there. So they were raping a few women, and turned out not to be true. They only fucked her. They didn't rape her. But anyway, I told him, since he's a lacrosse player, of course I'm nervous now, but
is this Louis S-U-C-K?
Tom Kelly from Westchester, PA is calling him the Zodiac Killer, but it's a lot of Z's. That's the only way I can explain that one. Looks better in writing. Very good, Tom.
Now, son of Sam, what? Tell us about your observation.
My observation was this, that I told him, since he's a lacrosse player, go
the
up there on
BTZ
stage,
Killer.
say, it's totally not true, these stereotypes about lacrosse players and athletes. I was fucking this chick, and I finally ripped the duct tape off her mouth, and she said, I'm not even reporting you to the police. Wait, don't play is that worse than the wheel coming off of the...
No, we're waiting for the punchline. No,
sir, that's worse than 9/11. It's worse than anything.
We were waiting for the punchline. We got a little confused there. No, continue, please.
But well, anyway, I thought that it was the stupid jokes. Obviously, when I said that thank God for Chinese, because I as opposed to my true namesake, I'm actually Jewish, so. On Christmas Eve, thank God for the Chinese, because you can, the restaurants are always open. And what I love about it is that you can order a one egg roll and put it on your credit card. They love those credit cards. And that's an observation, not really a joke. Do you have a cricket sound? Or did the show move on? Well, there's this other joke. You want to hear it? What did I put myself into? Well, another Jewish joke is that you go to the movies on Christmas Eve, and somebody's got to work it, and that they're cursing you behind your back. You got to stay open for the yids. We on Christmas. Hello. I actually know the guy from the Comedy Cellar, and at that time maybe I was performing a little bit better, so I got much more feedback. But this is good. This is encouraging. I think you have to go through this if you want to be a stand-up, right, Jimmy? Oh my God. Well, anyway, I was going to ask Jimmy what it's like when you have to continue to play so many different venues, even after you achieve a level of fame, and how difficult that is from a practical standpoint. Come on, guys. I'm trying my best. You guys are killing me. You're just giving me unmitigated silent air treatment. What can I come up with that would be funny? Well, I guess I didn't prepare enough material to call in. It was more of an observation about homeless people running rampant in the Short Hills Mall. I thought it would get everybody all interested. How about Obama sending those soldiers to Afghanistan? I can't believe you. If I'm still on the radio, that's unbelievable. But anyway, on a political note, even though Louis Black was there yesterday, I think it was yesterday. I wish we would have cut and run. He should have just got up there in front of West Point and said, we are at this moment cutting and running from Iraq and from Afghanistan. Hello? You should have just got up there. Oh my God! You guys are giving me the whole show. Yes. So I think that they should have. If President Obama had a set of balls, he should have stood up there in front of the West Point cadets and told them that they're not going anywhere except to the Navy football game and cutting and running. I would love to see a split screen of two choppers lifting off of the embassy in Kabul and in Baghdad with a couple of towel heads hanging on by threads. I did have another observation that Anthony had mentioned last week about when you played Cartman singing about immigrants in his water park, because I did go to a water park. I didn't get that comment in earlier, so since I have my own radio show...
Be more funny!
Be more funny? Well...
Boring.
I know.
I'm bombing on satellite radio. This is my big.
Did you see that jerk?
I'm trying. As Robo would say, I'm trying. Are you saying that the actual David Berkowitz, the actual serial killer would have done better?
I hate you.
Well, at least I gave you an It's an indication I'm not ready for this time. Look,
Okay, faggot, what's next?
Now you're getting personal. I'm trying my best.
So to speak, literally.
When you wanted it? That was only joking.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Try the wine.
Jimmy,
try the wine.
2 shows.
Try the wine.
I got it in first.
I see the awful, terrible things in my life and turn it into something funny.
Mom, please stop calling me. Mom! I'm not the Lord. I have to do this now.
Yeah, well, I guess. Anthony,
and punt.
Soon as I get home, the first thing I'm gonna do is punch your mama in the mouth.
Well, that's a typical day. Well, I'm trying to broaden my horizon, get out of the construction business, and get into show business.
I want to apologize for the past 20 minutes, or whatever the fuck that was.
I could have listened to that for 4 hours.
Holy shit.
We fucking sacrificed Nick DiPaolo. He was on hold.
I'm sorry, Nick.
If he could call back, that'd be great.
Well, Nick was listening. I'm sure he understood.
What do you think? Worst caller ever?
It's up there.
I'd say yes, and that includes all radio shows ever done anywhere.
Yeah, yeah. Worst caller ever. He was legitimately trying to make jokes, especially at the beginning of the call.
You want to hear the beginning?
I don't get it.
If we hear the first joke that
first joke. Oh,
David, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hi.
Good.
Happy birthday, Jimmy.
Thank you, Mr. Berkowitz.
You're very welcome. You could actually, you could call me Son of Sam, or you could call me Son of Milt, which was the only funny joke that, well, I'm talking to 3 comedians. You might come up with a better one. Since 1977, when I give everybody the opportunity to indulge in that.
Wow. that is classically bad.
Yeah, because he interrupted himself. Like, it's all about timing, David. And he interrupted himself. And he goes, well, I'm talking to three. And he completely just went off the rail.
Yeah.
Gone.
That was great. If Nick heard that, I'm sure he understood.
You know what? Let's get Nick back on the phone. We'll talk to him after the break, and we'll get into other things. We got Jesse Ventura. He should be here within the half hour, so still a lot of radio to do
big trivia
today.
question.
The phones are just jammed, though. I don't know how we squeeze your trivia question in, Jimmy.
How about anyone from the New York area that has a cum story? They tell that, and they try to answer the question.
Fuck the Cumsy stories at this point. We'll figure it out after the break.
We'll do it.
Also, I just posted the latest video of the weather girl here in New York with her big and heavies on my YouTube channel, Opie Radio. The one we just filmed. It's up there for your viewing pleasure. Son of Sam is back. You got to be fucking kidding me.
Oh, let's see what he has to say.
Let's cut our losses.
Give him one shot.
One shot?
One shot. Yeah, I'll give him a shot. Here it is.
Son of Sam.
Yes. Hey.
Yeah.
Is this Opie?
It's everybody. You know who
it's everybody.
Yeah.
Well, I heard the critique while my cell phone went dead, so I plugged it in. But that's great. If I'm actually the worst caller, not only of your show, but of an entire terrestrial and satellite radio. But you know, it's tough because I'm sitting here in my.
Moving right along, Opie and Anthony. We did announce today that we are bringing back the homeless shopping spree. We haven't done it in, it looks like 3 years, which is...
3 years?
Seems kind of crazy, right?
That's insane.
And it's going down 3 weeks from Thursday, December 17th. We're going to do afternoon drive. And it's going to be a mall less than an hour from New York City, somewhere in New Jersey. Way less than an hour, actually. But an easy ride for the people that are local. Actually, you know what? People fly in for this thing.
Yeah, they do.
There will be a couple thousand people at the mall. It's going to be great.
They come from out of town.
Keep listening to 202 or 197 or for free. I don't know how the fuck you listen to the show at this point. And we'll give you more details as they become available, right?
Sorry, my contribution to the show is over for the day.
What happened? What'd you find?
I got detoured. I was looking for that weather girl from Fox News, right?
Yeah, we're making videos every day and posting them, but
so her name is Shay Ryan.
Yep,
I guess. So we popped it into Google Images, and there's a picture there to the bottom left. Yeah, and I clicked that, and it said somebody said, "Oh, Erin Nicole is a lot hotter." So I put Erin Nicole in, and here's how this works every time. I put Erin Nicole in Google Images. And a lot of nude chick pictures just came up.
It's over.
Which I'm now just trolling porno. And you see how that went? All I wanted to do was look at fucking the weather girl from Fox.
New girl that's here in New York.
2 clicks. 2 clicks later, I'm looking at complete and utter beautiful nudity.
You're in a loop.
Yay!
Yay!
Love the internet. God, what did we do before the internet? I was trolling pics last night. The fuck site was I on? Something like
Rentboy?
Yes.com.
No, I went to Harry Red Bush.
Why?
Just fuck around. You check out something different.
Wait, no. Are you into that, or were you just fucking around?
No, Let's
get into this for a second.
Dude, I'd gone through everything on the internet. I've seen it all. So I just wanted to see some Harry Red Bush.
It looks like they're pussies. It looks like their pussy's rusting.
There was some
girl. I don't like the red bush.
There was some girl with big red dreads and just a giant fucking red pussy. It was hysterical.
Is there anything worse than a red bush?
Oh, I don't mind that.
Nah, I don't mind it. What's wrong with that? Well, you own one, so it's kind of, silly for you. But
I don't keep it all red and bushy.
Well, Well, that's, I like I said, and I've been in this argument with everybody 80,000 times, and they always accuse me of liking giant fucking bushes. I just like the natural shape, but very well kept and very, fine down to the skin there.
You got to help me out. Speaking of nudity, everyone is fucking tweeting me about that app you were talking about on the show, and I don't know what it is because I don't have the iPhone. I have an iPhone, but I'm not rocking the iPhone like you guys are, and people are looking for that app.
It's called TWI Pro. It stands for Texting While Intoxicated.
So
it's TWI Pro. So it looks like Twit Pro.
All right, Twit Pro. TWI Pro is the name of the app. So now these people can leave me alone because I didn't know what it was. I use Tweet Me Some Skin. That's a fine one.
Tweet Me Some Skin
for the basic Twitter users.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I like it. Although the guy's starting to add cock pictures. Stop.
What?
All right, yeah, I got to bring something up.
Can't have that.
Tweet Me Some Skin. It's a lot of sexting pictures. Anonymous women want a little fame, so you like that? Looks like an old Mexican cave.
I didn't say that. That's ridiculous. It's hanging down. I said everything's got to be clipped.
It's like the entrance to the Bat Cave.
That's crazy. I said everything's got. I know it does. It looks like summer in the hills of California when there's fire hazards. Don't smoke and throw your cigarette out the window.
Dude, do you like that or not?
No. It's got to be clipped.
Jimmy?
It's got to be clipped. Jimmy ain't going to fucking even get near liking that.
It's just, it looks fucking, it's awful. Gosh, that looks like the mouth of somebody who should be mining for gold.
Yes. Oh, Gabby. It's Gabby pussy.
Oh, my God.
No,
I forgot what I was saying. Oh, the Tweet Me Some Skin guy. Stop with the cock thing. It's not going to work. It's not going to fucking work.
It's not going to catch on.
No.
So many different shades. It's amazing. That's what I was looking at. Like different shades. Some are blondish.
All right, hold on.
Some of that.
Let's go to George.
There's nothing. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Hello, George.
Yes. How's it going, boys?
Hey.
What's up, man?
Erin Nicole is way hotter than Sharon Ryan. Or Shay Ryan, by the way.
Yeah, she is.
She's smoking. She's on Detroit weather, or Detroit Traffic Girl on Channel 7 every morning, and I wake and set my alarm just to see her.
Yeah.
Can we see a picture of her? Did we see a picture of her?
Oh my God, she's a beautiful blonde. She's not, titties aren't too big, not like Shay Ryan's big titties, but beautiful blonde. She churns so you can see her butt every time she points out at the traffic map. I love her.
You think the Shay Ryan that we've been paying attention to the last few days really takes her weather seriously?
No.
Does she realize that she's got the gig because she's got the big and heavies?
Gotta be.
Oh, absolutely.
But does she realize that, though, Ann?
She probably thinks she's a professional, and no one's looking at her tits. They're paying attention to the high, low pressure systems and frontal systems and all that stuff. What about this? This is very borderline.
Thank you, George.
Lean over and look at this. Very borderline. It's very but it's rough, it's very like if she's just standing next to the bed looking like that.
The shadowy asshole.
No. The asshole's got to be clean.
I'm out.
Asshole's got to be hairless.
Shadowy assholes out.
I know it's asking for a lot. The asshole's got to be hairless, but just a little bit up front.
No, but see, the problem with that girl is she's got hair all the way around the vag.
Can't have that. I know.
It's rough.
Well, if you want just the natural thing, just to know that it's there. Like every girl is shaving down to nothing now. Come on, mix it up a little bit. Mix it up, girls. What if every cock looked the same? Huh?
They do.
Well, no, some are bent.
That's true.
Some got foreskins. Some more veiny.
Some have shit on them.
Some just farted. Now I'm just looking at disgustingly hairy
Basically,
pussy.
what you said 10 minutes ago is happening. You're done.
It completely went the other way around.
You're fucking done. I forgot what we're going to... Oh! It's a quickie.
I'm cutting this off.
These stupid Jets. Sanchez there, Mark Sanchez, right? He has a problem with sliding. Do we have the audio of Rex Ryan talking about this? I'm embarrassed to be a Jets fan.
He's got a problem sliding, like when he's running with the ball.
Well, quarterbacks, if they do run, I mean, they don't encourage that in the NFL. That's why Tebow there is not going to be a good quarterback in the NFL. That's what a lot of people are saying. He's an amazing talent in the college ranks, and they don't think he's going to translate well to... Yeah, because he does a lot of that running shit.
Yeah.
But the quarterback that does run in the NFL, we all know when the play's just about over, they do a little slide to protect their ass, right?
Yeah.
Well, Mark Sanchez supposedly can't slide.
It seems easy.
So the fucking Jets, they got your boy,
Girardi.
Girardi, thank you.
Yeah.
From the Yankees to teach. This is what happened yesterday at Jets camp. Girardi goes to Jets camp to teach Sanchez how to slide properly. And they practiced, I think, over a dozen different slides.
Now,
I'm embarrassed to be a Jet fan with this info. How the fuck do you not know how to slide?
And wouldn't there be somebody in the Jets organization that would be able to tell a quarterback how to slide? Like, isn't there a difference between the way baseball players slide and a quarterback slides?
Well, a lot of the quarterback sliding, it looks like they're just sliding into home. Yeah, pretty much.
But can't you get they kind of curl their knees up and they grab the ball and they fucking...
But can't you get any 12-year-old to teach Mark Sanchez how to slide?
Yeah, slide.
How does he not know how to slide? When you first start playing sports, you learn that shit.
That does seem silly.
Dude, it was the biggest sports story in New York today and yesterday afternoon. Yes.
Should Girardi be teaching Sanchez how to slide? It's ridiculous.
Yeah. They had a press conference basically talking about it.
Lines are full, just sliding stories.
Let's say hi to Scott.
Oh, God, Danny.
Scott, what's up?
Hey, y'all need to check out Jennifer Gray at KTBS in Shreveport.
Jennifer Gray.
Yeah.
Weather girl or traffic girl?
She's a weather girl.
Dirty Dancing.
Yeah.
She's pretty young and hot.
Well, the problem is she has a very popular name.
Yeah, the trouble is her... there's more popular people.
Yeah, where does she do the news, sir?
KCS.com.
KCS?
KCS, okay. KC.
KC. God dang.
KC. Is that what he said?
I don't know what he's saying.
KC, Kansas City?
No, KTBS.com.
Then shut the fuck up.
Wow, Ant.
Can understand them. Sometimes you got to fight back with these listeners.
Well, I'm in a fucking truck. Give me a break.
Yeah,
that's true, Ant. He is in a truck.
Give him a break. I hope your brakes fail and you hit an abutment. It's a brake joke. Get it?
Oh, speaking of redheads, we didn't do the kick a ginger thing.
Kick a ginger?
You didn't hear about this?
Kick a Jew was the thing that
Kick
got
a
a bunch of
Jew.
controversy.
What was it, South Park doing kick a ginger?
Kick a ginger.
Some students arrived before school. This happened before school. And several of them had received an email message that said, let's make Friday, November 20th Kick a Ginger Day. Now, admittedly, I actually know what South Park is. I have 3 grown sons who happen to really enjoy South Park. This was an episode I had previously missed. So many of the adults involved weren't even sure what this was. We had no other reports. But one of the students at 8 Year Right went to the school office in the morning before school to say some students were being chased. I think it's important to note it was the students who went to the office. This is a school where the kids protect one another, and they knew that was wrong.
Shut up.
So these students went to the office. The administration immediately went on campus. We had one student report to the health office that he had been kicked. He had been kicked by several kids, and he was injured. The mother came and took him to the doctor, and he was treated for a bruise. That doesn't make it insignificant, but it also didn't rise to the level of what some had reported, that he had a broken arm or that he was severely beaten. Did not happen. Doesn't make it acceptable, but we also have to put it in the context of what did happen. We have 9 youngsters who are being disciplined by the school. Some of those youngsters will also have to face charges from the sheriff's department.
Kids are just assholes. We all know it. Is this a big story yet?
No, they said the kids actually, went and ratted the kids out
for kicking redheads.
So, yeah.
We did horrendous things growing up, right?
Of course.
We laughed at all the waterheads in my school.
You just make, you got to get through the day. Yeah. That's what it was. What are we going to do? Kick somebody? All right. pretty much what happened. Well, there were some hot, like weather girls and stuff. I just put hot weather girl in there. There's some chick here.
Which one?
But it says mañana behind her, so she's one of these Spanish
Oh,
chicks.
dude, I swear to God.
She has giant tits.
Somebody tweeted that to me, and I retweeted it already.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I'm working the Twitter live on the show now. Makes it easy for everybody. But
pretty smoking.
Yeah, they said she's better than the one we're checking out here.
Yeah, that one's pretty nice.
Hard to argue. That one's pretty nice indeed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
All right, look. I'm going back to Drudge. Just fun. I'm going back to Drudge Report.
We lost Jimmy. Jimmy's just on his iPhone. You're checking out porn. Where's Jesse?
I just got a text.
This would be a perfect time for Jesse Ventura to walk in this damn studio.
Yes. I'm using mind control.
I want to hear about mind control. That's my biggest thing with him is this fucking HARP project. Because this is what his premiere of his show, Conspiracy Theory.
Yeah.
It's going to be about the HARP project, which seems to do everything.
I still...
Is it a death ray? Is it a weather machine? Is it mind control? It can't be everything.
I don't know. You explained it earlier, and I still don't know what it means.
I don't either. I want to hear
clue.
from him. What is this?
Do we have an ETA on Jesse Ventura?
It's going to be all defensive, isn't he?
We could do one of our quick breaks.
Yeah, we could do that.
Jimmy?
This afternoon I'll be on, I'm coming back here from 2 to 3:30.
What are you doing, Jimmy?
I gotta do press. I gotta do,
press for what?
For my gigs this weekend.
You're gonna sell all those out.
I'll be on Pete Dominic's show on POTUS.
Very cool.
And, Raw Dog, and I think, Covino and Rich.
Very cool.
On Maxim. Those guys are having me.
Oh, right on, man. And everyone knows by now, Jimmy's going to be at Caroline's starting tomorrow. Thursday, Friday, Saturday,
Sunday, yeah.
and Sunday?
Tomorrow through Sunday, yeah.
Holy shit, that's a lot of shows for Jimmy. 212-757-4100. Is that Jesse? Let's bring him in, man.
Yeah! Now we're talking.
We love when Jesse comes on the show.
Of course.
Ladies and gentlemen,
he
Jesse
is.
Ventura. How are you, sir?
Governor Ventura.
I see you got your SEAL team hat on today.
Yes.
Always.
You keep the title, right? Like the president?
Yeah.
Governor
absolutely
Ventura.
do. Yeah.
So
you
the whole
can,
time.
you can actually put it on your gravestone if you'd like to.
Wow.
Would you?
Yeah, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
Why not?
Hey, you've
But it's a
earned
bad
it, I
experience
gather.
for you. You didn't like being governor, did you?
It was not a bad experience. I did like it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Why was it bad? I mean, I got to meet and do things that I would never. I mean, because I was governor, I got to sit down with Fidel Castro for an hour. I mean, who can say they've done that before? And I couldn't have did it without being the
Did
governor.
you like Fidel?
I thought Jesse was too radical.
You can't, it's hard to judge. When I saw Fidel, it was back in 2002, before he had any health problems, and he was right on. I mean, I'll tell you how perceptive he was. I had 1 hour with him. And as I was sitting there, back then I wore a watch. I just happened to glance down at my watch to see, and Castro immediately said to me, looks at me, says, "I'm sorry, am I keeping you from something?"
Oh, yeah.
And so I said to him, I said, "No," but I said, "I know I only have an hour with you," and I said, I have 20 minutes left, and I said, "I wanted to ask you some personal questions." And he said, "Ask me anything you'd like." And that's when I asked him about his perception of the murder of John F. Kennedy, because I wanted to know, in many of the scenarios, Castro plays a prominent role, and I wanted to hear it from his side of what he felt happened in America that day.
And he said, "I did it."
He said completely it was an inside job, and then he looked me right in the eye and he says, "Oswald couldn't make the shots, you know that as well as I do." And he said it was an inside job. He said the Soviets, he said I was very close to them back then. He said the Soviets did not want Kennedy dead because their quote to me was, "You can talk to this man."
Yeah.
And Castro said, "I didn't want him dead." He said, "Do I look suicidal?" He said, "If I would have killed Kennedy, my country would have been wiped off the face of the earth."
Yeah.
And I tend to believe him.
Just let me ask you a question, because I was always a conspiracy guy with the Kennedy stuff. And I've actually begun to not be. And it's simply through, as technology has advanced and debunked certain bits of of conspiracy, and then they had the 1978 House Committee, Select Committee on Assassinations. Like, I've actually started to think it was Oswald as much as
there's two versions. The Warren Commission says Oswald did it alone. The 78 Committee says there was a conspiracy. So how can you have two separate reports?
Well,
from the
they say
government?
Conspiracy, though, because...
No, they said it was a conspiracy.
But wasn't it because, let me ask you, wasn't it because there was an audio that was left on an officer's microphone on a motorcycle, and they said that acoustics proved that was a fourth bullet, thereby making it a conspiracy. And then later on, they said, no, that was a different officer's mic. That was incorrect. And the medical evidence, like Bodden and them, all said it was actually one shooter. Like, the medical evidence never came to the conclusion it was more than one shooter.
That's because you're not seeing the real medical evidence.
Well, Humes burned it.
Right.
Commander Humes burned it.
Right. And no, to me, it comes down to this, as simple as this. If Oswald's who they say he was, this disgruntled little Marine private who became a Marxist-Leninist, defected to the Soviet Union, married a Soviet wife, brought her back here, got mad because of our policy towards Cuba and killed our president. Well, why would everything have to be locked up in national security for 50 years?
I don't even disagree with that.
Because the point is, a Marine private doesn't know nothing that would affect our national security. Now, if Oswald was a CIA agent involved in a false defector program with the Soviet Union, wouldn't they then have to cover that up? Because, and why is it today that you can't get Oswald's tax return?
Really?
Yeah, it's still locked up. They won't let you, and I'll tell you why. If he was getting paid by the government, it would show it on his tax return, and that would cause people to go, whoa, wait a minute. This guy was collecting government checks?
I'm not even talking about, you might be right about that. I don't doubt that there was people who actually knew what he was going to do. I'm not saying that there was nobody involved. I'm only talking about the actual shooting, the physical evidence from the shooting.
Yeah. Have you ever been there?
Yes.
I have too. You couldn't make the shot. There's a big tree in the way.
But I think that they've reenacted
There's a big tree in the way.
They've reenacted it where they actually were a lot of guys that pulled off the shot. Like, for a long time.
Nobody's pulled the shot off. They had Carlos, they had Carlos Hathcock try it. He's the Marine Corps' top sniper. He ran the Quantico sniper. But he was the Marine Corps' top sniper. He was the head instructor at the Quantico Sniper School. He couldn't do it. And he has over, 98 confirmed kills? Excuse me. Oswald had the lowest rating you could have in military shooting. He was a barely made marksman. He wasn't even a sharpshooter, an expert. And you're going to tell me he pumped these 3 rounds and the magic bullet? That is crap.
But they have actually.
That is crap.
They have it sounds like crap.
It is crap.
You see it, but
Till you see the bullet, it's pristine.
How
can a bullet go through 7 people, end up lodged in someone's leg, and it's pristine? They could solve this simply, but who do you call it won't allow it? The Governor Conley? He has fragments in his body. Let's get those fragments and weigh it against the bullet they said did it. If it weighs more than original, then that tells you there's 2.
I just don't think so. And it's like, again, it's hard to argue a point that I held for so long because I really did believe conspiracy.
Yeah.
And it's not that I want to give up on conspiracy. It was just that when they start lumping in the Warren Commission and the Dallas Police, it's like, stop it.
Again, it becomes too many people.
It's ridiculous.
That somebody would have said something.
There were people actually in the, Oswald was in the 6th floor of the depository.
Really? Who's going to admit to murder?
There was people on the 5th floor of the depository who heard the fucking shell casings falling. There were people under the floor below Oswald who heard the shell casings, and they looked up and they heard the shots coming from above them.
Wow,
I'm not saying he was
shell casings. Damn,
on the wood floor right above them. That's not that hard to hear.
And you'd know those were shell casings.
Well, they heard shots.
You got that pristine of an ear to know, damn, that sounded like shell casings.
These
must have been combat veterans sitting down below.
But I think if people sit right below a floor below someone in a wood floor,
I think
hear shell casings fall. Tink, tink, if you hear metal things falling.
And you'd say,
how do you know they're metal when they're hitting wood?
Because
how do you know on a wood floor that it's metal hitting it?
Because if you're watching the president and you hear shots ringing out above you and you hear something hitting the floor, maybe the investigators made the conclusion there were shell casings. But they heard something above them. They heard the shots coming from right above them, and they were in the 5th floor of the depository.
Now, I got to say, this is the kind of stuff that gets people riled up, and that's
why I have my show.
This is what your show is based
Absolutely,
on.
to make people think.
Theory.
To make people think.
I have seen the ads because I watch the channel all the time. That's that True TV.
True Channel used to be Court TV.
Yeah, I watch it all the time, and boy, they have pushed that show, and I love the idea of this first episode with the harp.
Yep.
And what does this thing do?
I'll tell you, it's scary. I didn't even know this thing existed until a few months ago. And what it is, it's a group. It's located about 5 hours from Anchorage, Alaska. I had to go up there. It's out in the middle of nowhere. And it's a group, regular radio, the maximum you can put out is 50,000 watts. This is a group of 300 and some antennas that all put out 50,000 watts, and they all go together. So you've got millions of watts going up into the ionosphere, which is that layer right between Earth and space.
Now, what's so bad about that? If they're doing some kind of research,
first of all, it heats it up. So could that be global warming? Could that be part of it, that they're heating up the ionosphere up there by using this thing? It's powered by 5 diesel engines that are the size of a locomotive, each one of them.
What do they say
Now wait,
it's for?
they call it a unclassified research center. Well, they're already lying, because if it's unclassified, why wasn't I allowed in? So clearly it's classified, although they're portraying it as unclassified. Clearly it is. Otherwise, they'd have let me in.
That is
true. If it's unclassified, why would they care?
And there was also, I have to say, some misconceptions about where the bullet entered the back.
Oh, come on.
There were misconceptions.
Gerald Ford changed it. Gerald Ford changed it.
Kennedy's jacket was higher up on his body than people thought. It wasn't like
no. Ford changed it.
No,
Ford changed where the bullet hit.
Kennedy wore something.
Right.
He wore something because he had a bad back. He wore like a girdle, which is why he kind of collapsed and he couldn't just tip over.
And he pulled up, and he pulled it up like
No.
this.
It was like that.
So it would all fit right in. But why are we talking about this? Let's talk about Harp.
No, that's one of your
That's
one of your episodes.
No, it isn't. We don't do Kennedy.
Don't you do Kennedy?
Absolutely not.
I thought you did.
He
said you next season.
No, we kept everything within the 10-year decade. We did not go do old stuff. We did not do Martin Luther King. We didn't do anything. We kept it all within the last decade.
So what does this harp thing do?
Well, what it does, what they tell us it does, is that it goes up and then these low frequency sounds are then ricocheted back to Earth. Well, they become very useful in that you can find oil under the ground. You can communicate to submarines under the ocean. You can do all this stuff, and that's all well and good.
Sure.
But then there's a flip side to it. It can control the weather. We get a demonstration of that. And the conspiracy...
Wait, there's a demonstration on the show?
Yeah. Of how it can control the weather.
Isn't that great, though?
No, it's not, because we've signed treaties stating back in the 70s, all the countries of the world signed treaties stating if they got technology to control the weather, they would not use it in an aggressive
China
war
already say
fashion.
That they have used something to control the weather?
No, they're attempting to do what we're doing. They're doing the same thing Harp
All right,
is.
so the treaty went out the window?
No, not necessarily. I don't know if China signed it.
I would understand if you send heat into the atmosphere, you're going to change the weather, but it's not as drastic as saying, I am gonna, with my weather machine, I rule the world.
Well, you might laugh it off and say that, but here's the other thing. All of this low-level sound, now the human brain all human brains operate on the same frequency. There's a frequency.
Probably not.
Well, this thing's set up on the same frequency as the human brain. Do you think that's by happenstance or by design?
Is that the part of your commercial where you go, mind control?
Yep.
Oh, that one gets
They're going to control our minds?
Now, what is that?
What they can do, and they give me a demonstration on the show. It's written by a Dr. Nick Begich,
who's tinfoil on my head,
whose brother is whose brother's a senator, U.S. senator, and he does a miniature one on me where there's a CD player, and then there's this, and there's 2 wires off it with flat discs that he places here. I plug my ears. No one in the room can hear it, but then he turns it on. I hear the music, but not through my ears.
Through your shoulders?
You hear it through the front of your skull.
Really?
That's where it sounded like it came from to me.
That's some good pot.
And it's not bone resonant sound kind of vibrating. No, nothing like that.
Well, it gets into you, but not
Why
via
not?
your ears. Not via your ears.
Can't you hear radio
so
through your
it
cavities?
shows.
All
It
right.
shows how they could shoot these things down to masses of people and literally affect your emotions with them. They can cause you anxiety. They can cause you fear. They can cause many things like this.
What is their explanation for? Is it like riot control and crowd control?
No, they say it won't do any of those things.
Yeah. Now,
they deny
obviously-
all the bad stuff, and they
But
and
they
like
gave you
I
a
said,
demonstration.
No, they didn't. Dr. Baggage gave me one. He ain't part of them.
Baggage?
He's the guy who helps investigate. His brother's a U.S. senator from up there.
Governor, sir, I
Yeah.
just want to ask you about that. What's so bad about that if they're doing that kind of weird research? Is that bad? I mean, obviously you're exposing it, but you're almost making it sound a little bad and ominous when it's like, we should, if they are capable of doing that, why wouldn't we as humans want to expand and see if we can actually do it?
Well, because things can be abused.
Oh, of course, anything can.
And this is such a scary technology that if someone abuses it, it could have mega effects, all to the negative.
Scarier than a hydrogen bomb?
All right,
I mean-
okay, here's what the conspiracy theory is. The big conspiracy. Do you remember the tsunami that hit Indonesia a couple years ago?
Certainly.
Do you remember there was no forecast to it? There was no earthquake. It came out of nowhere. Well, here's the conspiracy.
I heard there was an earthquake. What happened?
No, there wasn't. The people that were in
Wait, you can't
Indonesia.
just say no, there wasn't.
Oh, right.
No, because there wasn't.
There wasn't an
So if we
offshore-
Google that, we won't find that?
Well, the people in Indonesia said, and one of the signs of HARP that it's fully going is you see a heavy dose of the Northern Lights. Well, just prior to this tsunami in Indonesia, witnesses saw the Northern Lights. Well, you can't see the Northern Lights in Indonesia. How come they saw them? And so the conspiracy is, were they testing out HARP? And it created this tsunami that later killed hundreds and thousands of people. Like one of my guys says, oh, come on, Governor, on the show. He says, you're saying the government would kill all these people? But I say to him, I'm not saying they did it, but what if they were just testing it? And the test ended up.
And they fucked up.
Yeah, and what are they going to do then? Say, oops, oops, we're sorry, oops.
But
well, watch the show. You be the judge. You be the judge on whether you think we should be messing with this stuff.
Your damn spots on that show got me hooked already. I am watching it. Believe me.
Well, isn't that what TV's supposed to do?
Exactly.
There you go.
That's what I'm going to do when I'm watching that show. But the one thing about the commercial for the show, too, is you're saying you're finally going to talk. Jesse, when have you been quiet?
I'm quiet all winter when I'm in Mexico. When I live in Mexico, I'm quiet.
Really?
Absolutely. I live in Mexico. I live off the grid.
Yeah, we learned about this last
Mexican?
time.
Huh?
Do you Spanish? Excuse me.
No.
Do you speak fluent Spanish?
That's why you're quiet. They wouldn't understand you.
You know?
Who is this crazy giant?
I want to ask Jesse. He went and saw Fidel Castro, and you said that's when I used to wear a watch.
Well,
why don't you wear a watch anymore?
Because when I decided after I taught at Harvard in 2004, when I got done there, I made a decision that I wanted to go on and, the window of opportunity is closing. I'm getting older. And I wanted to go on an adventure. And I'm 58 now, and my adventure was moving down in Mexico where I live in the Baja. I live an hour from electricity and an hour from pavement.
That's boring.
And I go, no, it's not. I surf. Surfing's a
that's
lifestyle,
cool.
yeah.
All that stuff is cool.
And
what do you do at night, though?
So sleep what you're supposed to do.
After the surf days, though. I mean, after between the sun setting and time for bed.
I read a great deal down there.
Yeah.
I change my life when I go down there and when I live down there, and I enjoy it. And it's an adventure living down there, and it's also an adventure, and I think it gives you better insight to view the United States from the outside looking in instead of the inside looking out.
You have been criticized by certain people for being less patriotic because you kind of go down to Mexico and then look at the United States and then criticize a lot.
Yeah.
But
well,
so
you know what? Anybody that challenges my patriotism, let me say this to them. My father's a World War II veteran with 7 bronze battle stars. My mother is a World War II veteran. She was a nurse in North Africa.
Your mother wore army boots?
She was a nurse in North Africa. My brother's a Vietnam veteran, and so am I. How dare someone question me and my family's patriotism. Every member of my family served at a time of war.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, what do you think of Obama's speech last night?
I think it's awful. I think we should not be sending those troops. You are not going to conquer terrorism by that. You don't conquer terrorism by invading a country and occupying it. You're creating more terrorists. They don't want us over there. So more terrorists because of the hatred of being occupied. And the point is, terrorism will be won by solid police work. You saw the last busts here where they got these nuts. Well, they did that with good police work. They didn't do it by invading a country. And I think we should immediately implement the draft because you got guys going on their 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th tour over there. That's ridiculous. Bring back the draft. You'll end the wars. Because then when little Johnny gets drafted and comes home a year later in a body bag, it'll have some effect on the neighborhood. We need to implement a war tax right now. And I was just on Howard Stern, and Ben Stein says, you can't implement a tax in the middle of a recession. My response back was, so we'll send the young people to die, and then we'll also make them pay for it later. Because we won't even pay for it now.
What did Ben Stein say to that?
Not much.
Exactly.
Not much.
We don't like what he is, Jess.
He's a jackass.
Dry red eyes.
He's a complete jackass.
Well, but the point is, he's supposedly an economist saying that you can't put a tax on in. See, my belief is the reason we're going to these wars now is because we have a professional military and nobody in this country's feeling any pain over it. When you go to war, everybody should feel pain and sacrifice.
We were talking about
and that ain't happening.
We were talking about war and sacrifice a couple of days ago, and the fact that during World War II, especially, the whole country got together. I mean, there were these gathering aluminum pots and pans and nylon, and you couldn't do this.
It's called sacrifice.
Rationing and stuff, and it was sacrifice. But for the government again to just shove their goddamn hands in everyone's pocket to finance something that to me isn't really sacrificing as.
Oh, yes, it is. It brings it home. That means every time you spend $1, you know a penny of it is going to that war.
You know what, though? I know that because I pay a lot of taxes. And
so do I.
But I know it goes to a lot of places. The military, I like a strong military.
Really?
The war
Let me
itself,
ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Why should the defense budget take half of our tax dollars? Who are we defending against? The Taliban's going to invade here like the Marines? They're going to drive onto the East Coast, drop ramps, and rush our beach? Well, why do we need to spend all our revenue? Who are we defending against?
It's kind of
you believe Bush when he says they envy our freedom? Well, we don't have freedom anymore. They've suspended habeas corpus, Do you know now they can arrest you in this country and they can hold you without a lawyer and they can hold you indefinitely without charging you? All they have to do is, quote, say you were involved in some type of terror activity.
Well, don't
You're
they need
telling
some
me that's
probable cause to say that?
No.
What terror?
No.
So I'm walking down the street.
They
I
can
get
arrest
arrested.
you.
What would they say was my terrorist activity?
They don't have to say anything.
Really?
Yep.
Well,
because they suspended habeas corpus during the Bush administration because of, quote, the war on terror. Well, guess what? The terrorists are winning. You know why? They're changing our country, aren't they?
Well,
and that's what they want to do. And we're falling victim to it. We're taking it hook, line, and sinker.
If we didn't change, we then would have just been complacent and waited for some other attack, which I know you have the issue.
Wait a minute.
I know your
Let me give you a
issues with the
statistic.
attack.
Let me give you a statistic.
Yes, sir.
In the last 50 years, statistically, more people have died in their bathtub than an act of terrorism.
But you're talking
when you are jumping out the 90th floor.
So what we need now is a Department of Bathtub Security.
But recent
because
history.
We need to get out there and we need to judge what time of the month that most people die in the bathtub. Then we can have it color-coded so that you'll know December's a bad time of the year. Watch out in the bathroom.
Governor
and you know what else? Wait. We
No.
can suspend, too, and have guys come into your house without warrants to see if your bathtub's equipped with all the proper stuff to protect you.
That's like saying more people have died in nuclear accidents in the past 1,000 years in, the past 50 years. In 1,000 years, more people have died in nuclear accidents in the last 50. Well, obviously nothing was going on.
It's like I've told people, you have about as much chance of being hit by a terrorist as you do winning the Powerball.
Yeah, but
what about the people that got hit with them, though?
Our money. We should spend all our money, and we should take away all our free. See, here's my belief. I would rather face the terrorist than lose my freedoms.
Well,
That's one
other
thing
people
I'm
might
willing
not
to
feel
do.
that way.
That's a viable argument to make. The other one is, though, we've never done well as a country when our military has been decimated. Carter administration, we were the laughing stock of the world at that time because the military budget was cut so badly until Reagan got in and again brought us up to the power that this country was in. How do you giggle at me?
He's laughing at you.
How do you giggle at me, sir?
I'm smiling at you.
He's laughing at you. Why are you laughing at Anthony?
Why do
Jesse?
you think in America?
So
that
during
is-
Carter administration,
Yes.
we didn't have the ability to blow up the world?
No, of course we did, but no one uses. No one.
And we could blow it up how many times over?
Atomic war was the ultimate. I'm talking conventional. We don't sit there and go, "Hey, watch it, or I'm going to nuke you."
Who attacked us during the Carter time? That we needed conventional warfare.
Iran through proxy.
Oh, the Iranians overran our embassy, yeah. Well, let's remember what Reagan did.
Yes.
Reagan in Lebanon, 270 of our Marines got killed, and what did he do? He cut and ran. He pulled us out. The great Ronald Reagan, the hero of all Republicans, cut and ran.
Yeah.
Because 270 of our Marines got killed in Lebanon by a truck bomb. And he said, these people are crazy. We're getting out of here. I give Ronald Reagan credit. He was smart. He got us the hell out of there.
Let me ask you, I don't remember. Why was the U.S. in Lebanon at that time?
Why are we anywhere?
No, but I mean,
because we're the policemen of the world.
Well, I agree.
That's why.
But did he pull us out of Lebanon because
it was so volatile? Because
was
270 Marines got killed, and he didn't want any more getting killed.
Or was he there? Or were we there for a reason, like the quote unquote, to watch out that certain things didn't happen, and they just want to fuck them, pull the troops out, and let them do whatever they want to do?
You thought it was a no-win situation.
It was a no-win situation. Sure. 270 of my Marines get killed, and the great Ronald Reagan cut and ran. How does Republicans swallow that?
Well,
that their hero actually cut and ran. But I agree with them. He was smart.
As you said, you assess the situation and go, there is no way to win this.
Then there's no way to win Afghanistan. I got news for you. The English couldn't. The Russians couldn't. This is the new Vietnam because we're propping up an unpopular government just like we did in Vietnam.
Very horribly corrupt government.
Yes, and we're propping them up and we're sending and they tell you this isn't Vietnam. Yes, it is.
I don't think in 18 months they're going to be able to train and get a corrupt government, by the way, whose president was illegally voted in, to organize and fight.
Here's one for
enemy.
you. In Vietnam, we never allowed free elections. You know why?
Because Ho Chi Minh
would have won by a landslide.
Yeah.
And see, that would have said, well, what are we here for then? The people want Ho. Why are we here? Same thing in Afghanistan. We're propping up an unpopular government.
You do understand.
And guys are going to die over there. And in the end, what will we have accomplished?
But at the time, the mindset was the domino theory. That's what it was back then. And the mindset was communism was going to, if we didn't nip it in the bud. Now, I understand. Believe me, you're not going to get an argument out of me that was a fucked up war to even go into.
So are these.
I understand. I agree with you. I agree with you on that. What do we do to protect ourselves from people that do despise this nation and want to do its public harm in the trains, planes?
You do it with vigilant police work here within our country.
But then the civil liberties groups say that you're overstepping your bounds by taking away the civil liberties. If the cops come too hard, well, they're profiling. You can't profile because we're Arab American. It's like you get into that quandary where if you, I agree with you.
Then it's better. Let's take away our freedoms and we'll all be safe.
Now there's a balance. What do you do? It's a real question, though.
They did that in Nazi Germany,
Jesse,
too.
it's a real question. It's a real question.
The trains ran on time.
It's a real question, though. What do you do? Like, I agree with you. Vigilant police work.
What do? You're just vigilant. And again, I'd rather face the terrorist than lose my freedoms.
But somebody on the 90th floor of the towers might not feel that way when a plane has hit the building. It's not like in military coming in. They're citizens who are assimilating, behaving like your neighbor.
Well, is invading a country going to solve this? And occupying it?
Iraq, no. Afghanistan's different, I think, because, look, they were the ones harboring bin Laden. We said, give us bin Laden or we're going to come in.
Right.
They refused to give up bin Laden.
No, they didn't. Here's what they said. They said, charge him and we'll turn him over. We have never charged bin Laden. How come we haven't convened the grand jury? The government put forth their evidence and indicted him. That's what the Taliban said. Charge him and we'll turn him over. We refuse to charge him. Why?
Why is that?
We have convicted
why do you
him.
think?
We have convicted him before even indicting him. How do you
convict?
How do you convict someone and put a bounty on him without indicting him?
I think that it would look bad if we were giving him due process when because he's
We're
not
a country of the rule of law.
First of all, he wasn't even in the United States.
So,
never mind a citizen.
It took place here.
It
took place in our country.
The crime did, but he
claimed
shouldn't be
responsibility.
afforded.
Stop
No,
it.
he didn't.
Of course he has.
AP said no.
He has not said no.
Should not
Yes,
be
he did.
No, he's not.
When they
Alzo
first
Laharia
asked
said.
him, oh yeah, right.
Alzo Laharia said they did it. He had said they did it. Alzo Laharia, come on.
Oh yeah, and they got the guy down there and waterboarded him 180 times. I got news for you, pal. Let me waterboard you, and I'll get you to confess to it.
No, you won't.
Yes, you will.
I'll just cry.
Yes,
You'll feel
I
guilty,
will.
and you'll stop waterboarding.
180 waterboardings they did to this guy. 180 times they tortured him.
So you think Khalid Sheikh Mohammed is an innocent man?
No.
Stop it.
But you stop it. Didn't Charles Manson get his Miranda rights read?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Well, we can't get him because the fucking Taliban wouldn't give him to us. Had the Taliban given to us,
if we'd have charged him, they'd have given him to us.
Do you really believe that? They're fucking, they gather up arms from everybody. They're chopping off clits, and they're going to follow our due process of law? That's silly.
Why didn't we charge him?
I honestly don't know what that process was. I don't know. I'm not going to give you a phony answer. I don't know.
It shows a weakness, is that we're going to afford this guy the liberties that an American citizen gets.
No, everybody gets it. You don't have to be American citizen. You're telling me that if a European tourist comes here, if a European tourist comes here and they think he broke the law, we can take him inside, waterboard him, we can do all this to him because they're not a citizen, so therefore our rules of our country don't apply to them?
When it's considered
it applies to everybody.
When it's considered an act of war, I believe it's different.
No, it isn't.
I do believe that it would be different.
These guys aren't an army. What country do they represent?
Well, that's exactly it. They were being hidden by the Taliban. Exactly.
They need to be done in civil court because they're not military.
So we should have went through a civil court proceeding for a guy who just killed 3,000 of us. Come on, it doesn't make sense. He was the number one wanted.
Make sense. Who decides that?
He was the number one. We, the country.
Oh, you guys all decide. Well,
as the nation, we have decided.
We'll give Miranda to this guy, but we won't do Miranda to this.
Maybe they would have Mirandized him had the Taliban given him over.
You know,
maybe they would have Mirandized him had the Taliban given him to us.
If you're going to be a country that lives by the rule of law, then you have to accept the rule of law even when it's inconvenient.
As they said, the Constitution is not a suicide pact. It's not a pact to say we're going to allow people just to come in and do whatever they want and hide behind loopholes in the law or things they see as loopholes in the law. It's not a suicide pact.
Miranda's a loophole?
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying
you are.
You're saying that Bin Laden's still free because we didn't read him his fucking Miranda rights?
No.
That doesn't make sense.
I'm saying how about
they would not have given him up, Jesse.
Do you want the latest one? Remember when we had him cornered at Tora Bora and they let him out?
It's despicable.
Yeah. Well, do you know why now, I think?
Why do you think?
We would have never been able to invade Iraq then if we'd have caught him, would we?
That's okay, like you said.
No, if we'd have caught him, then there would have been no invasion of Iraq. So maybe we chose not to catch him because of we already had planned
not
the
at all.
invasion
Bullshit.
of Iraq.
They could have waterboarded him and said he confessed that Saddam Hussein helped him. We would have had an easier time invading Iraq. They would have waterboarded him. If you could get me to admit to 9/11, you could get Bin Laden to admit that fucking Saddam Hussein helped him.
Saddam Hussein would have been our ally against the Taliban.
Hey, look, I got no quarrel with Saddam Hussein. I'm only talking about Afghanistan, and the fact is the Taliban would not have given him to us.
You don't know that.
You think that if he was read his Miranda rights, if we sent a fucking cop over there, you have the right to remain silent?
You know what I love about you guys? You all talk a big thing, but when you only talk it, you don't walk it. Pick up a gun and go fight once.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that.
Bullshit. You guys are all the same. You know, you talk war, you send everybody off to war, but when it comes your time to go, whoops, not me.
No,
I ain't going. Let's send everybody else over there.
That's nonsense. No, I'm not going to stop it.
It ain't nonsense.
It is nonsense. I'm not saying go send the boys to war. I don't want us to be the world's policeman. I say pull them out of Germany, pull them out of fucking everywhere, pull them off the
agree.
Completely.
We agree.
Pull them out of Korea.
Then why are you yelling at me?
Jesse, I don't care if the North Koreans...
You're agreeing with me, and you're yelling at me while you agree with me.
We have a voluntary military, and in a time...
Which has to end.
In a time...
Bring back the draft.
Hold on, I'll tell you why I'm yelling. In a time when we were attacked by a nation that I feel was behind the attack, which is Afghanistan, I am for the military doing what has to be done.
Now, let me ask you something.
I am not one of these guys that thinks the military should go and fight all over the world.
Where have we proven who attacked us on 9/11? Where was that proven?
We
were told that. Where was it proven?
I believe Bin Laden has said that he has agreed that he did it, and I believe that the hijackers said they were working for Al Qaeda. It's pretty much known.
Really, we interviewed the hijackers. I thought they were all dead.
Trail, though,
no paper trail. Come on.
Now, okay, all right.
That should have been used
all right,
to stop them.
All right, let me ask you this one
yes,
then.
Sir.
They said it was 19 of them. How come 5 of them are still alive and they haven't been taken off the list of the 19?
Really?
Yeah.
Where are they?
They're over in Saudi Arabia. They're alive. 5 of these guys.
Are they really
alive?
So you know
where's
your proof of that?
Three of them.
You want a Miranda right and proof that Bin Laden did something, and you're saying there's 5 guys alive? Yes.
3 of them are pilots in the Saudi.
They're not pilots.
Jimmy, waterboard them and make them say no.
But there's not 5 of those of those hijackers alive.
Yes, they are.
They're not. He's hosting a talk show in Saudi Arabia. No,
yes,
he's not.
They're
he's
all
not.
dead. You're sure of that?
Yes.
Were the bodies identified?
No, but that's taking you to that argument.
Well, we'll just fly with that. What the hell? My government told me that. So, you know why I don't believe my government?
Well, you believe Saudi Arabia's government? They're over there flying planes around commercial airliners?
But here's why I don't believe my government. My government has lied to me so many times in my life.
Enough.
They lied to me about the Gulf of Tonkin incident. Isn't that pretty important? The incident that got us into Vietnam.
You don't want to go back that far with Kennedy. We can't go back that far with Vietnam. You said to me that we're those guys that said...
because this happened in 2004, pal, so we're not going back that far.
You said we send our guys off to war without giving a shit, and I'm telling you that's not true.
Yes,
I'm not saying... I agree with you.
When did you go to war?
I've never been in the military.
There you go, so you don't know.
But I say pull them out of every... So because I've never been in the military, when we are attacked by I Feel a Nation, we should not...
It should be proven first.
I feel we proved it. You feel we didn't. You also feel that fucking Bush was behind 9/11. So we're always going to disagree.
Hey, don't put fucking words in my mouth.
You feel that the U.S. government was behind it,
and
Bush is at the head of the U.S. government.
I didn't say that.
Who do you think's behind it?
I just said
our government's covering it up.
We have not been told the truth.
So you feel that Bush...
Well, okay, wait a minute. All right. If you'll calm down a moment.
You're yelling. You said the F word.
Yelling.
You're the governor.
The F word.
This is serious. And I'm only talking your language so you'll understand.
No, you shouldn't bring you down to my level. Bring me up to yours.
You know,
I want to solve what you said about... I want to solve what you said... No, I want to solve what you said about...
You know, if you're not going to let me talk, I'm out the door.
You've been talking the whole time. All you do is yell over people, and you don't want to address point by point. You act like we say, send our boys to war, fuck them. We've never said that. I agree with you, but I want to pull them out of Germany. I want to pull them everywhere. The U.S. military should never be dying for other countries. I don't care what happens.
Get them out.
Fuck them. I don't care if Kim Jong-il takes the South. That's not my business. I just think that if we are attacked, we have the right to want our military to respond. So that's not some warmonger saying, fuck the boys, send them over. That's what I wanted to address.
Jesse just sits and looks at Jimmy.
Why?
Awkwardly.
That was a fair point I just made. You were wrong when you said that.
I don't know. I didn't listen.
You never do. You have X amount of points, and you just talk over everybody. Because you're a big guy, and you talk loud.
I talked over you?
Yes.
You're just now yelling at me because I'm not talking.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm just yelling about your point. You accused us of something, so it's not
No,
fair.
I didn't accuse you.
Sure you did. You guys are just full of shit. You're warmongers. It's like, that's not the truth.
Yeah.
Yes.
I stand corrected.
Thank you.
You're a great American.
Well, I'm not saying I'm a great American, but I'm not a warmonger.
When your country calls, you're there.
Hey, I've never been in the military, so you're brave. I'm a coward. I have no right. We got it. Stop.
Did I say that?
Yes, you did, through implication. We all speak this. We have the commonality of language, so you can't say, did I say that, when you say something.
I don't think you have to have been in the military to understand the power and the proper use of the military if you're an informed citizen of this country. I think you can look and say, we shouldn't be the world police. Mm-hmm. And I think you can look and say, wow, this does threaten our national security directly, and the military should be used in those times.
He's nodding. Good.
I just think it's a little, obviously you've served. You came from a family that served. We didn't. I think we were around during a weird time. I missed the Nam by 4 years.
What did you do in Nam?
No
Jesse?
Draft.
What did Jesse do in Nam?
Nothing.
He was a demolitions guy,
I'm being
Navy
serious.
SEAL.
I don't know.
What too? Nothing.
Demolition.
Are you being sarcastic?
Yes.
No, I'm a Navy SEAL.
No,
what do we
I don't.
Such I don't know.
Well, I'll put it
We
to you
really
this
don't know.
way.
I just want to know a little bit about your military
The latest thing the Navy SEALs have done that was publicized, I put into poetry. And that was on the night that Jesus Christ supposedly rose from the dead, the Navy SEALs shot 3 pirates straight through the head.
Cuckoo.
If you recall, remember the 3 pirates that took the ship?
Exactly.
And that was on Easter night, and the SEALs shot 3 of them straight through the head.
But what was your gig?
And I liked it. You know why I did? Well, do you know? No, you know why I did I did the poem?
Why?
Because it shows, number one, that war doesn't take a holiday. And it shows, number 2, that we SEALs will kill you on Christmas if we feel like it.
I think everybody
Christmas is coming up.
Everybody was pretty goddamn impressed with that one because
I wasn't. They didn't Mirandize those pirates. They did not Mirandize those pirates.
Jimmy.
And it also wasn't in the U.S., was it?
But you understand what I'm saying?
No,
we
but
knew
you
they
understand what I'm saying. It wasn't in the United States.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, Miranda is the law here. It's not the law there.
All right, so the technicality.
And the law of the seas are a lot different, too.
I know.
You know, but trust me, you know, I can
Somalis.
do you in and not think twice about it.
It's a big deal.
It was my job.
I'm funnier than you. You're tougher than me. All right. What do we get?
That's debatable.
I'm better in a comedy club.
Freaking debatable.
All right. Well, then maybe you're not tougher than me. What do you want me to tell you? Sorry.
Let's step outside and find out.
Oh, stop it. You're embarrassing yourself.
No.
I'll just bite your dick. Stop it. I don't care if you're tougher than me. I don't give a shit.
You're also dumber, too.
You're a good one. You're the one that gets mad and pushes the microphone away and so I actually was agreeing with most of what you said, except when you got personal and implied that we're something that we're not. I agreed with you about the overuse of the military completely. Completely.
Good.
My father was, did you mention your father? My father was military. He happens to feel the same way I do. So if you can mention your parents, I can mention my dad. My mom, Connie Pinko. She didn't believe in the war at all.
Why didn't you then follow in your father's footsteps?
Yeah.
I just didn't.
I followed in mine. I drink.
Yes. You followed in his crawl steps.
But Jesse didn't do anything in Vietnam?
No.
Oh.
Party?
Nothing that...
He wouldn't talk about it.
Oh, so you can't talk about what you
No,
did.
you can, but I you know... Well, I'll put it to you this way. I wrote about one op that I did in my first autobiography book, and the publisher refused to print it.
Really?
Yeah.
So why don't you make a blog?
Because it's
I was peeling potatoes.
It's because the operation that I talked about was so sensitive that it could have well caused an international incident that they felt shouldn't be brought to light.
So can't you put it on an internet somewhere?
I could put it anywhere, but why should I talk about it? It's no one's business.
Well, you wrote a book and you tried to put it in the book.
Yeah,
I made a mistake. I wrote about it in the book, and then the publisher said we can't print this because he said it's too inflammatory.
Yeah, but you're the guy who knows, Jesse. The fucking publisher. He doesn't know. He shouldn't dictate what you tell the public. You know more than he does.
They publish it, and
No, but I mean in
they
a blog.
pay for it.
In a
and,
blog or something.
I don't do computers. I'm computer illiterate, happily.
So you're not smarter than me. I'm very good on computers.
Well, good for you. You're way smarter than me. I also don't wear a watch. I don't own a cell phone and will never.
Why? That's a tracking thing?
Because to me, it's aggravating. I mean,
I'll give you that.
Why would you have a beckoning call that people can ring you at any time, and you walk around with this thing where people can locate you? Like my vehicles, you know, they got that North Star stuff. I disconnected immediately. As soon as, absolutely. I'd rather break the window if I lock my keys in than to have them know where I'm going and they can follow me every step of where I go.
Is that really a problem for you?
Yes.
They don't care.
Yes.
That means you're going to some interesting place.
No, but the point is the fact they can do it.
Where's Jesse?
With this satellite, if they want to, they can follow you
Jesse,
and know right where you're at.
You're 6'8". They can follow you anyway.
No, I'm not.
You're an
I'm
easy
6'4".
guy. They know where you're going.
No, they don't.
Jesse Ventura can't hide anywhere.
Yes, I can.
No,
Mexico.
They know where you are. You just told us where you go.
You can't find me. Try finding me.
They can find you. You're the giant American.
Let's play Find Jesse Ventura.
And
go.
You're not easy to blend in.
Is Jesse Ventura?
You know.
Jesus.
Well, like I said, I oppose that because these wars aren't going to be won, and we're not even paying for them. You know, so we're going to send the kids to die, and then we're also going to make them pay for it when they come back because we're not paying for it.
Well, I agree with the fact that we shouldn't be world police. We should pull them back. If you're in a situation that cannot be won, obviously, get the fuck out. Get them out. And
but we have an ego in our country. After all, the Russians failed there, so did the English, but we're the Americans. We won't.
Well, yeah, and the reasoning, though, do you really think we went in there to colonize and
No,
to
I
take
think we
over?
went in there to protect the natural gas pipeline that we put in. That's
Really?
why I think we're there.
I know
It's all about money.
The Russians went in to just annex the place.
The bottom
They went
line
in to-
is always
to
follow the money. Because they only do something if there's money involved. And in the case of Afghanistan, there's a huge natural gas pipeline there that's very important.
How come between Iraq and Afghanistan in 8 years gone by, we've still seen none of this oil we're supposed to have? We're supposed to have these giant...
We're seeing it. The oil companies are seeing it.
Are they?
Sure.
Is it? So we're
and
not...
you're paying for it every time you go to the gas station.
Well, I think I'm paying for $70-some-odd a barrel from Saudi Arabia. I don't think I'm paying for
the Saudi oil's
covert oil that's coming
the
in
Saudi
from
oil's
Afghanistan.
going bad. That's why we had to go to Iraq.
And
Because the Saudis are running out of oil.
Why don't we just go to Alaska? I mean, if instead of like this whole thing about Iraq, why not just go to Alaska or figure out a way to get that?
There.
But do you understand what I'm saying? Like, if there's a way to get all this crazy stuff done in Iraq. Why not just legislate somehow and get it out of Alaska? There's oil there.
I don't know. Don't ask me.
But do you understand what I'm saying? Like, that's such an easier solution than staging a war.
Yeah, but why use ours when we can use someone else's?
Because ours is easier. It's less headaches. There's less violence. It's cheaper to bring from Alaska. If it's all about money, they're going to save money getting them from Alaska and not having to have security and all these people to protect. It's cheaper, I imagine.
I might have an answer for you. Do you believe we are very much a war-based economy? A militaristic-based economy?
We're a very militaristic country. We're the most aggressive country in the world. I mean, if I were a foreigner, I would fear the United States more than anyone because we're the guys that'll attack you. You know, we'll line up our military at another sovereign nation, we'll invade, and we'll overthrow you. You know, that's what bothers me. See, I never believed my country would do that. I saw the Nazis, or I heard of the Nazis doing it. I know the communists did it, and now we've done it. So we're no better than them. We'll line our military up and we'll invade and we'll occupy you. You know, and to me, occupying another country is ridiculous. And that we're not just doing it in one. We got two now, Iraq and Afghanistan. You know, we're occupying, and which you think that these wars haven't had the direct effect on our economy?
Oh,
we're not paying for them, and they're going to come. The chickens will come home to roost at some point, and ultimately, what will we have achieved? I've yet to figure out what the end game is here.
Yeah.
What ultimately, and not only we're going to send these 30,000 troops in, right? What is it that we declare victory to? What is that? What is the flag that we're going to capture now where we can sit back and say, we won?
From what Obama said last night, the victory is that in 18 months, we take this corrupt, illegal government, turn them around, train their army and their police to fight the Taliban and Al-Qaeda by themselves.
For us.
Yeah. And then
Why
we
would
leave,
they do that?
And then we leave.
What's their incentive to do that?
They hate
They're
the
not
Taliban.
going to. But they're not going to. We cannot in that short of time. We've been in Iraq for how many years, and we can't just leave now. And we've done as much as we can to try to set up a government that can take care of itself.
You know what pleases my heart? Is that you look around now and you see all the poverty in our country, and I feel so good that we're helping all these other countries so much more. You know, when we've got problems of our own here that we seem to ignore.
You know, won't get an argument here.
We completely agree.
Well, there you go. And
what's that about, Jesse?
I don't know. I don't get it. I mean, to me, don't you take care of your own backyard first before you worry about everybody else's?
I think it's a little good cop, bad cop.
See, to me, it's got to be money. Somebody's making huge amounts of money over there, like in Iraq. Okay, Halliburton's profiting unbelievable. Blackwater, the mercenaries, they're making a ton of money.
They were.
People are making money, and that's why we're there. That's the bottom line. See, I wouldn't join the service today, and I would encourage no one to. You know why? Our military is nothing more than the strong arm of our corporate. When our corporate can't get the job done, that's when we send our military in to kick their ass and make them. And that's what we do.
Why is the dollar so shitty then? Like, why is the economy in a tank? It's like, after all this stuff that's supposed to be great for us, the economy stinks and the dollar stinks.
Yeah, because we're the one thing you learn, or you try to learn, is that the worst thing a superpower can do is get involved in a war. You notice China's not doing none of this. China's doing their economy. And that's why they're going to pass us so bad. Because we're involved in these idiotic wars out there that drain your economy, they drain all your resources, you accomplish virtually nothing. When this is all said and done, I hope I'm alive 20 years from now, because I want to see the result. I want to see what did we accomplish with these 2 wars that we went into. Because I don't see the end picture.
I got to comment on something you said that I think some people will find offensive.
That he's funnier than me?
Yes. No, that you wouldn't join the military today. Strong arm for corporate.
Yeah.
Now, you're talking to a lot of guys that are in the service, and that to me is demoralizing. And coming from a guy that did come from Vietnam and went through a lot of the same public criticism by people, don't you think that's bad for morale for people that are serving?
Because we should take better care of our service people. It's our job to only put them in the line of danger when we're threatened. And we're not doing that. We're using our military as an aggressive force out in the world. You know what's interesting? When I lived deep down in Mexico, you know what the most popular T-shirt is down there amongst young people? It shows a picture of George Bush, and on the front it says "Weapon of Mass Destruction."
They are a bunch of comedians.
They're funny. But do you feel that we belong? Let me ask you a question. Do you think that Korea was justified? Like, should we have been in Korea?
What do you mean? The Korean War?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't honestly answer. Is it justified?
Meaning, wasn't it just a kind of like, shouldn't we just allow them to do their own?
Yeah. And Vietnam was the same way. It was
do you agree, though, that sometimes you have to take things in the context of the time instead of like the past or what you think the future will be?
I believe you should learn from history and don't make the same mistake twice. When you see it go bad once, why would you come back around and watch it again?
All right,
maybe this time we'll get it right.
Now look at World War II. It ends. The Russians swoop in. Now there's this battle.
We also swoop in.
Of course we did. But we did. Of course, everyone wanted to chop up Europe, and we did. We did.
You know what?
But that made Korea that much more important, because then we didn't want the communists taking over all of Southeast Asia.
Right.
But it's the time. But no.
No, I'm only
Mr.
laughing.
Ventura,
there's something I got to tell you, and I'm waiting for you to finish.
I'm just saying, in the context of that time, it was a viable thing to do.
I guess.
In hindsight, you might look back and go, why were we so paranoid? But it was a very paranoid time. Well, now you can explain.
Okay, now, let me explain. The last about 4 times I've gone to L.A., for some reason I've had Russian car drivers, guys that lived in the Soviet who now live here, and they're all about my age, and I get conversation with them, and you know what I asked them? I said, back in the Cold War, I said, what were they telling you in Russia? And I said, well, they were telling us we had to stop the aggression of the American imperialists because they were going to take over the world. Now, and I tell them, well, we were told that you guys, the domino effect of communism, that you were going to take over the world. Do you think the leaders got together and said, here's what we're going to sell to both of our peoples? You scare the shit out of your people saying that the capitalist American imperialists are going to take over. We'll tell our people that the domino effect of communism is going to take over. So we get both sides to rise up.
Allegation.
Well, you know what?
And both peoples are being told the same thing about each other, and yet later when we meet each other, we're all the same, aren't we?
Rocky Ford taught us that, and the fact that those, I'm not even saying that it's wrong, but those 4 drivers from Russia, I mean, I don't know if I should question the entire Cold War, because 4 disgruntled ex-Soviets.
Well, you probably shouldn't, but they're real people, and they really lived through it, and they know what they were told, and they know what they believed, so why wouldn't you accept a regular person? What, do they got to be a diplomat or a foreign leader elected before you'll believe them?
Was Hitler ever charged, though? Was Hitler ever charged? Like, when you talk about Bin Laden were charged, we just knew Hitler was the guy. Everyone knows Bin Laden was the head of Al-Qaeda. People knew Al-Qaeda did this. They did their own investigation.
Yeah, they know it. We've proved it unbelievably beyond any reasonable
I believe
doubt.
so. Hey, look, you're comfortable making allegations about 9/11 with absolutely what I feel is not proof. I'm comfortable making these allegations with what you feel is not proof.
Yep.
In Afghanistan, I really feel that country was protecting Bin Laden, who attacked us, and they were fostering and nurturing Al-Qaeda. Iraq's totally different. Every other country is different. But what should we have done with Afghanistan as a country who I feel was aggressive and responsible for harboring Bin Laden when he attacked the country?
I don't know.
And a training camp.
Invade them and occupy them?
But, I mean, it's not about...
I guess that's what we do. We invade and occupy them.
Let's say there was no Iraq.
Teach them the right way to live.
We had gone, but that's...
And even though for thousands of years they've been fighting over there, but we're the United States.
Again,
we can stop
without
it.
sarcasm, I'm asking you for real.
I'm not saying sarcasm. I'm telling you exactly why I feel that so invading the country and occupying them with our military is the thing to do.
What should we have done? You're saying you don't know. You're giving a sarcastic answer to what we did do. I'm saying, what should we have done? What's the answer there? Forget Iraq. I'm not going to argue with you about it. I was for it in the beginning. I was wrong. I'm against it. We should not be there.
Yep.
But what's the right thing in Afghanistan? How would you handle that?
I don't know. That's the difficult. That's the 800-pound gorilla, really, when you look at it. Is invading a country and occupying it the answer? I tend to think no. It doesn't seem to work. We tried it in Vietnam. It failed miserably.
But Vietnam,
there.
I think we had no business being with. That was not our fight.
Yeah, but we also propped up a phony government just like we're doing here. So they do have a great parallel to them.
Do we have no right to go after the Taliban as a government? If the government was harboring this guy and this organization, which, look, the way war is now, it's different.
Well,
they killed 3,000 people.
Okay, if you look at it that way, shouldn't we have attacked Saudi Arabia then? Because they were the people that were in the plains, supposedly.
Yeah, but they were just citizens as opposed to the government sanctioned thing. Come on.
I
hate Saudi Arabia.
We should have invaded Saudi Arabia.
I'll go with you there.
Not only that, then we could take all what they got of their oil.
No, we should just let them be overthrown. We should just stop dealing with them and allow the fucking locals to have them and fuck the House of Saud.
But if we do that, they might not be good for our interests.
For the oil, so we go to Alaska. That was my question.
Oh, okay.
Isn't Alaska?
Listen, Jesse's running out of time, and I wanted to know.
Not really, because I got canceled because Geraldo's not in town today, and I'm supposed to do him next. So I don't know what my schedule. I got a couple hours. I think I got an hour. If I'm wrong of dead time yet.
But is it being like if we say
I don't have the answers to everything, and I don't claim to have them all. But I just do know that I feel strongly that we're that we shouldn't be invading countries. We shouldn't be occupying countries. And it's going to be bad for our economy, and ultimately I think it's going to be a disaster.
But did we invade Japan, though, or did we invade, like, when we feel that country was the aggressor? Is it invasion if you're responding to the country attacking you?
No country attacked us.
But again, I'm saying in the context of them protecting bin Laden and Al-Qaeda, I feel that Afghanistan as a government did.
Well, you feel that they did, but did they?
Well, the U.S. felt they did, too.
Well, we'll go there whether we did or didn't.
But you know what I'm saying? It's like you could make the point that the government was helping bin Laden and behind bin Laden.
You don't know that.
Well, I feel that the U.S. government.
See, the reason I'm such a cynic, I don't believe what my government tells me today. So many of the facts that my government comes out with, I tend to feel, well, wait a minute, they've lied to me so many times. Could they be lying and turning this into a political football too to get me believe?
Yes.
And you know what the most disgusting one we've done lately? The one to Pat Tillman. When our country lied and used it politically and tried to create something that didn't happen. They even lied to his family, this hero, this guy that quit the NFL and his multi-million-dollar contract to become an Army Ranger. He was unfortunately killed by friendly fire, which any of us in the Special Forces knows that's always a risk. It happens. It's bad, but it happens. But what did our government then do? For political advantage, they tried to create a whole different scenario. They tried to say Al-Qaeda and all them killed him, so that we get even more angry. Now Al-Qaeda's even killed our hero Pat Tillman, and they lied to his family, they lied to everybody. So when my country tells me these things, like they're harboring bin Laden and they're doing all this stuff, I take it with that grain of salt. I'm a skeptic. I go, am I being lied to again by my own government to manipulate my thinking so that I will follow and go along to get along? Always remember, too, Thomas Jefferson's famous quote.
Get that bitch in here, I have a heart on.
No, dissension is the greatest form of patriotism.
Yeah.
And I'm a dissenter. I believe in dissension. I believe that if you don't hold your elected people's feet to the fire, if you don't question everything they do, you will get bad government. And we got proof of that.
For senator? Is that why you...
I didn't run. I flipped a coin.
Really?
Yep. True story. I was split. I didn't know what to do. I was torn both ways, and filing was going to end in an hour, and it's a half-hour drive, and
Was it a peso?
No, and I said, I turned to my wife, and I turned to my wife, and I said, I I don't know what to do here. And my wife looked at me and she said, well, you've always believed in fate and destiny, haven't you? And I said, pretty much. She said, why don't you flip a coin? And I sat back a minute and I went, you're right. So I walked in the center of my floor. I took a quarter. And I looked at her, I said, heads I run, tails I don't. I flipped it in the air, I let it land, it came up tails. I looked at her, and I said, I'm not running, let's move on.
Were you a little relieved?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, because I left it to fate. Now, if it would have came up heads, I'd be a U.S. Senator right now, and I'd be very powerful because I'd be the 60th Senator, the one they would need to have to avoid a filibuster. Can you imagine the power I'd have as an independent?
They'd have loved
I'd
that
have
one.
both of these sides giving me everything I wanted to try to buy my vote. Because that's
I
all
don't
they
think the
do.
Republicans would think they're going to get your vote. I think the Republicans would consider you a lost cause.
Yeah, they would give up on that.
No, that is not true. I very much stand with Republicans
Both sides of
on
being
real
what do we
fiscal
gotta do?
issues.
You know, we're going to.
I'm fiscally conservative.
We're going to lose
okay,
Jesse
good.
soon, and I want to know about secret societies and everything else that this
let's talk
show's
the
about.
show. All right.
Conspiracy
Well,
theory premieres
secret-
tonight at 10 on True TV.
Yeah, secret societies deal with like the Bilderbergs, you know, that meeting that happens every year.
Yeah,
and
now
you know
what the hell is that about?
That's the power brokers of the world all meet. You know what's interesting about it? They have such power. Our president goes to it, and our president has to sign a no-talk thing.
Really?
Yeah, they have the power to tell our president, you have to sign a thing saying you won't talk about what went on here.
Isn't Rumsfeld a member of that? I've heard
There's
of that.
bunches. Also, I felt a little offended. I won governor and never got invited. How come I didn't get to go there and sit in on this shit?
Because they know you'd open your yap about everything you saw.
Probably.
You can't keep your mouth shut.
I wouldn't have signed the no talk thing, you know.
Has
I
anybody
would
ever
feel,
taped it? Has anybody ever taped it or talked about it?
No, there's more security there than you'll ever see at the Super Bowl or that
Obviously
you'll
more
ever
than
see
at the
anywhere.
White House.
Yeah, obviously more than the White House.
Are you scared by this secret society?
It's eye-opening. I will tell you this.
Well, what do you know about it? Did you explore this?
Watch the show.
Okay.
You know, I don't want to give everything away.
Well, that's
you
a
know,
good point.
I
That's a good
be a
point.
watch the show. But I will tell you this. In doing these 7 episodes on conspiracies, you can choose whether you can say they're all bunk. Because in the end, we cover the conspiracy and we leave it up to you. Did we provide enough evidence to where you can look at this and say, you know, there's a little bit of merit here. You know, there's something beyond what we've been told. So, but I will tell you this. In doing these 7 conspiracies, and I say this very seriously, I got scared doing them. And I don't scare easy. But these things,
Now,
doing this show frightened me.
Which one scared you the most?
2012.
Ah, come on.
Oh, really?
We had Dr. Michio Kaku said it's all bullshit.
Well, it might all be, but
What scared you about the 2012
Well,
thing?
because there's certain things that NASA backs up that's going to happen. And here's what scares me, is the fact that every 160 years or so, the sun kind of goes crazy up there, and it's due to happen. And, well, here's back up again, the Mayan calendar. What it said was simply this: December 21st of 2012, the world as we know it will end, and a new world will begin. That's the actual what the Mayans said. Now, you can throw that out saying, oh, they're just a bunch of old Mayans. What do they know?
They had no shoes.
But these people, believe it or not, when it came to the atmosphere and that, nothing, even with all our technology today, we can't disprove the things that they learned back then. They were very bright when it came to up there. Now, here's the story on 2012. And you can go to NASA and they'll back this up. Our planet is protected by a magnetic force field. Well, apparently there's a large hole in it. And NASA will back you up because the Voyager and all that, they've proven there's a big hole in our magnetic force field. Well, every 160 years or so, and this is also documented, the sun kind of goes crazy and it shoots off these solar flares that they call it, right? Well, because of the hole in our force field, it happened 160 years ago, and it didn't really have a major effect because we weren't dependent upon electricity like we are today. Back then, it might have just knocked out a couple of telegraph offices, and that would have been the extent of it, because 160 years ago, we didn't have the massive grid system. We weren't as dependent upon electricity. The guys I've talked to said, here's the good part. We can prevent it. But no one's paying attention. right now. It'll cost about 200 to 400 million to put these resistors in our entire grid system. But what this guy told me is that when this happens, and he won't say it's December 21st, 2012, he says or thereabouts. When this happens from the sun, it could very well knock out the entire grid system of North America to where we could be without electricity for up to 2 to 4 years.
This sounds like
now,
Y2K.
Now, what Y2K was created by us. Mm-hmm. This has nothing to do with us. This is up there. And it's documented. This is out of our control. I said that too. I said it, but I even bring it up. I said, well, wait a minute. We had Y2K. I had to sit in a thing all night long thinking that, the world was going to go down, blah, blah, blah. And nothing happened. But like he said, yeah, but that was us. That was just us and our computers. He said, this comes from the sun, and it's documented. You can go to NASA. They will verify it and all this. And if that indeed happens, like I said to him, I said, well, I live in Mexico half the year, and I live off the grid, and I have solar power. What'll happen to me? And the guy said, well, you'll probably have about 100,000 people wanting to live with you. Oh. Now imagine, you're all New Yorkers out here, right? Look what happened when they lost power here for a mere 24 hours. What would happen if the whole North American grid system blew out and it took us 2 years to get it up and running again?
Oh, well.
Wow.
But
I mean, you'd have chaos.
Call the herd.
Yes.
Call the herd.
Well, you'd have chaos. And, so that one scared me the most.
How would we see our movies?
Right. But that one got to me the most, the fact that that's really out of our control.
Yeah.
If this happens and we're not preparing for it in some manner. But this guy says it'll cost between 2 to 400 million to put these resistors into the grid system.
That's not a lot of money.
Right. But he said the problem is nobody's paying attention to it.
Because it's bullshit.
Because it's bullshit.
If they thought it was, yeah.
It's not, because it's all documented. There was the big one 160 years ago, and then in 1921, apparently there was a milder one that knocked out the grid of a couple cities.
I hope so. I'm waiting for anarchy, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, it's got his guns. He's ready.
I want things mixed.
I
want to mix things up a little bit.
So the show, we cover that.
You guys cover
I'll
UFOs
tell you,
at all?
The what?
UFOs, do you guys go into that at all?
The which?
UFOs, Area 51, any of that stuff?
No. Nothing with that, because what am I going to add to Area 51? There's nothing new. We kept it within the decade. Area 51's way back in the 40s, or whatever it happened.
How about a Bigfoot update?
Here's the eeriest one I did. Yeah. Manchurian candidates.
What's that about?
Whether the government can create an assassin under hypnosis and all this. Wait till you watch this show.
Yeah, you think...
No, I talked to a guy who claims to be one.
Oh, I thought you killed somebody.
Yeah.
And he's got maybe a code word or something happens and then they just...
Well, he doesn't really know, and he always... when I got done interviewing him, it was interesting after he left.
Pick your words wisely when you talk to him.
He said that the only reason he talked was because it was me.
Really?
Yeah. He told me that.
Was he on camera?
He trusted me. He trusted. He said,
filmed it.
But
I thought maybe he was a fan of the square circle.
When he left,
you can't be trusted though. You talk too much.
When he left,
who's trusting you with any info?
I turned to my crew and I said, "Boy, I'll tell you something. You can choose not to believe this guy, but he believes it."
Did you film his face? Did he let you film his face?
Sure.
So
absolutely. Here's the deal. I'll give you a little scenario on how. Okay. When a person apparently is put under heavy hypnosis or that type of thing, if they have a traumatic accident or something, it can jar their old memory back somewhat. That's what happened to him. He was involved in a bad car accident, right? So he started getting his memory back on other stuff. Well, wait till you hear this. As part of his rehabilitation after the car wreck, he had to get an MRI. They put him in the MRI and the machine went ballistic. You know why?
Chip in his head.
5 of them.
5 chips.
5 chips in his body were discovered.
So
now, isn't that pretty?
Did someone just snatch him up, or was he part of?
He claims he was taken at age 6, and that his father used to head the CIA down in St. Martin and all that, and so he was. And plus, it's his background. He's part Native American, and apparently there's something that they study about who's more susceptible and who's not. Like in a Manchurian candidate, your best bet would be to get an ex-military guy. Mm-hmm. And the reason being is that a military guy has already gotten to the point where he can say murder's okay. I can kill someone, because you have to make that logical decision. When you join the military, you realize that there may be a time you might have to kill somebody. So you're not comfortable with it, but you accept it. That's what, see, under hypnosis, they can't force you, like put you under hypnosis and say, go jump off the roof. Well, you'll come out of it before you'll do that.
You say, go screw yourself.
But if they did it to you for over a year, then it's a possibility that you would do something.
Did you backtrace his military history or his father? Did you guys investigate that?
Oh, yeah.
So he's legit?
Oh, yeah.
I want to see that one, man.
Oh, yeah. No, it's good stuff. I'll tell you what, like I said, you can choose to not believe any of these, but I guarantee you're going to find this show, because there's the frightening part thing. What if it is?
Yeah, we're all watching.
That's the big point. What if it is?
All right, quickly, I see one of the episodes here, global warming. Now, this has been a big subject of late, especially because of these emails that came out and are kind of
I believed it, but I'm not so sure now.
Now you're not so sure?
Yeah, well, and here's why. Cap and trade. The solution they have for global warming doesn't solve it. It simply makes money.
It makes a lot of money.
A lot of money. And it doesn't solve the pollution, because you can buy your way out of polluting. You can pollute the same as you always do. You can simply pay it off. Well, how does that solve global warming? And that's what caused my red flag to go up. Wait a minute. They're going to pass this legislation that really does nothing to solve the problem. All it does is collect money.
Do you see Al Gore as being a big believer in it, or a businessman that saw an opportunity?
Both.
Really?
Both. Yep. And the real guy, is this character will reveal to you, a guy called Maurice Strong. He's the guy behind all of it. He's a big guy at the UN, and they're also using global warming to help promote one world government. Because this will be the first tax that will be a tax of the world.
A world tax.
Not a tax from a nation. And that causes me great despair. Although I will say this, maybe it's evolution. Maybe a one-world government. Maybe we can't do nothing about it. Maybe it's because I believe in evolution.
Michio Kaku always talks about like a planetary government, not being some controlling force, but as instead of working against each other, eventually we just work as a planet, and then we harness the weather, and then we harness energy around us.
But of course, you run the fear. Okay, who would abuse this?
Oh yeah.
You know, you always run the fear. In a perfect world, it might be great. Because I've told people the best government. You know what the actual best government is? Benevolent dictator. But your key is you got to be benevolent, you know, because then you can get things done. If you're the dictator, hey, we need a bridge here, build the bridge, da-da-da. But again, it would be abused.
Although,
like all dictators, power corrupts.
Wouldn't aggression, though, like as we evolve, doesn't aggression become less and less and less? Like, say, 1,000 years from now.
I don't think so. I think aggression's becoming more and more today. We seem to be more aggressive today than we've ever been.
I don't think as a species we are. If you look at, maybe you look at the military action in the U.S., but look as a species, I think we're a lot different than we were 5,000 years ago.
No, I don't agree. I disagree. You know why? We got protests out there going on whether people can go to the doctor. You got people protesting. Should you be able to go to the doctor or not?
They're not just burning places down.
But we're not protesting war, are we? We're protesting whether you can go to the doctor or not.
Well, it's all immediate self-interest. We see the effect of not going to the doctor as being an immediate effect. We don't see the maybe over.
Well, to me, we should be protesting these wars, not protesting whether someone can go to the doctor.
Are you saying that we haven't evolved like that because you threatened to beat me up and you feel guilty?
I have never threatened to beat you.
You didn't threaten me, but
you kind of did.
You kind of
No, I didn't.
Step outside.
I was having fun and doing humor.
He just said step outside.
How the hell do we know when you're having fun?
Have a heater.
I'm not.
Yeah, I know. You have a heater. Can't have a heater inside. You got to have them outside.
Funny.
Hey, I got to tell you something though. I used to because of freedom.
Yeah.
I used to really oppose the smoking in the bar thing because I thought, shouldn't that be left up to the bar? You know, because it's an act of freedom.
I completely still agree with that.
But
and I'm not a smoker.
You know
Leave
what
it up
though?
To the fucking bar owner.
I don't now, and I'll tell you because this summer, for some reason, I had to do 3 things at the bar. God, was it nice? I didn't have to come home.
It's nice.
I didn't have to wait. I didn't have to come home and immediately throw my clothes into the hamper because they stink. I didn't have to run in and take a shower because my hair smelled and my body smelled.
With you.
And it was actually very enjoyable.
You just explained something.
And I just sat and thought, God, you know, they really shouldn't be able to do it, but it sure is nice that they have.
You just explained why people aren't protesting the war, but they are protesting the doctor. It's not about not caring. It's about immediate self-interest. It's the doctor we see affecting us immediately, whereas the war is like, it's easier to not feel like you're being affected by that.
But I got to admit, going to the bar without the smoke, God, was it nice.
That's a good point.
You know, your eyes didn't burn all night. You didn't come out coughing. And like I said, you didn't stink, you know.
As governor, where did you stand as far as the Second Amendment goes?
Well, I'll give it to you. My definition of gun control is standing at 25 meters and putting 2 rounds in the same hole. That's gun control.
Very good. I like that.
Is that a good answer?
Absolutely.
That's called gun control.
Yes.
Stand back 25 meters, put 2 rounds in the same hole. You got great control of that gun.
I don't like some of the people that are saying that you got to have more laws against law-abiding citizens. Meanwhile, again, the bad guys.
Well, that's an attempt to disarm us and take control of us.
I will not disagree with that.
Which goes on. It's the same as these other things where they're taking our freedoms. They've suspended habeas corpus. I wish you were that passionate about that. The fact that they can now arrest you. They can now arrest you and simply say you did a terrorist thing and you can't have a lawyer. They can hold you indefinitely.
Are there examples of them doing that to citizens who aren't involved in terrorism at all?
I don't know. How would we know? If they're holding someone, if we're holding someone without charging them, how would we know?
Well, they have families.
Don't they have to charge you first so you know what you got charged for?
They have jobs and people they know who would go, hey, Fred hasn't showed up for work in 3 weeks. Cops grabbed them.
He's in prison for being in
terrorist.
I don't know.
It's harder. They couldn't even hide Abu Ghraib. It's very hard to hide information these days with cell phones and technology. And it's harder to hide shit because the immediacy of information is available.
I just wish I'd like to waterboard Dick Cheney.
Oh, my goodness. He wouldn't last very long.
Yeah, I know, but I think he needs to have it done to him so that he'll clearly understand with his 5 deferments from Vietnam. He'll then understand what's torture and what's not. You know, because Dick seems to call it enhanced interrogation. I call him Cheney the coward.
Now, what about interrogations in Vietnam? Now, there was intense interrogation that went on there that supposedly led to maybe people knowing where enemy concentrations were gonna be.
Let me explain why torture doesn't work. Because if you're being tortured, you're going to say whatever needs to be said to stop the torture.
Let me check with the listeners.
You can.
Yes, they are. They're saying everything.
No, seriously. If you're being tortured, you will say whatever it's required to say to stop the torture. That's why it's not allowed in court. If you torture someone, the confession is not allowed in court because it was under torture.
What if it's for information or say it like it's for a name?
How is the information? How can you deem it good?
Let me say,
he's going to say what you want to hear.
No. Let's just say like you got a guy like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. And again, I'm talking about people who we believe to be very high-ranking members. I'm not talking about average foot soldiers or regular guys. A guy on that level who has, let's say, knowledge and who has said that he was mastermind 9/11. Let's say you say, where are the cells?
After being
okay, fair enough.
After being waterboarded,
let's say
you would have too.
You say, I'm sure I would have. Let's say you say to that person, name 3 other people who were involved. Where are they? And then he gives you names that you didn't have. And then you go and you find out those people have bomb-making equipment, and they are actually what he said. Now, you've tortured the information out of him. But
can you name me an example of that?
I don't know.
Where it worked?
Well, again,
I would like to see an example of it to where it worked.
All of the things that they've stopped, I don't know how many of them came from Khalid Sheikh Mohammed.
Most of them they've gotten from not torture. They've gotten from being nice and
bounties work and Viagra work too. In Afghanistan, they give Viagra to a lot of guys. They got information, believe it or not. They did.
Really?
Viagra actually worked a lot because these are older guys and these warlords. They can't fuck anymore, and they give them Viagra and they're fucking their wives.
I never heard about that.
Yeah, the military's not stupid. But I think if I'm saying in an example like that, if it does work like that,
because the rule of law of our country says we don't torture. And again, if you're going to have the rule of law and live by it, you have to live by it when it's inconvenient.
Well, isn't
even if the game
who decides?
A very gray area.
No,
as far
it should not be.
What it means.
Well, the game has changed a little bit in that it's citizens attacking citizens. We've never faced that before.
Well, then why didn't we waterboard? Okay, I'll give you a great example. Oklahoma City bombing? Why didn't we waterboard McVeigh? There's a lot of people think more were involved than them too. Why didn't we give McVeigh a good waterboarding to good information from him?
Well, they did execute him, so I think
but to gain information, execution won't get you information.
But I mean, maybe they felt that there was nothing else to get from him, and they got what
But why
they
wouldn't
needed.
they just to make sure? There's plenty of people think more that were involved than just those two
There's
guys.
a difference between how we handle enemy combatants and how we handle our own citizens.
It doesn't
during
matter a
crime.
citizen.
No, I mean how we
person.
handle American citizens.
No, but
And how we
then,
handle-
so it's okay to waterboard European citizens.
No.
here.
I'm all for that.
If they're enemy combatants, as they were calling them, enemy combatants, whatever you want to call them.
I'll put it to you this way.
They then are not due the due process that we are here. So
Shouldn't we be above our enemy? Shouldn't we be? Shouldn't we stand for something?
Not all the time.
Really?
Yes, because
okay. So we should get down in the mud, and the pigs will love it.
You know what? If we understand where we're going, that we are going in the mud, and sometimes you have to fight.
So two wrongs make a right.
No, but that's not true.
No, I'm not talking about us going in and beheading people and stuff, but treating these vicious people.
Well, why don't we treat?
compassion.
Well, Charles Manson got Miranda. Charles Manson had his day in court. Who's worse than him?
Again,
Charles Manson was not a citizen who was targeting other citizens like under the guise of we had him. We had the guy. Nothing else was happening. It wasn't like Manson was the head of a network.
Yes, he was. He was the head of his family, and they were out butchering people in California.
But they were all with him. I'm saying they were all with him. They didn't go out and do other butcherings when he wasn't when he got locked up. It was done. They had the guy, and they got Squeaky Fromm, and they got fucking Tex Watson, and they got all of them. They cleaned house with Manson. They knew who did it.
No, they didn't.
They got them.
No, they didn't.
Who didn't go
There's
to jail?
a bunch of Manson family people that never went to jail. Read Vince's book, Helter Skelter.
People that
He'll
were
tell you.
involved with the murders?
Well, people that they didn't have enough evidence to involve them.
They didn't have enough evidence.
But the point is, he still had rights in this country. As awful as he was, he still had rights. And when we get to the slippery slope, who decides?
He wasn't an enemy of the state.
He wasn't an enemy
of the country. He wasn't an enemy combatant that was.
How is that any different?
It's different.
It's called killing people.
Yeah, there's a difference between war. You're not going to convict a soldier.
They're not soldiers.
I'm saying you're not going to convict a soldier, a United States soldier, for going into war and under the rules of combat, killing another human being. You're not going to take him and go, well, I'm going to convict you or try you for murder. It's the same thing. They are afforded certain liberties.
Well, okay. Lieutenant Calley was convicted because he killed a bunch of civilians.
He went a little fucking
wait. Now, weren't these civilians killed in the towers?
Yes.
Okay, so you still had to try him in court. He committed a crime. He was read his rights, and he was tried in court.
The difference is he didn't work for 2 years to create a network to make that happen. I'm not saying it's right.
How is that any different?
I'll tell you how. Because it's a military operation.
They're not a military.
But they're operating as a military operation on U.S. soil, and they hijack commercial airliners.
So did the Hells Angels.
Do you not see the difference between the Hells Angels and somebody hijacking a commercial airliner and flying it into a building?
No, but they're an organization that's involved in bad activities, and they kill people.
When have they done anything that has killed 3,000 people or 2,800, whatever it was? When have they ever done anything that was as much a threat to the national security as that was?
Well, our bottom line, we get back to it again. Nothing's been proven.
But let's just...
and you and I will...
What have you proven about the Hells Angels? I mean, come on, you're right, the Hells Angels. They're a motorcycle gang. They've done some bad stuff. But to actually mention them in a discussion about what they're trying to do...
What I'm saying to you, I'm making the comparison. Here you have an organization that's involved in crime.
Yes, mafia, Irish mafia, all of them. Sure, absolutely.
And so should we treat them the same way? Because sometimes people die around them for no reason. They kill people. But you're going to tell me that they've never killed anybody?
But they're not hijacking commercial airliners and flying them into buildings.
But they might if it served their purpose, wouldn't they?
I don't know.
They might do it then. I don't know.
Maybe they would. Maybe they would. But,
you know,
what does that
and
prove?
If they did,
well,
and
what
if
it
they
proves
did,
is you have to treat everyone the same under the law. You can't simply say, okay, the law applies to you, but it doesn't apply to you, because who plays that God figure that makes that decision? Who do you allow
Hold on, Jesse.
to be able to make that
you're not
decision?
wrong, but the decision of the way the legal system is, you know how it is. The way the legal. So you think that we should just allow these guys? Like we saw what happened with the Zacharias Moussaoui trial. It's a fucking circus, and so we're going to allow these guys just to languish.
So you're saying that they don't deserve a trial?
Not saying
that. Our government just says you're guilty.
No,
and we're going to execute you or do what we do.
I'm not
no
saying
trial.
that. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying that.
Well, I'm asking.
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, then when do you have a trial? When do you allow our rules of law? Is it only for our citizens?
It's hard to. I honestly, in this situation, I don't know because we've never faced this type of an enemy before.
Then why?
This country has never faced this before.
Why wouldn't you take POWs from any war we've ever been in and bring them over and try each and every one for murder of U.S. citizens?
Because they represent a country.
All right, we're in a different situation.
These people don't represent a country.
Bin Laden did. He represented the Taliban.
Wait, we're back to the Hells Angels. They don't represent a country. They're like a gang.
Yeah, they're a gang within the United States. They're American citizens.
Well, what difference does that make?
The difference is
our laws apply. You don't have to be a citizen to have our laws.
But when
otherwise, what would we do to tourists?
When we're at war with somebody, the rules are are different. The rules of engagement are different.
For military.
Yes, and
you don't think Khalid Sheikh Mohammed should be held under military rules?
Boy, that is quite the loophole then, that people can now come over
he should be tried. He should be tried for murder.
But
because he's a civilian who killed civilians. He should be tried the same way Manson was.
Al-Qaeda is operating as a military operator. It's a different enemy. The U.S. has never seen an enemy that operated like this.
What a great loophole. Let's get a bunch of people from Somalia or from Afghanistan, load up a ship, come over to the U.S., not as an army, not as a representing a country.
Did that happen?
And let me just put this as a hypothetical example. Now let him just sweep on in and try to take over the United States with a little army.
Yep.
And now, instead of treating them as military combatants, we have to try each and every one of them as a criminal with the same rules and regulations.
No, I would say you don't give them any rights. You simply take them out back and execute them like the Wild West.
That's silly.
No,
but
that's what you're telling me.
No, you're telling me there's now a
not.
loophole for invading our country.
No,
who's invaded our country?
I'm saying there's a loophole now, the way you put it. If some entity wants to invade the United States, they can now do it without the repercussions of not having due process. They will then have due process? The same things that we're afforded?
Yeah, not in our country. Yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely, I agree with you.
You would allow,
by God, take them out back and hang them.
No, we should do it because you know that you're not going to be a victim of terrorism. So what we should do is just allow citizens to be slaughtered. While
we're not allowing anything. It's called great police work.
Don't violate those civil liberties. Do not violate civil liberties.
Absolutely.
Do not profile. Do not investigate Muslims because they're Muslim, because that's a profiling. And everybody on the left goes ballistic when you profile, because that's not affording citizens due process. You're profiling them. You're judging them guilty before they were tried.
Well,
so you can't
let's not leave it there either. We're also profiling the Mexicans.
We profile the Italians for the mafia. You profile bikers for Hell's Angels.
Yeah.
Profiling works to a certain degree as long as citizens are afforded a certain amount of respect.
And I like the fact that now we don't even do it at the borders.
Where are Mexicans being profiled?
Well, I drive across every year, and now the last time I drove across the border, I showed my passport at the border. And I was 2 hours into Arizona on the freeway, and I had to do a 2-hour stop there because the cars were backed up, because it was an immigration stop in the middle of Arizona. Well, not at the border.
And seems logical for the people that got across.
Well,
do DWI checkpoints.
It only goes against our Constitution, but what the hell?
DWI checkpoints do too, technically.
No. our Constitution says you can travel freely inside the United States.
So DWI checkpoints also?
No. That's
Why?
Because that's
Why?
driving a car and a license, and you're dealing with a cop.
Same thing here.
No, it isn't the same. This is immigration.
So what?
This
You're
is
checking
not,
to see if...
So what?
You're a citizen. You're not being hassled if you're a citizen.
Yes, you are. You're asked to produce. I already did it at the border.
Same as DWI checkpoint. You're asked to prove your sobriety.
No, it's different.
It's not different.
Yes, it is.
It's different. It doesn't prove your point, but it's not different.
Because driving is a privilege.
Yes, they weren't stopping citizens walking.
No,
they were stopping them and exercising their privilege.
No, driving is a privilege. You don't have a right to drive.
Right, exactly.
It's a privilege.
So they were stopping.
But you have a right to be a citizen. It's your right not to be questioned inside the United States if you're a citizen. So you think we
right to ask
this isn't the police. This isn't the police.
You're talking about the Border Patrol.
This is immigration.
Immigration. Oh, okay.
So what right does immigration have to pull me over in the middle of Arizona and ask me to produce papers that I'm a citizen?
Well, you a little shifty.
Yeah, but if they
Very
were stopping
shifty.
people because they wanted to make sure that there weren't illegals, they weren't looking for you. So what if they asked you to produce? And I mean
I
that.
refused.
Of course you did, because you're a
because I
recognizable
believe
guy.
in the Constitution.
So do I. But again, it's not
No,
a
you don't,
suicide.
because you're saying that this
You're
is
right.
okay.
I don't believe in the Constitution. Stop it.
Stop it.
I don't believe in the Constitution.
You're violating it.
No, I'm not.
You
I'm
have no
exercising my
problem
free
with it.
speech. Boo-hoo.
No, Jesus.
And time.
Wow. I love the Constitution.
It troubles me because
I don't like the perverse use of the Constitution.
We're out in the middle in the United States, and you're asked to produce your citizenship when you've already done it at the border. And our country has never made us have to produce any type of thing like that just to freely travel about the country.
Where are your papers?
Do you have to produce your... Well,
where are your papers? Can you leave Minnesota into South Dakota? And I foresee in the future they're going to have right at the borders, state to state, where you're going to have to produce paperwork to go from one state to the next.
It's called Easy Pass
and that's called taking away your freedoms in light of keeping us safe.
Slippery. That's what you'd say to the police doing honest police work.
Let's keep us safe.
That's what you'd say about the police doing hard police work.
No, I said
police
work. That ain't police work. That's immigration.
But if it was
the
cop, say the cop had done it.
No, it ain't a cop.
You said it's all police work to stop terrorists. So if they started questioning people in a mosque, you'd say, "Oh, that's racist."
Don't put words in my mouth, please.
Why? You've done it to
me.
You did it to me. You said I don't believe in the Constitution.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Jess.
Governor.
You always just sulk and walk away. Why? You put words in my mouth.
There's a fucking guy here telling me I got a schedule.
You're using dirty language, asshole. Yeah.
Oh. Bye, tough guy.
Bye, tough guy.
And thanks for your service to our country.
You're welcome. Thanks for touching me with your fucking stupid riff-raff from fucking Rocky Horror hairdo. You're bigger than me and stronger than me. So what? I don't give a shit. You want to beat me up? Go ahead. I'm not going to fight a guy like you. That means nothing to me.
I know.
I argued with you. You put words in my mouth, and you didn't like when I did it to you. You put words in my mouth saying I didn't believe in the Constitution, and that's bullshit. It's not true. I don't agree with abusing it.
Thank you for your service.
Oh, you're welcome. You're a bigger patriot than me. Godspeed. Fuck out of here.
Wow.
What happened?
He's a fucking baby.
That ended on a
fucking baby.
nice note.
Who gives a shit? A big fucking guy that doesn't like the little guy yelling.
You scared him, Jimmy.
No, you
scared him.
No, here's what that is. He wanted to knock my fucking block off, but he knows that he shouldn't or he can't because of the law or all this stuff. Fuck you. I don't care because I fucking hate that shit.
What happened, Sam?
Jimmy,
I really do.
No,
don't fight.
You know what? I bow to you.
I would never.
So do I.
I would never.
I saw the look Jesse was giving you.
I don't care.
On you.
I would never try to challenge a guy like that physically, and I don't posture that way. He would murder me.
You're like fucking Spider. You were just like Spider.
I would
toss your money.
I would never talk tough guy talk. I was arguing an ideological point. I would never get in Jesse Ventura's face and think I'm going to outman him. That was not my point, and I've never done that. Don't fucking tough guy me. I hate that.
He was tough guy.
Fuck him. I don't care how strong he is. I hate that.
You bravo to Jim.
That drives me nuts, man. That's my fucking pet peeve. I hate it.
Suicide by wrestler was what he was trying.
Holy shit, do I fucking... But it's not, dude, it's not a tough guy thing. The guy would it's not about that. I'm not gonna fight Jesse Ventura. I can't be bullied. It makes me fuck you. I hate it.
How'd you feel when he tapped your shoulder?
Annoyed, not intimidated, annoyed.
And said,
annoyed.
Thank you for your service.
He didn't do it hard. It wasn't a threatening,
Yeah.
but it was. Don't try to alpha male me, stupid.
Danny just put up a picture of the crypt keeper. Danny's real brave. Jimmy's the only one that opened his mouth like a man.
Dude,
like a man.
that drives me crazy.
That was a great ending.
That drives me nuts.
Wow. What is he saying down the hall there?
Who cares? Who cares?
I'm just curious.
I asked him if when his book comes out in April, he'd be happy to come back because despite the tumult, that really sounded well. He goes, nope, not doing it.
Good, fuck you. Bye. Don't.
We're done with him?
Don't.
I said,
we've had intense
he's a baby.
discussions with the guy.
I walked with him to
And he
the
always
elevator,
comes back.
and I said, Governor, I know that your feelings may have gotten hurt, and you don't like Jim.
Who cares? I don't like him either.
He
He's
said,
a sulker.
I don't respect that little shit.
I don't respect him either. I respect his military service, but I think he's a fucking... I don't respect him in a debate because he's a baby who pushes his microphone. Aw. What's the matter? You're not used to being challenged by a small guy, you fucking big dumb wrestler? I fucking hate that shit.
I mean...
By the way...
it's not like I stood up and go, what? I would never do that, dude.
People are saying best ending ever. By the way, yes, we did get that on video, and boy, will that video be...
I don't give a shit if he comes back.
That's a big one.
I
That's
don't
a biggie
care.
right there. That's a big one.
I swear to God, I don't care if he comes back.
Wait till you see Jesse's face.
Honest to God,
he
I
wanted to strangle you.
Too bad.
I know.
Then don't argue with me on the radio. Just bully me in an alley like you probably would have if you weren't a dumb fucking wrestler. I fucking hate big guys.
I'm afraid of Jimmy.
No, I'm not.
More funny.
Dude, I hate that shit. I fucking hate that shit.
Dude, you bravo. I mean, there's
hate
nothing,
it.
Honestly, there's nothing I could say, the listeners can say, Anthony can say. It's a bravo all the way around.
Yes.
So trust me.
I would never have
Me and
tried
Ant
to
saw the
speak
look
that
that
way to
Jesse
Jesse.
gave you. Bravo.
You
Wait till you see this fucking
nose
video.
to nose, and just you did not back down an iota.
But no, I won't back down.
I know, that's
but
just
again,
it.
if it came down to a real fight, the acknowledgement is the guy's going to murder me. I'm not going to fight Jesse.
he would.
It's not about that. It's an argument. Even if it was a small guy or a woman I was arguing with, which is what I am to him.
It was that whole push the mic away. Yeah, nothing.
Don't try to fucking alpha male me in an argument.
That's
we had a really good discussion with the guy too. Why did it have to end there?
Because he's a guy like...
You know what?
I'll tell you what.
I
know
started
why.
fading out. I'll be completely honest. What got to him at the end there?
I didn't like when he goes, well, you don't like the Constitution. He doesn't like me because I don't agree with him, and I'm fucking...
Don't put fucking words in my mouth.
He put fucking words in
And
my
then he put
mouth.
words in
And
your-
then he called me an asshole, and I called him an asshole.
And when Jimmy called him out on putting words in his mouth, he had no defense
Because
for
that's
it.
what he is. He's one of those big bully motherfuckers who likes to use his size and his weight, and he talks over everybody, and he's not a dumb guy.
shit,
I'm not
he's
going to
coming
say,
back.
so what? Fuck him. He's not a dumb guy. He's not a dumb guy.
I just want to see Jimmy look.
I just disagree
Don't
with
turn
him.
around, Jimmy.
I
Don't
respect
turn
the
around.
guy's military service. I respect the guy. He's a bright dude. He's not a dumb guy. He's just more radical than I am. But that, when you're arguing and that disagreeing, that fucking... Like, that's all of a sudden the
Yep.
atomic bomb. I'm going to use my... Fuck you, man.
You know what you should do? Bend him over and humble him. You fuck in the ass. I fuck you in the ass and humble you.
I don't care if he... That little shit. That's what I think of you, you big fat motherfucker. Beat it.
Steve.
There was a point.
No, I'm
Anthony,
sorry. I thought you
Anthony,
meant-
there was a point when Jimmy turned all the way around. Jesse was at the doorway. Jesse was debating.
I'm coming back in.
So what?
Yeah, he was. No, I'm just saying.
I know he was.
I'm just
but
painting the picture for
Dude,
everyone. There was
I
a moment
was
there where
scared for you.
Jesse's
I wasn't
like,
at all.
I think I got to go back
I
in there and
was
hit this
scared
guy.
for you.
And then
Because-
at the last second, turned and walked away.
When he drank his water
Yeah,
and
that's-
finished the
oh, yeah,
bottle,
yeah.
I thought he was going to throw the bottle in
And I
your
would have
face.
thrown mine at him and got the shit beat out of me.
Oh, my
Believe me.
God, that's what I was thinking. That's why I started getting afraid. And then Kenny would have had to come in and... Oh, it would have been awful. Kenny, I want to talk to Kenny for a minute.
I
I
would- you know
want to
what?
know what Kenny was thinking.
I've been boxing lately. I would have tried something.
Dude,
Would you knock it
Dude,
off?
I would be annoyed at a small guy for pushing the microwave during an argument when Jesse was having a lot of time to say what he had to say.
Yeah.
We were arguing back and forth. He felt I put words in his mouth. I felt he put words in mine. But then to drop it like that, goodbye.
I know.
Fuck you. We were
Goodbye.
promoting your show for the last
I'm
20
done.
minutes. Asked plenty of legitimate questions.
Yes. Let him get his point across over and over again.
Oh, it drives me
Kenny,
crazy.
Yeah, where would have been that fail-safe point where you had to jump in? Because you held off. You didn't do anything. You didn't get in between anybody. What were you thinking during that whole thing?
I was keeping my eye on him.
Yeah? Now, what would you think if you had to go against Jesse Ventura?
Bye, Jim.
Ronnie B's in studio. We almost lost Jimmy today, Ronnie.
I swear to God, true story. I'm downstairs and saw Ventura go through the turnstiles twice. He just kept, I'm not even fucking making it up. He just kept walking around and pushing it. I guess he was pushing it so hard he didn't realize how to get out the other
Fuck
side.
him. Deal with it, bully.
He was angry.
Deal with it. I fucking hate bully.
Jimmy, you didn't serve. Jesus Christ.
You know what? In that argument, that drives me nuts too, because I'm not one of these. I have nothing but respect for the military, and I've said it 50 times, pull them out of everywhere, fuck the rest of the world, don't get our guys killed for fucking North Korea or anybody, fuck all of them. It makes me sick.
It was amazing, Ronnie.
Oh,
holy
the look.
shit. The
He did
look
that
you
last
guys see
time.
the look that Jesse gave, the look that Jimmy gave.
It's a pretty good impression.
There was some good looks going on.
Wow. Well, I guess everyone's going to tune into his show tonight.
Hey, watch the show. It's probably a good show. As long as you don't watch it Thursday through Sunday when I'm at Caroline, I don't care what you do.
And the video,
I was angry.
The video of the confrontation later on this afternoon.
Oh,
you got to see this one. Holy shit.
I saw it live. I had to turn my head at one point. I was scared. I did not want to see you get hit. Not that I didn't want to see it happen. I literally did not want to see it. So I turned away thinking you absolutely were going to get fucking clocked.
Hold on. It was intense, too, because the video.
Yeah.
And I go whispering to Sam, get closer. And Sam's like, no, fuck no. Oh, you got a fucking close-up of him?
It's got a zoom lens.
Look at the look. Show Ronnie B the look.
The good thing, though, is if you would have got hit, it would have been fake hit, where they hit their and then if you needed to, you could just start going like this to the audience got behind you.
We'd all start clapping. Yeah. Hold some signs up.
Jeez.
You see that look?
Cares, that stupid hairdo.
Jimmy, everyone's saying bravo. Simple as that.
It's not even that. It's
I know.
I would never come at the guy physically.
You know what? You stood up for a lot of people out there that have been in that situation with a big, tough guy. And you know what? You fucking stood right in there with
because
the guy.
I would never yell at a guy who weighed 100 pounds.
Saying bravo today.
Like I would never. I don't bully people.
Most people in your
than me.
situation walk away. Trust me, they just do. You have no choice, and you walk away.
Patty.
I'm always nice to Stalker Patty.
That was
a pussy.
That was.
I gave her an orgasm.
Defend himself.
That was amazing.
Patty.
That was amazing.
I love her. I rub clear stuff on her.
I love the girl. She's fantastic.
All right, we got to go home, man.
All right.
We're into Ron and Fez time.
Sorry, we're calling off today anyway.
Is that it?
Yeah, Fez is upset.
What happened?
Why?
His wig was on backwards and everybody was laughing.
How do you tell?
How do you tell is right.
It crawled.
Jimmy, he loves you.
I love Fez too.
I'm only kidding you.
I adore
Relax.
Fez. He has a wicker basket on his head.
It's amazing when I see Fez walk in with that wig on his head, knowing he's got a full head of hair under there, and he wears that wig. You know everybody is going, what is he doing?
That's irony. That's the beauty of that bit.
That is
it's irony.
the beauty of it. It's complete irony. But shouldn't this end at some point?
Well,
he feels. Is that like a security blanket now? Like Linus in his blanket?
I don't know.
It's Fezzy in his wig?
Yeah. The beauty is no one knows he's gay under there.
Hi, Fez.
Hi, Fez. I was joking. Now he heard his name.
We almost lost Jimmy.
What does the wig talk about?
Fez the Body Ventura.
He looks like the Davy Jones. I kind of like it.
He looks like a beetle.
I could never go in the military. I won't cut my hair.
That's it.
That is a great
And I don't talk about anyone else's hair replacement system.
Damn, yo. The individual follicles placed in the direction the natural hair grows.
So are mine.
I see.
Fez,
The direction the hair grows in a hurricane. But I like it.
What's wrong with
I
it?
like it.
It looks good. Hide your eyes. You're mysterious. You kind of look like a dark horse performer. I like it.
And it's got a perfect part. You never have to worry about combing.
I like it the other way, though. It kind of works for you.
Can you stop sideways?
That's
Turn out just a little bit, because
Now
that's
he's
the part
emo.
that's been jizzed in. There, that's better.
He's got the emo look
They're
now.
really hard to shampoo.
Did you hear that exchange? Anything with Jimmy and Jesse?
Oh, yeah, Monday Night Raw.
Yeah,
very
it really
unpleasant.
was.
You might have to walk around the building a couple more times. That was intense, Fezzy.
That's what Ventura's doing right now.
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
Fez was actually with when we saw him going through the revolving door. It was twice.
He kept going through the revolving
He was
door.
waiting for his entry music.
He was debating if he should come back up here, I guess.
I should kick his ass.
All right, we got to go.
Yeah, thanks for being a proud American, Jim.
Exactly. Beat it. Don't touch me, shithead. Beat it.
All right.
Fucking take your toys and leave.
I think
we did enough damage.
I think we did all right today.
God, am I glad he didn't hit me.
I'm very proud of you.
I'm so happy he didn't hit me.
I was so
You got a
scared.
great poker face. You should be playing poker.
I wasn't afraid of him. In hindsight, I would be a broken jawed man, or people would kill me. But in that moment, you're just so irritated.
Yeah, he was.
It's not bravery either. Believe me, it's not.
All right, my bladder's going to explode.
It's utter stupidity on your part.
That's bravery.
Give me your wig, Fez. I got to pee. I'm dying over here. All right, we're out. Ron and Fez next.
Yes.
Stay tuned, obviously.